Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
gila gile, una gila gile, una gila, una gile gile gile, una gila gile, una gila, una gila gile, sagane, una gila gile gile, una gila, kenale, kajajige.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here today for the final day of the second last week.
That's right.
Of the regular season. This is actually insane. We are coming down to the wire, and no team has been eliminated just yet. We have most of our teams qualified for playoffs, and let's just jump straight into it. Let's jump on into the standings and have a look at this, because it's kind of nutty, Wolf.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox the only team with their win this week to actually have 5 wins on the eastern side, and they're not locked in. And if they lose all of their remaining matches, they could still actually go to playoffs, as 5 is now the new cutoff line. But Bro and Nongshim still have a pretty good chance. The winner of this series, of course, will shoot up in a big way, have much better chances. The remaining matches for Bro, Nongshim, DRX, Gen G. For Nongshim, Bro, of course, this matchup, D+, and then KT. So, you know, the chances here are very tight, I'd say, for both of these teams. Liv Sandbox still the most likely at this point, but if Quantum Freaks have a sudden resurgence, same with DRX, they could also get in. The game score here matters a lot. So if you're Bro, you want to take it 2-0 here to move yourself closer to Liv Sandbox's game score, but then you have to hope that they also get stomped by the telecom teams as well. So it's not completely in your control, but you can at least control this aspect of playoffs.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Nongshim because, as you can see, D+ and KT are still remaining for them to face off against. You're looking at DRX, though, and you're like, yeah, the game score's not working. They're in clear 10th place, but Broke Quandong Freaks, it feels like DRX has a lot of their future in their hands, right? Getting to 6 wins should be something that they'll be capable of. Liv Sandbox, though, if they're able to take down a struggling T1, then it is likely that they can make it through even with a loss against KT. But so much of this comes down to how many games each team can win and all this sort of stuff. As we have a look, Nongshim Red Force actually being able to pick up the last couple of victories over OK Savings Bank Breon, and we'll see whether they can do it again.
Yeah, Red Force really bouncing back in a huge way with the end of the season kind of being their playground for trying new stuff, and actually just suddenly the pressure when it's off, it feels like for this team, you know, they had almost all but given up, I think, their chance of going to playoffs. Then they suddenly get those later wins here, so we'll see if Nongshim Red Force can take the win tonight over OK Savings Bank Bro a second time, as Irene is saying that the scrims are going well. He's got the scrim bucks. That's what he's holding right there in his hand. He's got scrim bucks on the paper.
But the thing is, there's balancing scrim bucks, because Edgar's also saying, like, oh, I'm a bit annoyed because I haven't been able to give feedback. My team has been too good in these scrims, Wolf. So, like, yeah, Scrimbucks is something that's bitten me on the backside quite a few times here in the LCK when it comes to getting my predictions right. So I'm just going to ignore that slide entirely and focus on the matchup of the AD carries, Jiwoo and Henna. I think Henna has slipped back into old habits just a little bit in recent times, but has been relatively great throughout the season. And Jiwoo is still just trying to find his footing here in the LCK. But first up, Wolf, we are going to invite out Nongshim Red Force to Lolpark.
A team that expectations were pretty low for going into this season, but to be able to say they're still in the playoff running here in Week 8, I think says a lot about their tenacity as an organization, as a roster here, but also about the state of our Eastern teams, to be totally honest with you, Atlas.
Oh, no.
As anybody can make it, all right? And it all starts here tonight. Nongshim Red Force coming in as underdogs, but as mentioned, they did win the series last time around against OK Savings Bank Bro, and the pressure has felt like it's been off for this team, but it matters more than ever now to take this win.
And it matters so much for the Bro Leavers. Like, this could be the this could be the match that decides whether Bro makes it or doesn't. To the playoffs, I think they really have to take this victory. And even though the last couple of times has been difficult, this is not a team that they should look at as unbeatable. I think that is going to come up in the future. But the Bro fans are out in force here today at Lolpark as we welcome them to the stage. Look at Umpty, he is psyched.
Yeah, he just can't hold it in with one fan has held the cheer for so long. Actually, massive cheers we're hearing. We're on the Bro side of the arena tonight, but still, it is a massive, almost standing ovation level.
Seriously?
I actually haven't heard cheers like this in a while. But this team tonight, they have a trajectory towards playoffs. They absolutely could beat Nongshim and DRX. Against Genji, that might be a bridge too far, but this has been a roster that has clutched it in the past. We have seen them defeat Damwon in Damwon's peak. At times, we saw them defeat Damwon Kia to actually make playoffs last year and get that 6th place spot. It feels like the tougher the opponent, the better the chances the Giga Chads are going to upset, right? Against Nongshim, you feel a little bit more nervous for some reason.
As soon as the chips are down, as soon as the odds aren't in your favor, and I'm looking at you, weird ELO percentages sheet, okay? That is when Bros strikes. And it is through this guy here, kill participation god Umpty. He's been the general for a while for this squad, and he absolutely remains that for the Giga Chads.
It's crazy. A kill participation at 94% at 14 minutes means his laners are not doing it. They are just not doing it. There's not solo kills happening.
Or they're waiting for him. They're just waiting. They're like, Umpty, are you coming? Like, we're ready to kill this guy.
Yeah, we won't kill him unless you touch him.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is I think, a sign of some of the weaker parts of OK Savings Bank Breon, but it is also a sign of a strong leader who has, in so many early game skirmishes, brought this team to massive gold advantages. And if what Edgar is saying about the Scrimbucks is to be believed, they're closing those games out when they have leads this time as well. And it's been the biggest feedback we've seen this team struggle to actually realize. We've seen Edgar say it. I've seen him talking to the players backstage, like, close out these games, guys. But it starts to seem like they are doing that, but sometimes we're all seeing those leads just not happen. The skirmishes aren't going their way. I think against a team like Nongshim that will opt into fighting all the time, it's definitely a good thing for Bro because they have been so fantastic at those early game fights.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to get on the page as well. Like, as far as the draft that we're going to see on this particular patch, it's a bit of a whirlwind, right? We're only here for 1 week. This is the last day of 13-13 before we head towards 13-14 for the final week of the regular season. And I want to see what they've cooked up because I think that Bro can play out so many of these, even slightly nuanced compositions very, very well. They just need a Bro comp, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they manage to get themselves one of these more like sit back and poke and like we can make it to the objective first and then claim position and really strangle you out, that is something that Bro can do that a lot of other teams really cannot.
Yeah.
But there are some other ones that require a lot of aggression to win and a lot of snowballing to win, and Bro will not win those games. Wolf, they will not win those. That is not how, even though they're considered easier comps. Let's have a look at the draft.
In Bro draft scaling, that's when you should be worried. Let's see what we've got here. Tristana and Jace taken off the board. The Jace ban does significantly weaken a Maokai pick, which we've seen so much on red side with all the OP blue picks. Like the Nico we've seen rise back in priority. Obviously, the Kaisa is the #1 pick right now. Even LeBlanc, which is actually also banned here by Nongshim. So, Maokai a little bit less strong here with the Jace, but Nongshim saying they're okay with him picking it up. And I like this ban here on the Azir.
It's interesting, though, because Karis and Fiesta have both really gravitated towards this pick. And with Kaiser up, you'd expect them to first pick that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they want to grab something like a Nico here, or perhaps a Yone Sejuani type situation as well. And just don't want to play that into the Azir. They can grab Renekton and Sejuani here if they prefer that because it is the Lord in the top lane. But the Nico is flexible here, so now you have a lot of options as Bro because you can still pull that Sejuani in if you want to. You have to keep that in mind if you are Nongshim here. There's a lot of things that Bro could do with this draft, and I like the Annie that's going to come through here. Well, maybe not, just because it's so safe into almost anything.
Yeah, and look at this flexibility that we're seeing everywhere, right? Like, you might look at this and say that's the bottom lane locked in, but Rella's been so powerful in the jungle that is really up in the air. Annie is a pick that has fared okay into the Nico in the past, and Bro are going to keep up their ambiguity as well, as the Nico can be flexed between Umpty and Karis. Umpty is a phenomenal Lilia player. He loves playing AP junglers, and so I would not expect this to be outside of his wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
I love how both of these drafts are going for both teams right now.
Yeah. I think if you're Nongshim too, it's really uncomfortable to ban Sejuani here because you just don't know if that's really something that Bro wants to pull together here because of that flexibility of the Nico. They're going to focus on the Rakan first. That one is kind of an easy ban. You know that's going to be a strong ban against Bro no matter what, and that would be the easiest R4 to have that final counter pick. Viego's gone here for Sylvie, and I wouldn't even mind a Wukong ban here just with how much Sylvie loves to play it in comps like this.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think anything that can stop dive would be a good idea. And Cassante not necessarily in there, but it's Dundun. He loves heading back towards the Shuriman gentleman on the top side of the map. So,
Yeah.
Morgan not wanting to get those Natofo bruises this time.
It's a lot of magic damage if they do it, but I mean, the Rumble is still a possibility here for Nongshim as well. Into the Renekton, you have a lot of setup for Equalizer. We're going to get some clues here now about what Bro have planned. The Nautilus is still available and also is flexible, so that would be another way to just keep Nongshim guessing until the final moment, but they will lock that Sejuani in. And now as Nongshim, you have no ability to take away the Yone, for example, if that's what they're going to do with this AP jungle pick. So I really do love still the position that Bro are in. This drafting from Edgar has been fantastic.
It's really cool. I want to see whether Effort is actually willing to flex the Sejuani into support and then still go for the good old pickup.
I mean, Nico support still a thing, you know? I mean, there's
theoretically, yeah.
there's still a possibility.
I would have loved Callista because that would actually make the Nico support more of that question mark. Would have been cool. Anyway, Ornn is going to be locked in, and there is the Lee Sin. So Rel support confirmed here on the side of Nongshim.
Okay, interesting Lee Sin pick here.
Yeah.
All right. Nautilus. I think it's going to be Nautilus support.
I would assume that that is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Has been something that's dealt with Rel in the past, so you can sort of understand it. They'd love an Alistair to be still up, but I like this even more. How many junglers do Bro need?
Where are we going?
We saw a game, so...
Yeah, it's going to be support Maokai, of course.
We've been seeing so many of these compositions, though, with like double support when you've got Rel jungle, and then now that Maokai is a support, you also see double jungle with no support. We saw this yesterday in the last match, and it's almost happened again, except Bro have one-upped it. They've decided to grab an extra jungler.
Yeah. So we're really just realizing, I think, as a whole here in the LCK that some of these junglers' kits don't need money to actually be effective. So you just put them in the support role to get money automatically. They don't even have to farm. It just is generated. And you know what? It's going to actually end up being pretty strong. So the Maokai here in this composition makes it kind of easy to set up Nico engage if you just Maokai ult first. The Nico then has more flank angles she can approach safely, or could just follow up on some of those routes. The Sejuani isn't going to be incredibly strong in this draft, but will be, of course, very strong with the top side of the map with that Renekton pick. And on the other side, Nongshim, you got Kai'Sa. You know, you got Kai'Sa. Let's see how you can use it. This is a kind of nuanced composition, but it has some strong scaling elements, right? They know that it's a Bro game. Lock in that Ornn, safe into the Renekton, okay? We're scaling. We're going to get that Kai'Sa online. We're going to get that additional item later on.
And I think that if Dundun falls too far behind, this game might just be donezo. There's not a lot of damage on Nongshim's side, but if they keep the Renekton down, then maybe they just keep that damage at a minimum in general. Let's jump onto the rift for game number 1. All right, the Bro fans just absolutely losing their minds. Jiwoo is going to immediately cleanse a Twisted Advance, and doesn't have to flash.
Let's see if they actually push this further and try to stop his back, because I don't know if they actually will be able to, but they could certainly try to delay this. Effort's going to come over here and push Peter away. He will get off that back, but I had flashbacks of another series that happened earlier this week with Lens pushing people out of their lane.
Well, Effort is going to have full information as to what's going on here, but Peter has 5 gold.
Hey!
So there you go.
To start.
Support diff. Look, experience advantage.
Look at his, watch this, when he hits it, come on. Oh, look at his ward score. Double that of his opponent.
That's absolutely insane. Plus, he's got infinity more experience.
Yeah.
So this is out of control, the advantage that Peter has picked up for himself.
I mean, I knew Peter was good, but to get this big of a lead this early.
He's like all the more farm than everybody else. Absolutely insane. All jokes aside, though, I think this is a really, really interesting game to track because we've seen the Sejuani Maokai support combination actually work out relatively well in the early game for gank setup, right?
Yeah.
Because oftentimes you've got an 80 carry down there, so you don't have that permafrost synergy. But the fact that Effort can press W and get into melee range means that permafrost is something you can stack up, even with the pitiful auto attacks of a tree.
Yeah, we saw a specific team yesterday fall into this trap, and there was a certain very strong champion that was down in the bottom lane that got a lot of kills around the dragon fight.
Was it an electrical champion?
It was a little bit of a crossbow situation, you know?
Oh, that situation.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah.
We're not going back to that, Wolf. I'd actually put that from my mind. I'd put it from my mind. That should have stayed in Season 2, I think.
It's kind of a problem, so at least here, Peter and Ju are going to recover pretty well. Ju gets back in the lane here. The lane's going to get pushed in. Level 2 comes first for Henna and Effort. And they're just going to be very annoying here. Try to deny some CS. They will be successful. And Sejuani not going to pay any extremely early visits down to the bottom side. Well, of course, now path top side here to start giving Morgan some additional power here with this Renekton.
Yeah, I think that just playing around your top side as Umpty, like that is your strong side this game. Dundun, he will be trying to weather the storm, and I think in a 1v1, the Ornn can just chill and sometimes even find an opportunistic moment. And speaking of which, Karis is now going to find Sylvie. How many Karises are there, though, as they all just wander away? Sylvie's not going to be able to find too much. Still, bit of pressure down.
Yeah.
As the wave is going to crash. I don't think Fiesta is going to be very happy about tanking this one up. Blooming Burst not quite going to find the damage there, as Fiesta does do a fair bit back to Karis.
Yeah, there's a few matchups where you can feel happy about tanking that up, you know, and just being like, all right, you're melee, for example, but not in this one against the Nico. Taking that much damage actually could put you in kill range if you get caught by that root, so wanted to hold on to that a little bit longer, but won't be able to. He went first strike, so you know, he is going to get some additional income in this early game every time he sets up a stun here, and when he gets level 6, he can just drop the bear onto Nico and then grab money and then try to get some prio. So even though Nico can be very oppressive, this is a matchup where if Fiesta plays it well, should be able to get prio with his ultimate if he wants to skirmish around an early objective.
Yep. And Umpty taking some shellfish here on the top side of the map. Dundun, I thought that wave was actually stacking, but it looks like it has equalized somewhat, so he should be able to keep it relatively close to his turret. And that means that the Sejuani not going to be able to find the angle. Diving in Ornn can be difficult. Things like Bellows Breath and big health bars and being able to build a Bramble Vest just in lane, which is what he has done already.
Yeah, and when he has his ultimate as well, that is an additional problem you're going to have to deal with post 6. So yeah, it's a good matchup to pick here, I think, with what the composition of Nongshim is going to do later on. It has such reliable engage with Rel and Annie, as nicely played here by Dundun. Good trade.
Yeah.
Bramble Vest really coming in clutch as well. But you have all of the tools to play a bro game. You know, you've got all of the ways to win late, which is what you're going to be playing in this game, as it turns out, against bro.
Yep. And I actually like that they sort of pivoted, right, to get themselves some of that insurance, right? Those ornaments online, the extra money that you're going to get later into the game. Sylvie, of course, is a little bit more mid-game focused on this Lee Sin, but they needed a little bit of that to try and get that snowball rolling. But having that on insurance policy is going to be good as, all right, Karis is just going to shape split, and he will, I guess, be fine.
They're really camping him this game, though, you know, and they're trying to get some advantages, but he's just playing safe.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling out. Bellows Breath is going to come through here as, okay, no level 6 available for Dundun. Morgan just immediately popping the Dominus, or should I say asserting the Dominus.
Yeah, he really did. Or as soon as he hit level 6 and gonna maybe try to hit a Q here. No, just gonna actually proxy the wave.
Yeah,
well played.
Get a good back. And actually, I like this. Getting cheater recalls against Ornn feels so good because he seems to cheat by building items in lane. It's not very fair.
Yeah, it does feel really nice. He's also going to come over here and see if he can get some additional information about where Sylvie is right now. And actually sees no Lee Sin over here. We'll actually drop a ward down as well. So Kara's feeling a lot more comfortable now with the information that he's been given. You know, they know that Lee Sin is bottom side here, but he's not on the dragon, so he's just clearing camps. You 100% know this is bro. can just force this Drake down pretty quickly. Now, a late contest is coming through. Don't know about this.
Yeah, that's the smash back onto Peter. He crashes down. Pop Blossom goes wide, though, as Peter was able to get out of there. And in goes Sylvie now. Tempest actually doing a fair bit of work. Flash in from Fiesta. They're looking for Karis, and they'll get him. That is first blood. And the surprise Teemo comes out as they also yoink the dragon. Really nicely played here by Nongshim.
Yeah, I can't say the same about that engage from Karis, though. You have to hit those if you're going to be hard committing to this dragon, and Nongshim see the opportunity. Nico has no ult. She is just not going to be relevant in the fight at this stage anymore, just sitting on cooldown boots and just run in there and actually take it. And Sylvie actually having the game sense there as well. Looked really risky to go in like that on his Q, but there's no way to lock him down realistically anymore, so this looks really strong for Bro, like unlosable, right? Peter has to flash out, but Karis just totally whiffs it.
And somehow Sylvie weaves that Q as well.
Yeah, and then the follow-up Tibbers here is just really easy, and finally Karis will be killed. Nongshim been trying to do that all game.
Yeah, Henna completely out of position as well. Couldn't really get any auto attacks. Okay, we might have a permanently frosted Dundun, but he does get a double knock up. The Ram comes down. He's keeping them busy for forever. Is Umpty just gonna die? What the heck? Dundun is too powerful! Okay, Umpty will survive, but I don't know whether you're gonna be winning this one. Okay, there's the flash forward, slice, and then he does get cut down, but you've got my respect, Dundun. You have my respect.
Yeah, somebody bring out that old Orn copy pasta about how he's a, you know, he's a mage, he's an assassin, a tank, bruiser. Yeah, in this case, just unkillable. And is
until he died. Yeah,
he did die eventually, but it's almost like he let it happen. He was like, I guess, okay, I'm
you guys
tired
deserve this.
Yeah,
yeah.
I need the rest. I'm tired of this living stuff. I'm just going to take a break from that and go and get a respawn. Almost takes Umpty out there. Umpty actually also doesn't flash, so holding on to that one there, not panicking in the moment, and Morgan gets one more stun, and they're able to take him out. So pretty good here for the Renekton now with a 20 CS lead.
Yeah.
A lot of money picked up for this top player, and pushing those advantages allows plays like this to happen.
And we mentioned that it is important for the top side to get advantages as well. We kind of expected it to happen naturally, but with Umpty's help, that is a lane that they can definitely play through as we move towards the mid-game. Morgan now holding on to Shelly. This is Plates, and this is Snowball. And even though that first team fight didn't really go Bro's way, I think they've correctly identified that they do have power points on the map that they can play through to get themselves some leads. So let's have a look at this one more time, the raid boss Dundun.
Yeah, he just walks forward here. Umpty is coming up for a gank, and then the ult is really nice here after already getting the double knockup. Just got his Spire back because he used it in the lane here, and Umpty does get to walk it out with Morgan's help here. Good body block as well. Bella's Breath almost taking him out.
If he had Q, I mean, Umpty was just dead.
Yeah.
Just didn't quite have a back off cooldown, I don't think.
Yeah, that's my reaction as well. It's Umpty living. He's feeling very good about that.
Yeah, it's like, Bro fans is like, that shouldn't have been that close, I don't think. But as it turns out, it was. Jiwoo has the cleanse, so Umpty opts out of just throwing an ultimate to grab that cooldown. Although probably would have been worth it to trade ult and cleanse, but still.
Yeah. Oh, reliable Dundun is now unfortunately going to find himself, though. As cool as it was, they almost killed Umpty there. 800 gold behind. In the mid lane, of course, it's a similar story for Karis. We'll have his flash back here shortly from that misplay on the bottom lane and can look for an engage on this next dragon fight. Definitely don't want to be giving too many of these to Nongshim, considering how strong their late game is already. And for example, if it's Hextech Soul and they have 2 dragons to spare already, you're really feeling like you're behind the play if you are Bro. So I think they will definitely try to opt into a good Nico engage this second time around. Just have to see the execution be a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit crisper. Having a look at the dragons that we have available, Orcs isn't actually here today in Lowell Park, so we don't get to, you know, talk about it and then he can hear from the space.
Yeah.
You know? But I hope he's paying attention because I would much prefer. Like
Bro, Nongshim, who would miss it? Wouldn't miss it for the world. Nobody.
No, yeah. I actually.
He's like reserved his whole day for this. He's got some popcorn.
I don't know why I'd negatively judge him like that. And actually, I apologize, Daniel. I hope that you, because you are definitely listening, I hope that you'll forgive me for assuming that you may or may not, on your day off, be not watching this.
He would, of course, be watching. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
100%. There is no doubt in my mind. There's also no doubt in my mind that Morgan is the strongest player on the map right now. He does have his Gore Drinker now completed, teleporting back towards that top lane. And Fiesta is making his way into mid as well, as Karis is going to take a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, Dindin is in lane. Morgan actually TPs to the lane to actually push this one through with his Gore Drinker pickup, so he can still walk down to Dragon, but a little bit puzzling that he didn't hold on to that teleport considering how important this Drake is here. And Dindin actually does have teleport. Of course, it could be interrupted by Morgan, depending on how he uses it, but he's been left alone here because he's proxying the wave. So Nongshim are in a position, I think, if they can isolate the Nico here, absolutely take this fight.
They can, but I think that this is actually a kind of cool checkmate setup for Bro, because if they do actually have the teleport come through and Morgan's still in the lane, he just kills the turret. And you probably take that trade.
Here's the TP.
All right, yeah, Nongshim are committing to it. Sylvie not going to find the Q onto anything, so he can't actually get over here. Nature's Grasp is going to come through, as now we're going to ignore this Dragon. That Pop Blossom was a definite improvement as the Drake goes down, and so does the Ornn. The Nico's going to be sacrificed, but I have a feeling she has done her job. As stun comes through onto Umpty, he's going to flash to get himself out of the way, as somehow Henna was shooting things through the wall because the wall was disappearing. Welcome, Infernal Soul, to the Rift.
Oh boy.
Pardon my ultimate levels of confusion.
Yeah, that was a very crazy and chaotic fight there that it looked like Bro had a handle on with the Pop Blossom, but everything else about the fight was going Nongshim's way. They were better set up. The AD carry, of course, Jiwoo in this case, was set up to do a lot of damage even though he's Kai'Sa. And even though the Nico ult is big, she doesn't do that much damage at this point in time. And look at where Fiesta is situated here on the other side of the pit, as even though the Pop Blossom comes through, look at the follow-up stun. Nobody is able to hurt those targets that Nico was setting up for. And then Jiwoo does tons of damage here in the backline.
Yeah, Jiwoo's positioning actually just fantastic as, oh dear, Henna is going to have to flash, get himself out of this one, but now Effort is turning it. Umpty's coming down. There's a teleport as well. The whole gang is turning up for this one, and now we're getting a crash from this Rift Herald as well. More plates now going over to Bro, and they are just not deterred, you know, like, something doesn't go perfectly right in a team fight, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, we killed about the same amount of people. We'll be fine. Let's just keep making plays.
I mean, they have a pretty massive gold lead now, sitting at 1,000, the advantage with the kill and the plates going over. And it was a really nicely set up engage there where on the side of Nongshim, you're like, oh, I'm setting a trap here. They dropped this Herald early. They have to come down here. But it's not really the kind of comp you want to be engaging into, and Jiwoo's positioning here a little bit sus in terms of how forward he was, because he wanted to follow up on the Rel engage. He just didn't have any idea how many members were coming down.
And you have to, like, kind of imagine that you could see the Maokai on a ward, and there's a Rift Herald in the lane, so the jungler was probably
nearby,
somewhat present.
Yeah, he's probably somewhere in the vicinity.
Yeah, and so then engaging with 50% health on 3 people into a available Magnet Storm just sounds a little bit like, well, I mean, it wasn't an available Magnet Storm, but Effort coming down with a really nice Twisted Advanced positioning. I don't know.
It's just, unfortunately, Jiwoo, after having such phenomenal positioning in the last fight, is like walking a little bit too close to the sun. Yeah, you know.
That's what it was. It was just Cast a Curse.
Hey, we already had happened with Karis as well, like, but then he bounced back, you know. Maybe the next fight, Jiwoo pops off again.
Ooh, Jiwoo-demption? I'm ready.
It's one of the greatest memes.
I know. I think it may be starting to become overused.
Yeah.
I'm starting to like it more, I think, for that reason. As Sylvie is doing battle with Shirley, Morgan is looming as this Lego crocodile, and Umpty and Effort in position. Couple of junglers in the river. As okay, now we've got a whole bunch of buttons being pressed as the Ram gonna get a knock up onto Effort, and that will guarantee that the Rift Herald does go over to Nongshim. Okay, Ulti is going to connect onto Fiesta as he was teleporting for some reason. He's also going to break his stopwatch.
And they're going to get the turret anyways.
Fiesta malfunction. I'd like to report a Fiesta malfunction.
Annie has stopped responding. Please press Control-Alt-Delete.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some added context as to what happened there.
Well, they did not end the task, at least. He is able to get away with his life and just lost his stopwatch and his teleport and his turret.
Winning a Smite fight against Lee Sin, that must feel good there for Umpty.
Yeah. This game has been pretty crazy. A lot more action than I expected here from the Giga Chads.
Right? They have been just continually pulling the trigger. I think you can feel the added confidence. Maybe the Scrimbucks conversation that we had at the beginning is a bit more relevant than we thought.
Yeah.
Because they just keep making the moves, and it doesn't really, like, what Bro have done in the past is something hasn't gone quite right in the early game, and then they're like, all right, well, we're never doing anything ever again, okay? We can't make a mistake if we don't do anything, you know? Whereas this time around, they're like, oh, it didn't go quite perfectly, but we're still in a pretty good position in this game, and we're just going to keep trying to make these plays where it seems good.
Yeah.
And that's the right way to play League of Legends, in my opinion.
I mean, everything Bro has done this game has been brute forced.
Yeah.
To the gank top side, to that Herald drop bottom, to both Dragon fights, for better or for worse. So, you know, I mean, Bro are absolutely playing with confidence. I think that's a really good point that you bring up here, and it is a different identity than what we normally see from this team, where we've seen Bro be decisive in early game skirmishes to great success, but then not after that. But you know, we've hit the mid game here, and they are setting up very aggressively for this Dragon once again. And Fiesta, he has Tibbers, he has Flash. He's going to have to be the star of the show here on this fight. Otherwise, Bro pretty much have this one on lock. They've got this choke point controlled with Control Ward. And this Pixel Brush is held by Effort. TP flank, though.
Yeah, we got a teleport coming in. Nongshim not wanting to give this one up, and Shirley is going to make sure that they get even more if they can win this fight. The Ram comes down. Dundun finds nothing with it, though, as now Karis has been discovered by Fiesta. Pop Blossom does come in. They do secure the Drake, and now Karis is able to get himself out. Can the rest of the team follow suit is the question, as Effort doesn't have his ultimate anymore, but the Blast Cone is super high value. Still, he will be taken out, and now relative safety has been achieved as they do hop in underneath this turret. So, break it down for me.
These Ocean's 11 movies, man, they get, which one are we up to now? Like,
I don't remember.
18:30 on the clock. Is that
yeah, it's like, I can't wait for Ocean's 27 to come out.
Yeah.
How are they going to afford all of these cast members, though, Wolf, is the question.
Because we got the Dragon, but what did it cost? At the end of the day, Bro were able to actually deal with the attempted engage from Dundun really well, and then the flank that was set up from Karis, they turned on him and chased him down, but he was able to escape, and yes, Effort will die, and he almost lived with some cool plays with the Gromp and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, this is a huge win for Bro, regardless, I think, of losing your support here on the bottom lane, because it's one step closer to that Infernal Soul. Umpty?
I don't know whether you're allowed to do that, Umpty. He is going to flash.
Apparently he is!
And Arctically assault away, but now he doesn't have Flash, which is an important ability, I think, for a Sejuani. Maybe it's not an important ability for the general. Perhaps I shouldn't make these assumptions, because now he's going to get a permafrost onto Sylvie. He's going to get out of there, throws an ultimate to Narnia, and that is the Umpty way. He does not need that. He wants to get it on cooldown, throw it out of there. Yeah. I'm good enough without it, all right?
I mean, he did have that very famous game earlier this season.
And the famous tweet immediately afterwards.
It's just like, I don't even need my ult. This game apparently doesn't need that or Flash, but he will get out with his life.
Yeah.
And
needs that.
Yeah, we're just not going to watch the replay of that last fight, because I guess it was just a little bit too crazy.
Yeah, too weird. We don't like showing the...
I'm okay with it, because I was going to have to explain it, and I...
No. It'll tick over to like 23 minutes, and then we're going to go back to that fight, and we're going to watch it again with fresh eyes, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I'm looking forward to it.
You know,
maybe I am. Maybe the fresh eyes are going to help.
You know, we always talk about how Ornn has long-range engage. Like, didn't really put that to the test.
He has long range, forcing the enemy team to play DDR. That's what he had in the last fight, and the enemy team played some pretty good DDR by avoiding all of it.
Yeah, we play Pump It Up here in Korea, though.
All right, are we Pump It Up people?
Yeah. You know, I mean, DDR is fine.
What about, like, what's the Dance Dance one?
Oh, Just Dance?
Yeah, Just Dance, that's the one. Haven't played very much of that one myself. But it was at a party I was at once.
Yeah,
and I was like, this is not my kind of party.
It's got kind of a really crazy cult following of people who just absolutely love it, but I've never picked it up, and I have no desire to, but there's like nothing wrong with it, you know, I'm not saying, but I'm just like, you know, it's not for me.
If you're a Just Dancer, could you please contact us on Twitter or something like that?
Yeah, please let us know.
We just want to peer into the world.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a Vice documentary on it or something that I can watch. We just have to see.
They keep making new ones as well every year.
Seems to continue.
No one's ever seen anyone play it.
But they keep falling off the shelves via money.
I see sales numbers, but there's just no proof.
It's just a laundering system somehow. The Just Dance conspiracy continues. All right, Effort going to get tagged here by a Sonic Wave. As Nongshim, it is 21 minutes into the game. The Baron is now on the cards. But they've got this big crocodile to play through on Bro's side. And Fiesta, just kind of massive. He's just been the benefactor of all of the weirdness that Bro's been throwing down. 3-0-1 on this Annie.
And the Rylai's that he has picked up here is going to be so important for these longer fights because Tibbers will actually be a real factor. Dinden's trying to make things happen over here. I don't think he should.
Yeah.
But it'll be a real factor to allow Jiwoo to actually be kind of like an AD carry, even though Kaisa with this build isn't really, but he could actually have some more agency. And if the slows actually allow you to break through that Sejuani, then maybe you get your ult off, get that shield, blow up Henna. So the front-to-back aspects of some of what this composition could do when Annie is this ahead do feel nice, but she is, and has been, otherwise just an ult button in these team fights.
And it's been working.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly a good thing. 19 seconds on this Drake. That is going to be the next port of call. We know the Bro be fighting for that. They are going to be fighting for that. As Jiwoo taking a little bit of damage here. He does need to keep that health bar up so that the Killer Instinct can be utilized. As Arctic Assault comes down here from Umpty. We do have a Void Staff completion for Karis, but it's only second item. Not exactly the largest of power spikes. That Blade Caller kind of nice from Henna. Needs to avoid these Void Seekers, though, because this is the problem with Xayah into Kaisa, something that we've been talking about a lot.
Yeah.
Can just get poked out. But, bro, they're not going to get poked out if they just try and force it. Whether they can actually do that as Sylvie caught off to the side. Morgan kind of massive here as he blast cones his way out. Here comes the Ram, though, as the Nature's Grasp is going to be there in answer. Sylvie getting taken down so low, he's now burning, taking Effort also, somehow surviving. That's soul point for Bro, as the Pop Blossom is going to predict the flash. And Fiesta, I think, finally will be shut down, as Morgan is just a monster, but he will be taken out. Fiesta the same thing, and now Nongshim, with not very many health bars, I think will just limp away with a lost team fight.
Such a wild fight because the funniest part of that fight, and we have a replay of it, if you want to see like an alternate version of the fight, just watch Karis and Fiesta on a flank fight where they're like, no, I'm flanking. It's the Spider-Man meme. They're both pointing at each other because they're both sitting there on the flank going, no, I'm actually flanking. Karis like, no, I'm flanking you. I'm blocking your flank. And then Sylvie just gets collapsed on. They're like, if we kill the jungler, we actually just win this 100%, and the Drake is in control here by Umpty because Sylvie is pushed out, so it's really easy for him to win that smite fight. And then, as Morgan fights 4 people by himself, they do eventually win the flank fight. It's not really fair. Fiesta didn't really win the one, or didn't get to play the 1v1, but they do take him out here with a hard engage, and with the health bars this low against a real AD carry in Xayah. It's just not a winnable fight. As Bro were more decisive there, and Nongshim were so reliant on Fiesta getting that flank to work, it did not.
Well, Fiesta actually looking for it here, as Karis does make it to the turret, and the Q is going to miss, and we're not going to throw any bears because there were no bears available. No revenge this time, as Henna will just get hit by another Void Seeker. They're not hurting that much just yet. Probably wants to get a Void Staff in. It's Henna, so he's going to be building more of Malmortius. That is guaranteed. The Hex Tree already in the back pocket. It's the most common Xayah build that we've seen for everyone, but I think that Henna has been a more of Malmortius enjoyer for quite some time.
Yeah, he's big on it. Doesn't like to get hurt by magic.
Yeah, and he's going to get hurt by magic this game. I think it's a pretty good purchase. As Glacial Prison is going to come down. The Ornhorn going to be sounded, though, as Dundun does get the knock up onto Karis, but the Blade Callers are now starting to be really devastating, as Henna really getting halfway through Dundun at quite a quick pace, and that is definitely good if you're a Bro lever.
Morgan has just been so...
Morgan is so good,
yeah,
man.
You give this guy Renekton, he's just going to pop off. Like, his laning was pretty insane as well, and then, he amassed a huge lead off of that kill, and now he's got his Fury stacked up here, even has ult.
Oh dear, Dundun does get the Bellows Breath out as the Slice comes in, and now the main tank doesn't have his ultimate, nor does he have teleport, nor does he have flash.
Nor does he have health.
Yeah, exactly, so he has to go home, and now, Bro...
That should just be a Baron?
Is this a Baron start? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they necessarily get it, but they absolutely could start it and force a turn here. or rather can turn and force a fight here. Karis doesn't have his ultimate though, so they're a little bit concerned. And actually this Kaisa poke is pushing them off, and Nongshim will actually regain control of this area.
Oh man, I thought that there was a clear window there, but they're not going to take it, or maybe they just didn't see it.
I think if Karis, if his ult is there, they 100% do it. I think even without it though, they could have bought enough time to force a fight there, because that is the ideal fight that you're going to get, the most ideal fight you're going to get as Bro in that choke point when Dundun doesn't have the ability to return to the fight. It was a Bro moment, let's say, to Bro memento, to just not do Baron there and go home.
Yeah. So a little bit of old Bro comes on in, but you know, sometimes you miss old Bro. I like new Bro. You know, he's pretty cool, but old Bro.
Yeah, like, do we like Bro more or less if they like win worlds? Like, I'm like,
yeah.
It's like they're not underdogs anymore. I just can't root for them anymore.
It's like
they're just good now.
If Jin Air had have won, you know, like, yeah, it's the same. It's the same question, same energy as Morgan. He's going to win this particular fight here. Bellows Breath was decent, but Morgan not going to get knocked up there, as Dundun gets a bit of a headache and walks his way out.
It's cool that he got through the entire empowered W there with his Bellows Breath, but ultimately it still hurts, and he will still walk away.
And Morgan has like a 70 CS advantage.
Yeah, he might Flame Horizon this game. It's not out of the question.
It is not. And at the same time, Karis is actually ahead in farm. We've got Henna and Jiwoo even. Umpty not too far behind, so a lot of money has gone missing for Nongshim in this game because Bro has been forcing them on their terms to come to these objectives. So Bro does their homework, they set up their waves, and then they're the ones being decisive around these fights. And actually, it's very impressive from this team that has had some macro difficulties in the past.
Yeah, they aren't going to be able to... Okay, hold up.
Umpty is just going to stand his ground. He has Morgan flanking, so he's going to feel pretty comfy because there is a raid boss gigantic dinosaur monster making his way towards this mid lane.
He's level 16. He always
4
has
seconds. Fury. Okay, here's the flash forward. They do get Henna's Featherstorm, but Fiesta could be in trouble. Effort gonna smash him back. There's the ram, but they're not going to be able to get him. The Pop Blossom is huge. Karis is going to go golden. Now Jiwoo taking matters into his own hands. The autos from Henna come through and they kill each other in the backline. Peter is going to be eaten alive though, because look at Morgan's health bar. Umpty, Effort, and Morgan against the world here as Fiesta is still up. He does have a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually go any further in on this one, Bro, but they want to delay here and, you know, get those respawns so that there's no Baron attempt, but the Kai'Sa's not up either. Nongshim, because they have a jungler here, should be able to actually just go over here and secure this dragon. Morgan doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. He's going to come over here and try to delay here, but this is risky.
This can be a 4v3 though, if they can wait 15 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Umpty's going to move on over. Fiesta trying to take him down. Morgan wants to keep them interested, wants to keep them off this dragon. 6 seconds to go. 1 second on Henna, but he has to book it over here with his legs. Karis, he can teleport in.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, this is getting real low. Here's the teleport as Effort going to get the Bramble Smash. Morgan just dancing around the fight. He's got Dominus back. And there goes Fiesta. There goes the damage. And that should be Infernal Soul is okay. Sylvie, he's going to dive in. There's the Pop Blossom. And there is the double. Was this the plan, Wolf? Was this what they meant to do? No, but did it work? Absolutely.
You do have to wonder with how Pro placed the game if they did actually
They're on an extra level, yeah.
And that should be the Baron as well here at Nongshim without a mid laner, without a jungler. Now, a lot of ults on cooldown here, but some of them coming back up. The ultimate for Henna, of course, the extra safety he's going to have, as well as Effort.
No teleport. This is
just free. It's just free. And Nongshim don't even try. They know they're going to lose this. They want a hard push and try to trade it for a turret or two. They definitely get the bottom side here, but I don't think mid is necessarily going down. Jiwoo's going to try to make it happen here. It's a big wave, and I guess that he just barely will. So 2 turrets here for the Baron. At least they get something. They were decisive, but this is, bro, like, attack, engage, no. Turn? Yeah, we'll do that. You know, if they attack first, we will go in. And they went in a little bit hard here. If Fiesta dies here, then it's a whole different story, but he actually lives.
How does he live?
He just barely lives. And then this fight is, like you said, Jiwoo took it into his hands, went to the back line, blows up Henna, so there's just no long-term damage. And Morgan's like, I don't know, I'm big, but I can't get to them. I can't get on top of them. I'm a melee champion. I can't carry, actually. Our AD carry was blown up, and I can't do it. I'm really big, but I need
Where's
to get
the
closer.
second half of the replay wall?
Yeah,
I feel like we missed the fun part.
Yeah.
Because that was what resulted in the Infernal Soul. The 3,000 gold lead that is now here is a little bit of a fib, right? Because you've got 3 ornaments now completed from level 16 Dindin, which is inflating Nongshim's money. But then you've got Infernal Soul, which gives Bro, you know, a lot. So the power level's not anything to do with the gold that you can see at the top of your screen. And this Baron buff also helping out. This Baron power play is going to start extending as Fiesta finds a flank angle. Umpty just going to walk up to him. Not going to find the snare, does Karis though, which is unfortunate. And Sylvie taking a lot of damage. The Nature's Grasps from Effort have really stopped Nongshim from doing what they want to do this game. And Umpty just seems to not care at all about buttons being pressed in his direction.
He got the Tibbers out, and he's just like, all right, cool, my job here is done.
Yep. Like Tibbers and the Poro are just having a conversation, and there's no actual burning or damage happening at all. They just, we'll debate.
Yeah.
That is all we will do.
I mean, it's really awkward here for Dindin to try to find an engage angle here. They don't really have any vision, so he's just going to have to try to burn down these waves here. Morgan just going to sit on top of this cannon minion here, and they're going to eventually wear down these inhibitors. There's still a whole minute left of Baron.
Yeah, Blascone gets Umpty over that wall. They're going to take this mid inhibitor. Is that all they're going to get, though? Because oftentimes you'll see the mid break, and then they get distracted, and you can get this wave pushed in towards this bottom side, or whichever other wave you are also pushing. And Bro, pretty by the numbers here, looking pretty clean. We'll be able to take the second inhibitor turret of the push. The inhibitor should go down as well. Umpty taking a fair bit of damage, does have to Arctic Assault his way out. Blascone is going to get rid of the Kai'Sa, and now her ultimate's on cooldown, so Bro is going to feel pretty comfortable taking this one out. That is all they really want, though. They're not going to take too much.
It's pretty easy to stop Nongshim from chasing you out here as well when you have a Flash Pop Blossom available for Karis here. And he has Void Staff and 5 stacks of Dark Seal. Those ults are not just engage tools anymore. They will just wipe the floor with Nongshim if he actually gets a big ultimate. Everyone's health bar is going to go down to half in an instant with a snap of his fingers, or the press of his R button, you know, literally
one of those
speaking.
things.
If he could snap his fingers and make that ult happen, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be a cool talent, but
That'd be a cool keyboard.
yeah, like,
You know? Like different varieties of clicks do different buttons. Maybe like there's certain people that would be better muscle memory. You never know.
when are we going to bring the foot pedal into League of Legends?
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Hey, there was a guy that was he got to master playing with his feet, something like that. I remember seeing a Reddit post about it a few years ago.
I mean, you know, mostly getting to masters is really just your macro, right? You know, it's not about your hands.
Yeah, sure.
Feet diff. Well, this game is pretty unlocked for Bro now because it's kind of a choose-your-own adventure at this point as to how they can be oppressive with these 2 inhibitors down. Kind of group here with 3 or 4 on the top side, and then with the Elder Prio, turn this into their victory. But we have seen Bro mess up these Elder fights before. I just don't see it. Sylvie?
Umpty actually just straight up read him because, of course, they've got vision everywhere. And Umpty's like, yeah, no, you're not making it in here. I'm just going to Arctic Assault through the wall as you're trying to Resonating Strike. So, yep, sorry.
And with these minions stacking up in the bottom lane here, eventually someone has to deal with that, so this top inhibitor turret will probably crack. Thing is, if nobody deals with that, eventually you're just never going to have any chance of going to the Elder. You won't even get to show up to the fight. So finally, Fiesta does get the opportunity to go down there and deal with that with Sylvie, but they defended the top lane, but it ultimately, like, Bro are like, okay, we have like too much prio on this Elder Drake. Like, we have vision in there. We have massive waves, and we can just go take a full back here and then still have prio.
And it's, the Dark Seal was sold. Karis is now going to pick up a needlessly large rod. Wants to get towards that Rabadon's Death Cap. This is not the highest damage, Nico, because he did sort of some bypassing. The second item, Void Staff, into Zhonya's doesn't feel like massive damage. When he has the cool hat, he's going to be very, very strong. But he may not even get to that point. And also, I mean, there's an Infernal Soul.
Yeah,
so actually, second item Void Staff, kind of genius if you knew you were going to get Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I mean, just get in there, you know? You've got all that AP from your other items, too. And Umpty,
yeah, it's just wandering around, not really having too many cares, as there's a Renekton split pushing on the bottom side. Blooming Burst, okay, I take it all back. He does way too
But yeah, he really hurts, and the Renekton is just going to end the game here. So now you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You know, we love to say that here at the LCK. If you are Nongshim, and they send Dundun back.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how Bro is supposed to play this out, though, because now their main form of engage just does not exist. And so Jiwoo is throwing a bunch of Void Seekers into Umpty. Okay, Umpty does need to be a little bit careful. Nature's Grasp comes down. Teleports from both of these top laners, but Henna is going to be able to grab that first kill. He is kind of massive. Kick Flash comes through, but he goes golden. And he's going to be able to mitigate all of it. The flash from Dundun as well. Henna is just popping off in this fight. Blade Caller doesn't do anything, but I have a feeling that that is enough here for Bro to be able to take this. Still, Fiesta is still up, and Jiwoo is as well. He's kind of limping out of this one. They do want to be able to take down the jungler to make this one happen. And, oh, Killer Instinct still up here for Jiwoo, so if you had landed a Void Seeker, it could have been a real problem, but no. They lose the jungler. Now Nongshim could be in trouble.
Fiesta has to deal with the bot wave. He's going to back here, so they're going to be down Annie. She has TP, but there's not enough time here. Nongshim, they just cannot take this fight.
And it's another situation where Karis has teleport, and they don't have smite, right? So this is just going to be Elder going down. Morgan going to be able to get a big old stun, and that is the dragon coming down. They do manage to take out the tree, and nice work there from Jiwoo. It's, what the heck is this, broken champion? Okay, Morgan is going to go down to his GA. Another Void Seeker going to connect, though, as Morgan is just pressing that Dominus to try and get himself out. If Bro get Exodia and then lose a series, nothing could be more Bro.
TP.
But look at this angle from Karis. He's diving in. There is the Magnet Storm as Peter's just trying to buy time. But man, these Void Seekers are starting to really hurt. Henna gets another one here as now Jiwoo. He is the target, and then pop goes the Blossom. And he's going to be taken down. And Bro, you know, they kept us on the edge of our seats, but I think they will be able to use their Infernal Soul and Elder Drake to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Kai'Sa doing Kai'Sa things, I was like, wait. Bro's the one who has Elder's buff and the Infernal Soul, right? Yeah. But ultimately, his efforts are not enough.
Not quite. Umpty's going to take a fair bit of damage here, but it does not matter. Bro will take game number 1 over Nongshim here. And honestly, there was some shenanigans, but all of the decision-making was great. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it was honestly just... it was a messy game, but they were ultimately able to, with proper grouping on those fights, actually win it. And they did it in the Bro way, right? Let's not force engages. Let's play around the enemy mid laner. Let's play around the Annie, and then come in and end up winning fights reactionarily to ultimately end or win the game, rather. And some of those Drake fights were very close. I mean, I think if Morgan hadn't crushed Dundun as hard as he did in lane and had really the advantage that he had early, maybe Nongshim actually walk away with the win here, because that was the really defining factor here. Even though Renekton didn't do anything flashy, I voted for Morgan because he had the most dominant performance here and basically just made this a 5v4 game.
I 100% agree. I think that that fight where he kept 4 people busy and almost single-handedly stopped Sylvie from being able to get a smite. You see those 3 Infernals, so much of that is about Morgan being able to do that zoning, finding those flank angles perfectly. And so I also agree with you. I think that it's far and away the Morgan POG. See what actually happens when the votes do come in. But Bro, looking fantastic here, and this is exactly the time that they need to. This series means so much for playoffs. We are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space will break down that magnificent game, and then we'll have game number 2. We get more of this series, Wolf. It's the best!
가자. 괜찮아. 다야 피업 되나? 피업 좀 주면 좋을 듯. 아 좋아, 그냥 내가 맞을게. 웬만하면 이거 리신도 뿌리거든. 음파만 맞으면 돼.
오른 태어나도 궁쓸 수 있고.
우리 10초. 우리
터지자 이거.
아래 거부터 점수 아래 거부터 내가 이거 왼쪽 탱 할게. 이거 퍼져. 오른쪽 최대한 끊어줄게 로하나. 퍼져서 그냥 타워쳐. 오른쪽 최대한 끊어줄게. 오른 못 끊어. 끝나면 될 듯. 리신 도구 끝. 수고했어. 다음 판 잘하자.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after Notion versus Bro game number 1. That one was definitely a banger of sorts. We had a lot of skirmishes back and forth. I'm Valdez, with me is Hooney and Chronicler. What do you guys think about that first game?
It was exactly what we expected. I think Brion was able to showcase that they are, when it comes down to team fighting, I think the better team, at least in this first game. But there was a lot of back and forth. There were a lot of moments that made us go, okay.
Yeah, I mean, since the fight wasn't really clear, like there was a 5 skirmishes that hasn't decided actually who won. That was really fun.
Yeah,
it was so hilarious.
Because normally what happens, you have 2-3 fights and then the game is over. But this was 5 fights and they just traded evenly.
You still don't know who's gonna win.
Although Brion did pick up the dragons, we'll talk about that a little bit more later.
I think once we saw the Elder Drake go down, we knew, okay, Bro's going to win. And then we didn't know that Bro was going to win because they almost lost after they got the Elder. And then we did know finally after the teleport came in. Let's take a look at the draft because we did have some interesting picks coming up here. What with the Nico and the Kaisa left available, the Annie priority shown from the side of Nongshin once again. What do you guys think about the draft?
So the biggest thing that I think we weren't super happy about is the fact that the Alistair gets banned as opposed to the Sejuani. Sejuani is just an incredibly strong pick. I don't even think that Umti had a particularly amazing game on it. It was perfectly fine. We know how strong the synergy is. But Sejuani is just the top tier jungler right now. And if you're going to go for something like Lee, which doesn't really counter it, except when you go for the impact, which Sylvie didn't really do, really felt like a pretty decent mistake on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought, as well, also just from Ornn and Lee Sin, at least they should have just tried to fight for 2v2 or just tried to tackle the Renekton, the growth, because almost later in the game, the Renekton was way too fat and the side laning was winning so hard that actually affected the game that from side laning pressure, and you just can't, since they just take away the Sejuani Renekton with just 2v2 with the Lee Sin Ornn. It's just, it's not even close.
Yeah, and I think that if you go for a Rumble top, then maybe you have an angle. But you're heavy on AP, but at least you have Lee as an AD threat. But with the Ornn, it just didn't really work.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw in the early game a bunch of stuff happening on the Drakes. 3 Drake fights, some of them going very even, but every single time after the first one, Bro was able to pick up the objective at least.
And I think particularly in a match that was as even as this one, where the team fights were lacking some of the cohesion we see from our higher tier LCK teams, and it was just all over the place. The target selection for neither team, I think, was amazing. So then it really comes down to who has the better individual skirmishing, right? What power can you find? Ults like this that are best forgotten. For some reason, Karis is just by himself, and he ends up getting out somehow, while Dundun is eating a wall. It's just a lot going on.
I mean, the fight isn't beautiful. This is what, not the best of League of Legends what we know from.
Brion got all the Drakes.
That's
it was
the point.
Infernal Soul.
That's the whole point. Just the keep watch the whole the Dragon, the real, that's the reason why we actually make the highlight of this one. So, just keep eyes on it. At least, even the Brion is not, actually hard winning. Doesn't matter. Because they're just winning. Of the Drakes minded.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of... let's say unique angles taken in these fights, especially this one, Morgan zoning 4 people, Fiesta zoning 4 people.
Zoning.
A lot of team fights that didn't feel really like cohesive
Morgan
team
was
fights,
zoning.
Right? Yeah, zoning.
Fiesta, I don't know if that was zoning, but Morgan was.
Yeah.
I mean, throw his body forward
and then,
actually making sure that it was smiteable.
We had this fight, and this was... Again, finally it feels like Bro is coming together as a team. They get that initial pick on the Fiesta, and things started to go their way.
I think Sylvie's Lee was a nice experiment for game 1, but I don't think we should go for it again. I don't think it really fits with Nongshim as a team, and I actually think the Ornn was kind of having the right idea, because I do think that the Ornn is a good matchup into Brion specifically when it comes to how they're going to win the game, which is just team fighting, right? Brion is never going to try and 1v1 you. They're going to team fight, but the lead doesn't really sync up with that. This was when the soul was gone. There were some shenanigans afterwards, but that was basically where the game was won.
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft-wise, otherwise, I think it was pretty fine. We still saw, Kaisa, how strong she was, and then it was, actually really, really close, so it was pretty good overall.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And, guys, let's take a look at the POG here on the side of Bro. It is going to be the Lord himself sitting upon his throne. Morgan, doing a great job of zoning and winning his lane.
And won his lane really hard, but it was for us the fights where he actually had the biggest impact. It was a really big backline threat on the Renekton. Zoned out Sylvie early on, took like half his health bar on the Soul Point fight as well.
And don't forget, at the Elder point, he was actually pressuring side laning. Like, that is the most important. Like, that's Huni proved.
It did get the Huni stamp of approval when Morgan was pushing the side lane while the Elder was up, putting on that pressure, using the macro angles that you do have. So we did have a really, really nice last fight here after they got onto that one. As we'll take a look at the votes here. Some thrown over to Umpty, as well as one for the support player effort. So press R button. And,
had a great time. And he
absolutely. And guys, we are done here on the space. We have to go to game number 2. Let's go back to the casters.
You are right, gentlemen. We have to go to game number 2. And also, I would probably extend that towards we would like to go to game number 2. I just want more of this.
I am curious what else Chronicler had to say about Maokai support, but I guess we'll just never know.
We'll never know. No, that's off into the ether now, Wolf, and we won't address it ever again. Even though we will have a space after this.
Yeah, because right now Chronicler's thinking he's thinking he's gonna do a bit about it when we come back, but he's gonna forget about it by the time this game's over because we're gonna have a lot of stuff going on. All right.
In fact, all of us may have forgotten about it. Unless I write it down on my sheet of paper. Let's just write Maokai bit reminder.
Okay, all right. Well, he's writing it down. We're jumping into the draft here. Notion will have blue side again, and these bans are the same. I think that didn't need to change. I completely agree with Chronicler, though, on the space about how the Lee Sin didn't really fit the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
I think didn't really have a strong theme.
The first 3 picks on both sides I actually quite liked, outside of maybe the Xayah could have been something else. We've seen Xayah into Kai'Sa not necessarily work. It's one of Henna's favorite picks, but it's not one of my favorite picks. So we'll see whether that is going to change. As you mentioned, no changes to the bans. They are going to remain the same. And I think the Kai'Sa is still a worthwhile first pick here. I wouldn't mind Bro actually more highly prioritizing that Sejuani, as Nongshim are going to lock away Renekton first pick. Wolf,
they voted for top as well.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that as being the response. Okay.
And Bro just like,
what?
Would not play Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but like they also won't play Sejuani?
Yeah, I was kind of feeling like you go Nico Sejuani here, and then you can grab the Jax.
Yeah,
and
right.
It feels really good. A little bit surprised by this. But the Nico is still flexible in this draft at this point in time, and they may still get that Sejuani if the bans remain the same. I don't think they will remain the same, actually. Is a Kai'Sa-less draft potentially coming in here if the Zeri hover is to be believed?
Yeah.
And with what Jiwoo did in that last team fight on Elder, like Nongshim was watching that, right? That was pretty good. Maybe keep the Kai'Sa. All right.
Where's Sejuani? What is happening?
Where's Pyoshik?
Yeah, where's who are these players? All right, that's going to be the Jax into the Renekton. We've seen Jax globally just be ridiculously powerful.
I mean, Zeri is pretty good into Xayah. You know, you can match the Xayah in team fights in terms of what you're going to do in 5v5s and in later team fights, like in longer team fights, excuse me. But, yeah, it's kind of weird. It feels like a gotcha, but Bro like didn't get got. I'm still playing Xayah, and we have Jax now, and the Sejuani will be banned this time instead of Alistar, thankfully. So that is a significant change.
It is, and so now Umpty going to be able to go towards something else. Could also play the Nico in the jungle if you would like to. We'll see what he does actually end up landing on here. Is the Lulu going to be banned away? Has been something used alongside the Zeri to great effect, especially in day number 1 of this week's LCK.
And for Bro here now, you know, we're going to get some additional information. If Karis is playing something out of the box here, the Rel will come through. Still flexible.
Yeah, we're keeping it way up in the air here.
And, I mean, as Nongshim, do you really want to play Alistar? I feel like it doesn't work that well with the composition that you have. Not great in lane either.
And also, you're falling into the trap, right?
Yeah.
Because now, Karis plays Umpty. Karis plays Nico. Umpty plays Rel, and then you can pick something that can really lane well to this Alistar.
No, absolutely. I think they can do that. They don't even have to, though. I feel like Rel into Alistar in lane has been fine. It's outside of lane where you can try to deny the Rel engage, but they have Pop Blossom also. You can't stop the Jax engage too with this Alistar. He doesn't actually do much.
If you had triple headbutt charges, then incredible pick. And to be perfectly honest, like if Bro aren't coordinated with their engage, this is another way to do it because Dragon Rage works in the same way as the anti-Nico situation. But we saw that Sylvie, he never kicked Nico out of a fight, ever.
No, he did not. Now they're going to get the Nautilus into Zeri. And they're like, cool, so you didn't pick this one. We'll take that. Rel's going jungle. Nico's going mid. And in defense of the Lee Sin pick, because I know a lot of people are probably rolling their eyes because it didn't work out very well in the last game, and we talked about how it didn't fit the draft. I think the one thing the Lee Sin does very well into what Bro are running, it's decent into Xayah, but you can watch Nico flanks, and he wasn't really able to do that. They gave that job to Fiesta for some reason on the Annie, so he wasn't ever able to really engage. We got those later fights, but if it's actually a Renekton or a Lee Sin that's trying to track where Karus is, may force him to Pop Blossom early, or just deny him entry into the fight. We've seen LeBlanc do this to great success as well into the Nico. So maybe Sylvie can have a larger impact there, but I'm still not sold on this pick.
Yeah.
Just, it's a bit of a strange one, and the Alistar I feel here is going to be very low impact. I think it's a kind of a trap pick. You know, we knew in the past it was strong into Rel, stops Rel engages, but there's just more than Rel that you have to deal with in this draft. So,
and also the Rel was still being flexed, right? And so if you're going to go all in for like that lane matchup to try and deny to get your Zeri into a better position, now you find yourself up against a Nautilus in this lane. And I don't think that Zeri's going to be able to have those moments in the early game that we've seen her rely on a little bit more after a few nerfs in previous patches. So this is your Nongshim draft, and they do add a bit of extra power on the top side of the map. So playing through a strong top side might be the way that Nongshim can get themselves over the line, and just hope that Jiwoo is not too far behind as they get to the mid to late game. Okay, Savings Bank Breon, though, love the draft. The double supports instead of the triple jungle coming through this time. Let's jump onto the Rift for game 2. I actually think that Bro fans are just really loud today.
Yeah.
I think that like this team is the perfect example of like positive marketing just working and not relying on the team winning all the time to be able to get fans. Like, Bro fans do not require Bro to have any particular performance.
Yeah.
They just need to exist as Bro and be the likable Bros that we know Bro to be.
When they were sponsored by Reddit, everyone was joking about the Reddit team, but they actually kind of unironically became the team that was just supported by Twitch chat and fans of communities all over the world, not just Reddit or anything like that, but also in the Korean community. They became this team that everyone wanted to root for and rally around. And they've leaned into it, Like, they didn't make the Giga Chad memes, but they embraced them.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of other teams, like, I don't like to be associated with this weird image on the internet. The Bro said, we would like to be associated with that weird image on the internet,
Yeah, we're actually down. We're down with everything.
Like, the name just became so perfect. The change of the tri-code seemed like it was, going to be a bit of a strange choice, but it absolutely worked out for them. And Aftershock Rel here, not surprising. And just looking across the list, scorching a little bit on the Nico. I think totally makes sense. We have the first strike again for Fiesta. Everything is pretty stock standard.
Yeah, playing for early game here makes a little bit of sense. As maybe it doesn't, based on the fact that we will probably get to an Elder fight, just because it is Bro versus Nongshim. But the theory is that you won't. So we'll just see how it actually goes. Checking in on this bottom side as Effort is going to utilize his W in order to get that extra damage onto these minions as he throws autos around. They will be able to get the shove in. Level 2 now collected.
Yeah. Alistar level 1. It's not a big thing. Not a thing that you think about or worry about, unless you're the Alistar.
And Morgan is just kind of dominating at this stage of the lane. You can see quite close between both Jax and Renekton so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton should be able to win the early levels because his Q has a larger range than Morgan can apply, to close that gap and look for Counter-Strike pressure. So missing 2 Qs in a row, though, isn't really going to do wonders for your chances.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, Sylvie's coming over here to find out that his blue buff is under attack.
Yeah, Umpty's used a bunch of buttons, though, as Sylvie's just going to come on over. I have a feeling that Sylvie might be able to collect this, but let's see. Oh, never mind, because it's Rel, who now just does 1 billion damage to these things, as Umpty's just going to apply some red buff towards the Lee Sin, who Morgan, I don't think is going to be able to do anything, because Morgan is already proxying.
Yeah. Like, basically, Umpty is like, I'm going over here because I know you're going to beat this guy so badly that he just can't come help. The Renekton now just pushing top, and Umpty's still in the vicinity. Fiesta needs to respect this, does have a ward.
Oh, look at this. This is actually Umpty continuing to say, like, I am stronger than you. I'm just going to go fight him for the next scuttle.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to do that. I think some information was given over, but it's Umpty just making sure that he's going to get the 3 buff instead of fighting for this scuttle.
They got bot prio, though, so, going to be a little bit of a pressure applied, let's say, here by Nongshim.
Yeah, there's the pulverize as Umpty crashes down. Effort is going to move on in as Jiwoo is now just battling the Sentinel, and Nongshim are just going to give it up. They're just going to back away.
Okay.
An odd answer to the whole situation, because it does mean that that 3 buff that we were talking about is going to come through.
What if this just becomes the new meta where we all just fight over blue buffs every time?
I'm down for it,
Yeah.
A little bit more battling.
Yeah, it's not even like the Elise meta where we saw it every game when Elise was on blue side. It's just a natural Lee Sin Zeri moment here. Zeri moment's not a good term to use for that. We'll see that later on, eventually. But Dindin's starting to hit some of these Qs now, at least. And, he's significantly behind in CS, but we'll catch this wave. And Morgan has just made such an impact this game, and Dindin's Ornn performance wasn't inspiring by any means, but even with the Renekton they prioritized for him, the trade-off is massive in terms of the draft, and he unfortunately isn't even making the strongest part of this matchup very relevant.
Yeah, and to be honest, do you know what I'm reminded of, Wolf? I'm reminded of the Humble Life Esports Worlds run, where Morgan just leveled up towards the end of summer. That is starting to continue here. His laning phase absolutely fantastic on the Jax in a difficult time for the Jax, right? Like, you do generally win the first few levels, but it should be around now that Renekton really starts to find some power. And Morgan going to come back to lane with a Sheen. And it is Dindin still not with too much in his back pocket, going for the soldier build.
Yeah.
Will delay his core drinker just a little.
Yeah, quite significantly. And be able to,
Hook gonna go wide, as Headbutt Pulve gonna connect onto Effort here, who's now just burning. Blade Caller doesn't really do too much here, as Jiwoo's just gonna flash after him, and Effort, no flash, no chance, no way out, as Peter flashes his emote after that first blood comes in. Another Headbutt Pulve now as well, as maybe I take it all back. Maybe Alistair in lane is just incredible. Because this is almost a Zeri moment at 6 minutes.
I'm not going to certify it, but it's not great for Bro here, what just happened there. And they have some mid-prio, but they're only going to be able to turn this into a Drake take potentially here. And even that, doesn't feel great right now. Solo Drake, it's just a cloud. No offense. But yeah, losing your Xayah here early into a Zeri who... is going to get big very quickly in these early skirmishes. Is the name of the game for Nongshim is to try to get the Zeri ahead, and to kind of get it for free essentially off of a missed engage from Effort it feels amazing, because you're like, wow, I didn't even have to force like a second dragon fight to have my Zeri get online a little bit earlier. It's just kind of bizarre here from Effort. Yeah, it was really a tricky play, I guess you could say, but he was the one who tricked himself.
And they were way too far up in the lane as well. Like, the minions were well and truly past him. And even if he lands that hook, I don't even know whether they necessarily win that trade.
Yeah.
So, an odd situation here. See whether Effort is going to continue making plays like this. Blade Caller not getting a snare as well was a little bit disappointing. So, multiple things going wrong, but still, multiple things going right for Nongshim. And this is the hope, right? Nongshim trying to keep their playoff dreams alive. And it feels for them like a win is 100% necessary to keep themselves in the conversation whatsoever.
Yeah.
As Peter Hex flashing around, having a great time.
Just having a fun time down here. Din starting to get to that point, like you're mentioning, or the Renekton is kind of a problem for the Jax a little bit here, even with no items really, just the Doran's Blade you mentioned earlier. We'll be able to grab a plate.
Yep.
At the cost of half his health bar. Good Q there.
Yeah, Morgan might be able to get a Dominus out of him here, but not going to go too much further forward, not opting to trade ults. As Umpty taking the Rift Scuttle here towards his top side, Din feeling relatively safe because he does have that control vision in this brush.
Yeah, a bit of a ping going down. They definitely are aware that he's in this area, that he will be scryed here, and they can see the progress of this Herald. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of a fight here. Not here, with Kars is coming over.
And Din not going to be spotted, but he's still sitting at 50%. Does have Dominus available, as Fiesta is going to find an Incinerate onto not the real Karis. And that should mean this Rift Herald is going to go over to Bro. So despite the fact that Nongshim do have that advantage coming from that bottom side of the map, the 10 CS lead here for the Zeri is a scary prospect. The couple of plates that you can pick up from this Rift Herald, if used correctly, and that extra global money, does give the top side of Bro a lot of power. And we were actually talking at the beginning that Nongshim should be able to play around topside for a little bit of their advantage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Umpty actually coming in much faster there, and you know, they were able to hold on to the Herald for long enough to buy some time for Kars to get in, and that was just not a fight that Nongshim was willing to opt into with not enough control around the pit, because that could have been multiple kills for either a Jax or a Nico. I think the Jax probably the worst case scenario there. And if you like watch the dominoes, how they fell, it was Din like trading half of his health for a turret plate that allowed Morgan to then have that prio, then they had the faster collapse and stuff like that. So, you know, unfortunately for Nongshim, they really wanted to look for a fight there, but a little bit too slow on the play. Umpty, fantastic early game here on this rel.
Yeah, playing it out extraordinarily well, and this is Umpty. You know, the man has 90% kill participation at this stage of the game, right? They play around him every single time. As Hex Flash here from Effort, as Sylvie discovers the Nautilus lying in wait. Both 80 carries just chilling here towards the bottom side as we unleash our teleports.
They're unleashed.
And Din is going to ult. Morgan going to return the favor here. But I think the Jax is starting to feel better and better in this lane. Despite the fact that he's down a little bit on CS, he'll be able to get a wave ahead by taking these minions out underneath the turret. So nowhere near the Renekton experience that we had in the last game.
No, certainly not. Will be a walk back to lane here as well. He's able to push that wave a little bit more. So ping going down that he is missing there on top. But he's not going to do anything crazy. Just taking the slow return to lane so he can keep his teleport for potentially this next Drake fight, the second of the game. Is Peter going to clear this ward? And right now, Nongshim have a decent amount of setup here for the said dragon, but it's a little bit early.
Morgan is, not wanting to fight Din here. Slice Dice, Flash. And Morgan is,
if you don't pre-flash that, he's just going to flash Q you and kill you. So I guess, you know, that's not the problem with the play, but he's going to be down a flash now, and he channeled his Counter-Strike in an awkward moment where he's like, ooh, I don't want to actually I don't want to have turret aggro, I don't want to have any part of this, and is subsequently forced to flash. Bit of an error there.
Yeah, as Umpty is just going to wait and does bypass the Renekton. Still sitting on this Rift Herald.
So now Din has teleport advantage, and, you know, this next dragon, I don't think Bro can really hope to fight for this anymore. Annie has mid-prio, and this is actually a big setback here in the early game for OK Savings Bank Rion.
And if Morgan continues to push these waves in, then Din is just going to be safely underneath his turret, can channel the teleport. And if Morgan does try to come in to cancel the teleport with the Counter-Strike, then he won't have Counter-Strike to mitigate the stun from Din underneath the turret, and he dies.
Wow, you thought this one out.
Yeah, man. Figured it out.
It's a Drake for Nongshim, you know? Bro gonna actually force this Herald into mid, and Kars will pick up some plate gold, wanted one more, but won't get it off this play. And yeah, Morgan just going to have to walk back to lane. This Jax slowed down quite significantly. Now, he did, with this last back, pick up his Divine Sunder, so he is going to be able to really put some pressure on here now. And might even be able to grab a plate if he could put that on quickly.
Ox! He was paying attention to the first game, and he was like, it was a bit too silly. I'm going to take a break. And now we're left with the Chemtech situation. Although, kind of great for Bro. Mega Cones plus Nico. We saw BDD doing some pretty ludicrous things with this particular combination, so we'll see whether Karis is going to be able to do the same thing. Of course, used to be a student of BDD back on Gen G.
Yeah. See what happens with this is... I'm very worried for how this game is going for Bro because of multiple things. Like, the fact that there's a Zeri in this game who has an early game kill.
Yep.
Okay, well, Morgan. Hold on, Morgan. I got to say things about why I'm worried about your team. Go in like that. I'm trying to caster bless you, okay?
He's just jaxing. It's fine.
But the issues I have with Bro are that their greatest strength has been snowballing games, and they certainly have not this game. In any real meaningful way. They haven't been able to play to their strengths. And, you know, Effort tried to earlier. That ended up backfiring.
Umpty is greeting for a ward here just a little bit. Teleport is going to come down. There's the Magnet Storm from Umpty to try and get himself out of there, but he crashes down into the wall, and they are looking to give this kill to Jiwoo as well. Fiesta is going to collect it just to make sure that the Rel does not get away. And Umpty just caught being a little greedy there.
Yeah. And, you know, something that was mentioned by Chronicler earlier as well is that this team doesn't really play well to side lanes and win conditions like Jax to get the Xayah to a position in the game where she's going to do fine and you can set up for those fights using that lane pressure. So Morgan is a good Jax player, right? But Bro aren't always able to utilize that. And in this game, he's fallen significantly, I wouldn't say behind, but he's fallen into his trough a little bit, into this Renekton pretty heavily. And so, you know, this mid-game is a little bit uncomfortable here for the side of Breon. And with the Soul being Hextech Soul, they're not going to get the Nico setups they're looking for to force fights either, as Nongshim going to say, I don't care about these Drakes very much at all.
Oh, but maybe, just because they're Drakes in general, even with a Chemtech, they're going to be okay with it. As Karis finding some Bloomin' Bursts onto Peter. And Effort is going to come down.
This Zeri is big,
yeah,
man.
I mean,
that's a whole turret.
Just a static Shiv, and he's going to be able to take that one out. As now, once again, Umpty going to have to get out of there. Dundun and Sylvie together. The Bash Bros moving on over as Umpty is just going to Hex Flash his way back into the pit once again. Gets a little bit of a stab here onto the Rift Herald.
They have to do this quick. It's wild that they're losing objectives almost on both sides of the map here as Umpty does show up finally. Didn't have his ultimate. Will have it now, but if they had lost Herald and that bottom turret for nothing, you would have felt really bad as Bro. Now you feel just only slightly bad, but
it's a bit bad.
It's just a bit bad. As this is Umpty getting caught here, greeting for the ward. Fortunately, nothing he could do. Teleport is even committed. As in live, something sneaky happening as well. Maybe there's someone in that brush, or maybe we're just watching Jax for some reason.
Yeah, bit of a kick flash there from Sylvie to make sure that the crash down wasn't going to work out, so that was nice. I think it maybe have just been a bit of a scuffle as Fiesta is here. There is a bear, and that should just be a dead Jax. He's going to ult, and it's just going to be Dundun securing the kill. Does have to flash for it. Morgan holds onto his, knowing that he's going to be dead anyway, as the teleport is going to come towards that top side. Karis wanted to protect this outer turret. Sylvie splitting on the bottom side. That's an inner turret that he's heading towards. And Morgan is, yeah, pretty happily going to build some Merc treads.
I mean,
going to blame him for that.
That's a pretty shocking thing that the Annie is topside. That was a really well-executed setup by Nongshim. You know, it's not something you're really going to expect as a Jax here to suddenly see an Annie in the brush. They weren't able to track where he was. He was missing for a while, but doesn't necessarily mean he's gone all the way to the top brush. And, I mean, we saw as well how long he stayed there in the picture-in-picture. So for Morgan, you know, I can't really criticize here too much. He's just trying to push this wave out, and then suddenly Tibbers appears, and you're just dead, fortunately. So, well played.
Really nicely done there from Fiesta. And Dundun is now with a kill towards this top side. So this Renekton who was struggling a little bit, and look, it's going to get worse. Like, this is right now the good part for the Renekton. But Jax should, as this game goes on, as a few extra items do start coming in, should start to feel better. And is this a game? I feel like this is one of those games where I'm like, if Morgan builds second item Hullbreaker, I'll know that he understands how he's going to win this game,
no,
right?
exactly.
But it's probably just going to be Black Cleaver into like Donya's or something.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's going to do. But if you went Hellbreaker, you'd really know that he knows. We know, but
Morgan has known in the past. He's a known knower.
he certainly has been a connoisseur of knowledge. At times. I don't know if this is going to be one of those times, but Dundon is going to try to trade this for a turret topside here, and actually looks like he will be able to get it. Nothing Karis can do on his own, so feels really nice they grouped to commit for Herald, and you still get that topside turret. As Nongshim, this Renekton is getting to be a large issue here for some of these upcoming objective fights, and for the amount of resources committed mid, I don't know if they actually get to take one, and Dundon's just going to get to walk away.
I guess so. All right, so Karis is going to come on over here and just take down this mini wave. That will be secured, but the Dragon also going to be secured, and the real issue here is the Jiwoo situation. He doesn't have Killer Instinct, so he's not going to be diving into the backlines to assassinate Henna this time. Instead, he's going to press his R button and kill everyone on the screen.
Yeah.
Is kind of what we've been seeing from some of these Zeris as we get later into the game.
Not to mention that the Annie sets him up for success so well, and the Lee Sin still does feel like kind of the odd pick here that doesn't really suit the rest of the composition, but maybe he can force out the Nico when that engage comes through, like a second headbutt we were joking about, but unironically may be useful. Or like I was saying, watching the flanks, tracking Karis. Oh boy!
Jiwoo is going to get crashed into, and yeah, he's just dead.
It is so... I mean, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but it is crazy how often pros just get duped. Like when the Transform came out, everyone was like, well, pro gamers will always know. But actually, in fact, they have not always known.
They have sometimes known.
They have sometimes known, but they have definitely been caught.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Jiwoo, he was not a knower.
He was not a knower in this case, absolutely not. Well, that's going to feel really great here for Bro, as it's really hard to get picks here in this game state where Nongshim are able to get the Drake for free. There's nothing to fight over, but if you're just a secret agent, fake minion, you'll get that Zeri in mid who's trying to greed, push with her static shiv to get some advantages.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Now Quick Blade's done for both of these 80 carries. Of course, Henna very happy to scale alongside Jiwoo, you could imagine, as this Xayah, but we know that some of that explosive power of the Zeri, it really does, it's a worrying situation, you know, and we're getting PTSD. I know so many viewers don't want to have these Zeri moments. Don't worry, we're right there with you. Bro wouldn't be that team, you know, they priority picked the Xayah. They didn't want to go to the Zeri because they care about you and your feelings.
They also really care about you. They didn't want to play Kai'Sa either. Like, that's
no one did. I don't know why, but no one did.
Yeah.
Maybe it just felt like it wasn't as impactful in the last game as it could have been. Maybe not wanting to play certain supports alongside it. That would have been the danger.
Maybe just Henna just not feeling that comfortable on it at the moment, and then Nongshim saying, well, I'm not going to opt into Kai'Sa versus Xayah. As Bro going to group up here.
Yeah,
not a lot
and Sylvie's actually now looking to try and back up this Annie towards his top side as Karis gonna have to flash to try and get himself out of the way of this one. Does Pop Blossom, but it's 100% avoided from everyone as Morgan going to have his teleport interrupted as well. As Umpty's still magnet storming in here with absolutely no one around, because I think he just knew that he was dead as Jiwoo's going to get himself yet another kill.
And it was weird, the sentence I was going to say was they're all grouped up here, but for what? Because there was nobody to actually engage on. They don't have the damage to start Baron if Nongshim are in the area, which they knew they were. There's showing up, and then there's actually having control. You know, Nongshim were like, we have control, bro. We're like, but we showed up. And then Nongshim were like, cool, I'm just going to push this top advantage here and actually push Karis out. And then if you opt into anything further, we'll actually gladly take the fight man up and then take this Baron.
And now the game's kind of over.
Yeah, I mean, it feels kind of unwinnable from here. Let's see how he did. That's very sneaky.
Spacing. There we go. Beautifully played.
I mean, he just extendo beamed it, and then he was like, all right, well, I did my due diligence. Not really, though. As Ikaris actually belts in here, and then Fiesta just punishes him because Sylvie's in the area. He's like, all right, cool, now you're in Tipper's range. And there's nothing that anyone could do to save Karis here, but Umpty is going to try to turn this into a successful play because they're like, we grouped for Baron, man, we're going to try to make something happen. And actually, Nongshin pulled the trigger first because they had actual control there on the top side and just didn't know where the Lee Sin was. Got caught with their pants down, trying to force an early Baron.
And in the meantime, it's Morgan that's trying to teleport in front of a Renekton in the middle of a lane. So I don't know how they expected any of that to really work out. But now they find themselves in a large deficit. Currently, the Baron power play not exactly massive, but they've got 2 minutes to extend that one further. This outer turret still attempting to be defended. Looks like Nongshim will just get to Soul Point and then start working this on the turrets.
All that shielding power for Annie.
Oh, you're going to need it, you know? And like Molten Shield, it's a big deal, you know? Safeguard, big deal. Umpty's health bar, a big deal, and it is going lower. Tibbers is going to give some money over to Henna, and this turret is still extraordinarily healthy.
I love the Annie build here, actually, the Leandries in this case, because it allows you to burn away at Jax if you end up meeting him in a side lane, and it just gives you the ability to burn health bars low for Zeri to actually have that later team fight, because you don't actually need, with a Zeri composition here, to hard force combos and blow people up. You just want to actually burn away at those health bars, and like, yeah, if you end up getting a single target and then Lee Sin follows up, Renekton gets on top of them, if you catch Henna, like, you'll take it. But you don't have to play it that way when you have this much of an advantage. And the Leandries here, I think, feels so fantastic with the Rylai's to just win these longer fights into the Xayah, where you can outrange and outpoke, you know, essentially with this Tibbers.
I really like it as well, and I think that Nongshim have been playing out this composition very well. I think that the Lee Sin situation with like falling off as far as value is concerned in the later game is going to be something that they're going to need to look into, because Sylvie can find, you know, those big kicks and things like that, but I think that Umpty will be a little bit more valuable. And Chemtech Soul not going to give you the level of power that Bro had in game number 1 with their Infernal Soul.
The Spear of Shojin here for Morgan means that he's definitely not a knower in this game.
Not yet.
It's what Valdez likes to call team fight, Jax, where you're like, oh, I'm going in, I'm going to hit multiple counter strikes, I'm going to carry this fight with the Rel, and you have Pop Blossom, you have Magnet Storm, and you can, as Jax, absolutely carry these team fights and give Henna the space he needs. But you could also, from behind, just be Jax and try to make the map very lopsided.
Yeah, and then play for picks, you know, because they do have a lot of these surprise angles with the Nico, the shenanigans available there.
I just feel like it didn't have to be Hullbreaker, but the Spear of Shojin here really tells the story of what Bro thinks they need to do to win this game, and it absolutely can happen, but it's just so hard.
If it was second item Zhonya's, it would be a little bit more egregious into the I want a team fight sort of side of things.
He is now buying a stopwatch, and, you know, third item Zhonya's will take it in this game, I guess, but...
Or third item GA, you never know.
Yeah, it could be.
Or it could be hold on to the stopwatch, wait until he has to use it before starting to build those items.
Ooh.
Which
I think that's actually pretty decent chance as well. Anathema's Chain's also done for Umpty, so when he engages and goes in, he can hold that aggro for so long with Aftershock as well. And, I mean, there is hope for Bro. It's just so hard to pull this off from behind, though, especially when the Jax is not threatening anything and is sitting on the red side of the map the entire game so far. And it's not over till it's Brover.
Oh, absolutely not. And we're not calling it in any way, shape, or form, Bro Leavers. Don't you worry. But Jiwoo is a 3-item Nico. Sorry, not Nico. Zeri. And so, you know, we're a little worried for Bro, as Hook is just going to max range connect onto Peter, and Effort will not elaborate.
Nope. Gotta have the wombo combos here, Bro. So, like that type of attempt here from Effort, looking for something, fishing for anything. And Peter not going to panic and ult or anything like that.
Well, Sylvie going to get crashed into here. He may just explode. Yeah, the Magnet Storm going to come in, and Henna will grab that kill. That is the jungler now dead. Baron up in 1 minute, and nothing else on the map. So I guess you're not in too much trouble, as Dundon had ulted, and Morgan does take a large amount of his health bar as well. So the Jack's not necessarily winning out on the sides at this point in time, as Nongshim's backs are going to get stopped.
Really not winning at this moment in time, the Jax. And, I mean, you grab the kill onto the Lee Sin, it's money, and you didn't commit too many ultimates, which I think is quite critical here for Bro, because you're going to want those in this upcoming team fight. So I like that, and just being proactive is a good thing. Something is going to make Valdez mad.
Mega Cone tour.
Yeah. He's like Spider-Manning his way around the map with blast cones. As Sylvie just being greedy, looking for a red buff contest here because they have a lot of control. They think they can actually turn this into a front-to-back fight. They can't. So a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, Magnetstorm actually working out very, very well for Umpty, who is behind by quite a few camps here. Sylvie actually having a lot more money than Umpty right now, but Umpty's a support, so his kit's kind of overloaded in that department, so it should be fine.
Yeah. He's got a lot of armor.
He does.
It'd be hard for Zeri to hurt him. Or for Renekton to hurt him.
I assume the Anathemas is going to be on Jiwoo.
Yeah.
And if they build some more of those, and maybe that can help mitigate, but I'm not entirely sure.
That's the answer to Zeri. 5 Anathemas. All
there we go.
You can't hurt anybody.
Precisely.
Can't believe Riot didn't think of this.
I know. Can't believe our pro teams haven't thought about it.
Yeah.
Should build it first item.
Clear answer.
Ah. I'm gonna call Freak. The emergency Freak phone that is here at Lol Park.
Yeah, we've got one. It's actually in a secret location, but we can access it pretty easily.
Yep, in balance emergency, break glass, and call Freak is what it says on it.
That's what we did to try to find the minions.
Indeed. He said, don't know where they went. But then we found them, so it was fine.
They're okay. Yeah. Noxem just kind of walked towards Baron aggressively and have gotten a massive amount of control here of the Baron pit, as Bro can't contest the vision without actually committing to a fight, and if they commit ults and Noxem disengage, then Bro's comp doesn't work. Like, Bro's comp needs all of the ults to be pressed with good synergy and proper timing and hit multiple targets, and if Noxem walk towards Baron and you ult to try to get that positioning, then you can't win the Baron fight now. So this does feel like everything Bro has to do is reliant on Noxem making mistakes as well and setting up for the engage in a awkward way. As you can see, the value of the Zeri a little bit higher here, which is the significant number to look at.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing is the Jax, who is not super far ahead at this point in time, but should start winning in these side lanes, as a back is going to be achieved here by Morgan. Finishes his Zhonya's as well, so he's team fight ready. Not necessarily split push ready just yet, although should be enough to deal with the Renekton, as there is the Tibbers on to effort. Magnetstorm comes in, Pop Blossom's massive as well, as the kick comes down, but the Featherstorm is there. Still the kick is going to come in, but Henna is going to deal with Jiwoo, and now Dundun, he is the last boss. He is the raid boss and the danger for them to deal with, but Morgan is going to be there. They're slicing though, they're dicing, and he's just going to hack and slash them apart, and it's just deja vu. Game number 1.
It's the exact same fight where Fiesta almost died but didn't, and actually lived. Healing and shielding power, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
He's got it, man. And that was the combo. That was the wombo. That was exactly what I was talking about. If you could press all of your buttons together, then you can win the fight. But unfortunately, when they were pressing all of the buttons together, the Jax wasn't there until afterwards. So it's not enough to carry the fight. As look at Umpty's engage here. It's beautiful. Pop Blossom is massive, but the Jax is just now arriving to the fight here. And he actually goes into a single target rather than looking for big Counter-Strike value here. And Sylvie is just flying through this team fight. Fiesta lives for so long. Oh, and then Dundun is just a big croc. Where's the damage? Not without Henna, you're not going to win this one, never.
Peter also played that fight immaculately. Every bit of CC that he was layering down, he was kicking Morgan out when counter-strikes were threatening. He got a 2-man pulverize to allow Dundun to get to full health by pressing Gore Drinker and Q. Now he's got a GA, so I don't know whether, I was talking about the fact that the Jax could start winning in a side lane. I'm going to stop.
I just don't know.
I
don't know if that happens in this game.
Nope.
He's teamfight Jax.
Yeah.
And he almost was. He really almost was the teamfight Jax, but
the teamfight Renekton was a little bit more teamfight. And a lot more Renekton.
And you have to kill him twice now. So the GA, there's 2 GAs available for Noxem now. And as it turns out, when you can revive after the Wombo combo, it's kind of problematic for the other team.
I'm not even sure whether GA was the right choice. I'm going to have to hold that thought just for a moment, as Effort once again going to get bared, as in goes Sylvie. Featherstorm going to be used very early once again as Dundun. He's just looking for it. Pop Blossom onto only the Renekton, so they are going to be able to kill him once. But like you say, they're going to have to do it again. Jiwoo has just skated his way out, gets into the backline and obliterates them. It's a triple kill for the Zeri. We'll certify this moment, even if we don't really want to. It's It's a quadra. Morgan trying to escape, and that's going to be the ace as Fiesta picks up the one. And we're going to a game number 3. Nongshim will just power forward and destroy this Nexus.
Yeah, not even close this game. Very one-sided, not able to do anything with the Jax early, opting into some poor team fights. And the Zeri, who got ahead early, is just absolutely going to stomp all over Bro. This one's going to 3. The race for playoffs, it just gets hotter and hotter. The heat is rising.
It absolutely is, and now this means that we're going to have minimal shift when it comes to game score as well, as 3 games for either team means that things could get a little bit spicier even after just this evening out of the series. Nongshim looking absolutely fantastic, though. I love how they kept themselves together, and Dundun teleporting into that second last team fight and just hard carrying. It was just so similar to what Morgan had done, and I thought he was on the Jax, he'd built all the team fight items, he was level 18. I was waiting for the moment to happen, but it just
wasn't going to happen.
Didn't really do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, straight up, like, Mao Chronicler mentioned this on the space, like, Bro doesn't do the side lane thing. That's not what they do. They team fight, and they did not do the side lane thing in this game. They did not itemize towards doing the side lane thing. And yes, Morgan did more damage than Dundun, but Dundun's impact was double what he did. I mean, he spent most of the game struggling to actually deal with the Renekton in a side, whereas the rest of the Wombo combos weren't big enough to actually win the game. And while there were a lot of great win conditions from Bro in this composition, from behind, it's just so hard to pull it off.
Yep. And Sylvie's parents are here once again, giving him that energy, and it is working out thus far. Had some really fun kick flashes in that game. But now, it is time for us to go to a short break. There was a Maokai bit that I was supposed to remember for Chronicler as well. We'll see whether he is going to reference that as we head towards the space immediately afterwards. And then game number 3, we'll see you there.
이거 눌러보자.
잘 녹음, 잘 녹음, 잘 녹음.
녹음이야.
잘 녹음
노플이야.
빨리 줘, 빨리 줘, 빨리 줘, 빨리.
나 가인이야. 해봐.
레부터.
아르텍스. 자리 아무것도 없어.
잭스.
알자 맞게. 펜타 주세요. 펜타. 펜타야.
펜타.
나도 리안드리긴 해. 어떻게 안 되나? 될 듯. 탑으로 끝내자. 줬으면 좋았을 것 같은데. 어쩔 수 없어. 한판 잘해보자.
나비 지우 첫 펜타.
나비. 일단 이기는 게 중요해. 한판 이겨보자. 아 근데 미드에서 반응을 못했는데. 야 티보가 안 움직인다. 티보야 왜 그래? 우리 하는 대로만 하면 이겨.
다행이다.
승원아 들려? 잘 들려요. 물티지 필요하면 내 거 써. 이거 줄게 여기. 네. 춥지 않아? 괜찮아요. 괜찮아? 건우 막내 생겨서 기분이 너무 좋아 보여. 근데 건우의 막내 건우보다 3살 어리다는 게 말이 안 되는데 난. 승훈이가 여기 나이 제일 많아 보인다니까.
아니 그건 아니야 성훈아.
그건 아니긴 해. 그건 아니야?
적어도 너랑 비슷한 약간
그게 그거잖아. 승훈아 1대1 할래?
하죠.
일단은 맛보기를 리신 미러 가보자. 어? 딱 깰 뻔했네. 아. 오케이. 좋은데? 한 번 더 하자. 오케이. 이즈리얼 할까? 리시리 할까? 야쏘? 야쏘? 야쏘 하자고? 네. 아, 좋은데? 죽어야겠지. 1스택, 3스택, 4스택. 오, 너무 세다. 4분 나왔다. 문 높이고? 오케이. 아, 문도 근본 스킨으로 간다. 어디 갔어? 아, 스킨 겹치네. 미친 압박감. 여기. 오, 개고수인데. 안녕하세요. 잘 가세요. 잘 가세요. 아, 이거 풀어놨어? 아, 잘 가, 소나. 아, 두 번 봐준 게 이렇게 된다고? 아, 내 풀을 끝까지 아끼네, 이거. 보시원까지 보고.
건우가 말이 많다.
2분 남았다, 2분. 건우 닦였어? 갈까?
얘들아 우리 이번 뱀비 끝나면 초반 설계랑 이런 거 좀 꼼꼼하게 하고 들어가자 알았지?
야, 지면 불려가서 이기면 돼. 상관없어. 아니야, 그냥 칼퇴하자. 뭐하러 그래? 막말로 져도 돼. 나 칼퇴하고 싶어. 프로 결승이 더 중요하지.
여기 있다, 제주. 제주 발견. 나 미드 뒤에서 나올 수 있고.
나 미드 왔어. 아, 봐도 돼 이거.
얘 노플이야. 보자.
얘가 진짜고?
나이스.
에, 천천히 탈게. 뒤에 텔 탈게, 뒤에 텔. 야, 천천히.
야, 천천히. 레넥 퀴즈 좋아. 레넥 퀴즈 좋아.
야,
안 해봐줘.
야, 앞에. 야, 앞에 잡았어.
앞에. 야, 끝났네. 나이스.
나 미드 한번 봐줄 수 있고.
얘 더블 릭사서 안 될 듯?
이거 한번 볼게. 노플.
밀게.
나이스.
디나. 그건 뭐야?
나이스.
알리부터 보자.
야, 크한테. 앞라인부터.
그란테. 다시 시작. 앞에. 바로.
나이스. 이득 많이 봤다.
나이스.
한번 다음 라인 한번 더 밀어도 되는데. 좋았다. 내가 한번 봐줄게. 뻑키 봐도 되나 봐? 봐도 될 것 같은데? 막아볼래, 형? 막아볼래?
막았다.
q 3초. 네, 끝. 뒤졌다,
나이스.
얘네 물 수 있다.
물면 볼게.
야, 끝.
아, 괜찮아.
남 초식해. 이거 앞에 딜 갖고 와.
아, 봐줘.
야, 크산테 노플. 야, 다 잡았어. 앞에 높아. 앞에 피해.
내가 잡으러 갈게.
앞에 피해. 나 게임 끝낼게.
나 이거 루브랑 집 끊을게.
너 죽을 것 같은데?
잡았어. 와, 이게 줘.
끝났어.
끝났냐?
끝났어. 시원하다, 한타.
와우. 나이스. 가자.
나이스 1등!
나이스.
1등이다! 가보자!
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 where Nongshin was able to take down Bro in a fiery battle of wits and might. Huni, Chronicler, what did you think about that one?
Obviously, it was going to be a Nongshin win. The stats foretold it all. Brion has not been able to win any series this entire split. 2-0. So they might win. They might win, right? I think that what we learn here again is that these teams are very closely matched. But they were never going to win game 2.
They might lose, they might win.
We don't know.
But what happened in game 2, Nongshin take down the Brion pretty easily, which is, it was pretty good, but I think that Brion, like compared to game 1, there was no concentration. Like, they just played, I don't know, I think they were kind of a little bit too excited, but they got to go back to the basic.
Yeah, you know, trying to break apart why they don't necessarily get 2-0s can be you know, take us a while, right? We don't have that much time in the space, but let's take a look at the draft here. We did see the first pick, Renekton, that did not get countered by a Rumble or anything like that. We did see the Jax coming out. Also, the return of Zeri. Once again, what do you guys think about this draft?
I really wish we would see Rumble, because Rumble's really busted, and we know this, and this is not new information. The pick just wins the 1v1 in isolation, and if you force jungle attention, then cool. You get more space on the rest of the map. You get a Zeri that you can play through. I think the Zeri makes sense for what Nongshim want to do, which is have G1 on a reliable carry. Kaisa was not bad, but I think he's been better on like more traditional hyper carries. Kaisa is a little bit more of that hybrid poke, assassin, mage, AD carry type of champion. And I'm also kind of wondering, I think the Lulu ban to me, when you know you're going to prioritize the Rel, is little, I don't know. I know it's Lulu Zeri, but I feel like that combo has not been as good recently.
I mean, to me, it's like if you're gonna counter with a Jax into Renekton, like why just don't you pick Sedge on your Ollie? Like why you have to prioritize like Zaya or Nico over than Sedge when you're actually gonna 3-pick Jax no matter what, and then you get banned for 5? Like, were they actually expecting that they're gonna just open Sedge on you again because the game 1 they just open it the same thing, and then they got huge lead because they got Renekton Sedge, and this time they could have easily gotten Jax and Sedge.
Yeah, there's also the fact that the Renekton B1 given game 1 makes a little bit of sense, but not picking Kaisa when you can.
Yeah. Interesting stuff in our drafts here. Really, you know, going the extra mile for this one. Let's take a look at our first highlight here, as it was a bit of a Zeri start off for the side of Nongshim.
And I'm sorry, we have to bring it back because
illegal. It's a game-losing play. It's like this death. It's actually just straight up related to the Nexus. Straight up. It's
straight road to the Nexus. And I think that at this point the game state was already looking a lot more rough. You can see as well, outer turrets already down here. And then with some of these top side plays, I want you to pay attention to what happens here. You're probably dead, but maybe you can like Magnet Storm towards your peel instead of going in. I don't know. And then the Zeri got another kill, and it didn't end up really being about the Zeri, but it's a really good example of, I think that whichever team gets ahead in these type of early skirmishes is just going to win the game between these two teams, because I don't think either team can come back from a deficit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, we just saw, like, there, like, so much, like, there's no, like, communications at all. The D-Side is, like, so bad. Like, Nico was 100% was already gone, and it's like, D-Side just died together, and the Baron's gone, the game is gone.
It's because they're bros.
Okay, bro.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I think it relates a little bit to what you were talking about, Huni, about the focus, right? Bro kind of lulled into a false sense of security, and then they're like, oh, we're fighting, and then kind of like the pieces came in one by one. It wasn't necessarily a good coordination from Bro. We can take a look at our second fight we had prepared here, which was this mid fight. Actually started off pretty well for Bro, but it did not end off well for them.
They get a multi-man ultimate. Sylvie tragically kicks Hannah into his carries, which, to be fair, he couldn't have really known that that was the direction that they were going to flash in. But then the problem is here, the lead is already too big. And outside of the upfront burst, this composition actually struggles with consistent damage, because you have the Rel and the Nautilus who don't really provide that much. You already lost your Nico. And then, as we can see, off of that, Nongshim pick up an incredibly valuable soul, namely the Chemtech soul, which...
Huge.
Yeah. And then off of the back of this, they just gain full map control. They're also able to then pick up a Baron afterwards as well. And then the game's just kind of done. It just ends from there.
No, the game's actually end 5 minutes when Zeri actually killed the Nolos. I'm not even kidding.
What was the matchup again?
Like, I'm not even kidding. It's a Zeri, Alistar, soul killing, support, and level 4. They can't be possible. You pick Zeri, Alistar every single game if that actually happened, no matter what.
Actually, yeah, I do agree. Like, if you're going to win lane with Zeri Alistar, why not just play it every single game,
Like, post 6, I'm like, I could see it. Pre-6, though,
yeah, bit of a issue there for sure, but we do have disappointed Hootie. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2 on the side of Nongshim. It will be Dundun on the Croc. And you know what? He played a really good game. I thought he had a good moment. Both our top laners playing a good Renekton game.
He has a perfect game, and even middle of the scrimmage, like the flash he uses is like most important thing. Is like as a Renekton. Even this fight, like I think he was actually just keeping his flash until he can actually finish animated carry. Like that was the key that he can actually just flip the team fight, even though it looked kind of bad.
Yeah. Right here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, without the consistent damage of the Renekton and Dundun actually being a frontline threat, they might have lost that fight. And then you lose the Drake, and they can kind of snowball from there. I love the split vote. I'm surprised we were the only one who were Peter enjoyers, though. I thought he had a really good game on the Alistar. Set up the early kill, had some great team fighting. But I like a spread of votes for Nongshim. Makes sense for this team.
Yeah, the Fiesta and Dundun duo getting the majority of the votes. But either way, guys, we are done on the space. We do have an epic game number 3 on the way. Hold on to your Giga Chads. Let's go back to the casters.
Or perhaps don't hold on to your Giga Chads and exude your Giga Chads.
Yeah.
All over Twitch chat as much as you possibly can. They may need that energy. Although, game 3s, these are the ones that the bro win. Like if they're gonna win, it's only via a game 3. So we'll see whether that is gonna happen yet again. As are we gonna have a switch in sides as well, or is it just going to be bro finding some comfort on this red side?
Well, with the I would say red side is pretty good for bro, but they're gonna pick blue because the way they've been drafting with the Xayah priority is really strong for red side. But maybe they're gonna change it up. Maybe we'll see. Kind of pick up the Kai'Sa this time on blue side. We'll see if the bans change to reflect this. A little bit sad that we didn't have any Peter votes in that last game besides on the global space. He was really like on the fence. I did end up just voting for Zeri because it seemed like the game was about her, but
Yeah, I think Peter did have a very good game. He also used the correct emote when he got first blood and won the game at 5 minutes, as Huni did say. And that is a large reason why maybe the Dundun votes are a little bit irrelevant, because the game was irrelevant because they won in 5 minutes in the bottom lane. We're going to have a look at some of these bans as Vipoppy, even though Bro moved to the blue side, they're going to ban exactly the same thing. Tristana and the Azir that had been banned prominently by Nongshim.
I love the Azir bans against Karis because he's been so reliant on this pick, and Bro's early game skirmishes that they have gotten so famous for this season were reliant on the Azir. So just take that away, limit the options, see if the Kai'Sa is banned here or if they're going to ban Nico, for example, which they certainly could do. So that's kind of been the flavor of the match for Bro. Okay, gonna leave both open and ban the Maokai, which I really like Maokai on red side. I'm surprised that of the throwaway bans they chose that one as Renekton. Just first pick of Renekton. Okay, that's where we're at.
Well, now Nongshim can actually just like, oh, well, you're going to pick Renekton. I mean, Dundun doesn't need to pick Cassante here. You can pick it at 3, right, if you want to. But instead, they're going to leave things a bit open as they're just not going to lock in Sejuani. So Sejuani is on an absurd winning streak. Absurd. She is so powerful with things in the top lane that do auto-attacking damage good.
Yeah, and what happened to Kai'Sa? She's really good.
I mean, Sejuani Kai'Sa here is like an insta-win.
It's giga big. It's Giga Chad. It's just lock him in. Like, there shouldn't even be any discussion here. That's not either of those champions. It's Jace without Maokai. That's what it is.
Is it Jace Lilia? Is that what Bro want to do?
I mean, maybe. It concerns me.
Yeah,
That's what I want to do.
But also, like, you don't have to. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just pick Sejuani and win the game.
Okay, now we're going Kai'Sa to make sure there's no Sejuani. The Renekton.
So we're going to go with full poke, right? And so I guess now Umpty wants to be on something that is maybe not even the Sejuani.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to play Sejuani anymore. You know,
But he could have wanted to play the Sejuani and win if he wanted to.
If they wanted to play like Ashe or something, you know, they could have done that. I mean, the Xayah is pretty obvious here.
Although we don't like it.
Yeah, there's nothing else that you want to prioritize more than this at this point in time in the draft for Nongshim. As Nongshim are probably also still trying to figure out what Bro's plan is here because it seems a little bit sus at the moment. You know, kind of the Lilia you talked about taken away from Umpty. I think it's a very strong option here. Nico is also still available, so they could ban that as well and just make sure that Umpty doesn't have either of these strong AP junglers to play with this AD composition. They're still going to respect the Sejuani, though.
Yep, Sedge has to be banned away. And so now he could play the newly buffed Nidalee with 5 extra movement speed Wolf on this patch.
Hey, you know what? I'd be about it. I'd say that'd salvage the draft for me, you know? I'd be like, yeah. You know what? That's a cool pick. All right, dude.
As Rel is going to be locked in. So, Nidalee Alistair, let's go. Haha.
It's definitely going to be Alistair, which, you know, it made a huge impact. Peter had a fantastic Alistair game, but I'm still not sold on it and what it means. It feels like you're getting the worst of 2 options, and its ability to counter the Rel isn't that strong. As Ivern is still available, and we're going to play that into Annie Rel.
Wow. I kind of love it though for like hiding your shock blasts and being a little bit sneaky and setting up poke and things like that is something that Ivern can certainly help with. If you have a very skirmish heavy jungler like a Kha'Zix, for example, the Ivern can really struggle, can have a really difficult time, and that is what Sylvie's going to lock in. The combination that especially Chovy and Peanut have really enjoyed, the Annie Kha'Zix. And I think Nongshim have answered what Bro are putting down relatively well, but I do think that, like, Renekton has looked, like, way too strong. We've seen Jace banned many, many times into Karis, and he has looked relatively comfortable. Finally, Henry is going to pick Kai'Sa.
They could play around topside here a little bit with this Ivern, and the Jace should be able to get some ability to control the mid lane in the early game and actually push the Annie out so you can fight for objectives early, use those brushes to set up the Jace poke like you were talking about. But my biggest question for Bro that they'll have to solve is how do you kill the Xayah? As Xayah doesn't feel amazing into Jace, right? You know, she's not going to get a bunch of value out of her ultimate, but there's just so many ways to block the Renekton from getting in. With the Cassante, you have Rel as well, so there's a squishy composition that has a Renekton with tons of engage on the other side. The Annie that could also just cause a ton of problems for this Ivern versus squishy Ivern sets up bushes, but otherwise, can he even get close to the objectives to smite them if that poke doesn't hit? So much pressure, so much I think of this game is going to be about how well the Jace is played for Karis. And Karis, we kind of put him in, as the further we get from complexity of Azir for Karis, the more we are concerned about his ability to execute. He has surprised us a few times this season. I think it is going to be a lot about he and Henna hitting poke consistently non-stop for them to win this game.
Yep. I also think root callers are going to be important. Gets a Renekton in there relatively easily as well. The interaction with that ability, very, very good for champions that struggle to close the gap. So certainly some options here for OK Savings Bank Bree on an odd draft. Let's jump onto the rift for Game 3. Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and I've realized what this draft has made me feel. It's made me feel like the game has been stealth patched and the teams knew, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of things like the Sejuani priority that sort of just like fell off a cliff after Umpty had a great game on it in game number 1. And things like champions being prioritized in weird places that, okay, are we just going to flip the game level 1? Is that what we're doing here? Okay, well, feathers are flying. And Bro are going to move back towards their tower.
Scary if that root hits with no cleanse for Ju. That could have been problematic.
Yeah, a little bit of a dangerous time. Is Morgan? He's going to get a ward in, and I believe was spotted perhaps wandering through the enemy jungle, but will just be a topside start here for the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Yes, to getting some vision down to where exactly this Ivern is. We'll see whether he knows the tech, you know, getting around with those root callers, making sure that he can get around the map as fast as possible.
If anybody knows it besides Canyon, I think it would be Umpty, right? Like
that is true. They are the weird jungle champions here in...
yeah,
using the word champions was wrong there, but you know what I mean. They've championed weird junglers.
Yeah, Canyon is also a champion multi-time. But
he is, yeah. POG champion, world champion,
LCK
champion, all of the champions.
Yeah.
Umpty a few less of those champions, but he does champion weird picks. I'm done with. I think this bit's.
So, Karis is 0-2 on this Jace pick. I was actually surprised he's even played it twice. I remember one Jace game of his. Okay.
Yeah. Effort is just going to pulverize Peter. And that does kind of pulverize everything that he was attempting to do. Sometimes it's really good to reiterate exactly why champions are picked into other champions, and that's exactly why Alistair is picked into Rel.
Yeah, exactly. Shuts down the engage pretty nicely.
Didn't do the tech.
He didn't do the tech.
Oh, unless he does the other tech. No, he didn't do that tech either.
No, it's okay. He's going to be a little bit slower, but, you know.
That's fine.
Not as cool as when Canyon does it, but, you know.
I was watching Peach do it last night, and he had the tech somewhat down. Canyon definitely the best at it.
Yeah, and the first one to do it as well, unsurprisingly. Karis in trouble.
There is a stun. And the brush comes
through.
Look at that. Umpty just triggering. There we go.
That was the most casual counter gank of all time.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, I'm here, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Do you even call it a counter gank? I don't know. It was just like have a plant.
Yeah. I mean, it's like...
It's almost like a sorry that happened. You turn up at their front door and you give them a houseplant. You know, it's like, here's a little gift for condolences.
Yeah, congratulations on moving to Jace.
Yeah. All right, well, Peter is crashing down over the wall.
Yeah, good timing, actually, blocking the damage from that Void Seeker with the shield as well. Clean.
All right, he's passing a few of these tests that we have for the Ivan as, maybe we're going to redo that, but that's a great headbutt as the Xayah taking a lot of damage. Ticking. Karis going to do a flip, pick up a kill, and the headbutt gets Sylvie out of there, but it isolates Peter. Effort looking for a pole, and he doesn't find it. Still Peter taking extraordinarily low. Oh, the minions. Oh, another trigger seed, and Umpty just taking care of the forest and his friends as Morgan may die in the top lane. Dundun just hitting him with abilities. There's the flash out from the Q, and Dundun now has flash advantage. Morgan wants to utilize this added fury as we are panning down towards this brush, and in comes Sylvie. And Morgan realizes that with no flash, he has not a lot of hope. And there is the leap, and there is the kill. Sylvie gonna lock that one down.
CG curse! It's the CG curse. They cursed him. They were like, oh, check out this win streak. Instantly dies.
Yeah.
Pushing a little bit too aggressively. This game is looking like it's going to just become a hands game, Atlas. Like, it's not about the draft. It's not about the strategies. You know, it's not about the compositions. It's just about, let's just fight. Let's just do it. Umpty said, we're doing it. We're going in.
Yeah.
And to be totally honest, like, what Umpty and Bro have is a certain kind of magic that like is hard to define. It is just so silly, but their early skirmishes and how successful at them they are is really only rivaled by KT. Like, they do this more than Genji does this. They do this more than Hanwha or D+ do this. You know, you'll see a clean gank from Canyon, but you won't see the random, okay, we're going to actually win the game off of this weird fight around blue buff. But that's what Bro does. As we don't really need to break this one down. Unfortunately, Morgan just going a bit too deep here. Sylvie going to pick up a ton of gold on this Kha'Zix. And he went first strike. He's already got his Dirk online, so he's actually going to be pretty relevant here into this Ivern early. But the fact that an early game Ivern makes it happen.
Oh, there's a Hex Splash headbutt pole. There's Jiwoo taking a fair bit of damage here. Henna chasing after him. Umpty going to come in, puts down some brushes. As there's a teleport from Fiesta. He is here, and Jiwoo will survive for now, but no, Henna flashes after him. Gonna cleanse the stun as well, and he's gonna get out. Beautifully played here by the Bro bottom lane, but Sylvie's making his way in. Effort, I think, may have just sacrificed himself for the good of the colony, but are they going to be able to take down the kill onto Henna as well? And the answer is absolutely yes. Sylvie going to get in there. Shock Blast going to be largely ignored here, as not a lot of impact is going to be had by Karis.
Yeah, Jace a little bit too late to actually make the impact he was looking for, and the impact he made, of course, on that last fight where he was able to pick up the kill, but like I said, it's a bit of an aggressive hands game here. Both of these teams want playoffs so badly, and when we see the end of the season fights like this, sometimes the teams just don't play clean. Sometimes it gets a little bit dirty. Sometimes teams don't play their full potential. I completely agree with what Huni was saying on the space there after game 2. The focus just wasn't there for Bro. And this happens when it's extremely stressful. The stakes are as high as they will be for the rest of the year here, potentially, for both of these teams. So you're going in. You're flashing for kills like Henna does here. And Root connects. Henna says, I am getting this no matter what. And I believe, actually, with the last hit, got the passive to proc, so it's just enough damage. Good call there. And then, of course, we stayed a little bit too long, and Jace is a little bit late to the party. Fiesta misses that initial stun, doesn't matter, they still get the Alistair, and then he will end up getting the Q stun here for Sylvie to pick up another kill on this Kha'Zix. And yeah, it's a crazy start to this game. As the dust settles, okay, we're not done yet.
This is an isolated Ivan as Fiesta's going to move up. Umpty is trying to get back towards Daisy as Daisy is actually kind of doing some work here. Root Caller comes down. Can you actually win a fight? Oh my goodness, this is okay. Tibbers is going to just burn down the Ivan.
Better pet wins.
Yeah, I guess so. As Karis is going to be able to take a couple of plates here in this mid lane, so it is a sacrifice.
Yeah.
What a weird game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to break down anything that's happening because something else is happening at the same time. Like, as soon as we go into this replay, then...
Tibbers has just kind of abandoned the whole mission of mid lane.
Yeah. So Ivern in the early game is fairly vulnerable.
It's the Fed Kazakh's problem,
exactly.
right? Like, that's what we were talking about. You can't really invade when he's got 2 kills.
And when you invaded in the bottom lane on the blue buff, he had his team to support him. This time, he didn't really have enough control, and it was a really greedy and risky choice, as Kazakhs will obliterate you if you actually fight him when he's at this point. Now, he has his Umbral online at 8 minutes, because First Strike with Futures Market, you just get that money fast. Those runes are designed for Kazakhs.
Just caught him back.
Yeah. He was just straight up going in here to clear his Krugs, and then he's like, oh, he's actually here. Huh. And Umpty buys a lot of time here with Daisy. It was really cool, but then a bear drops on him.
Yeah. And it was level 5 to level 6. Umpty actually getting level 6 before the Kazakhs, so, and before Sylvie actually backed. So did actually have a bit of an advantage there, as Umpty was a bit upset about how that one went.
Yeah, he's pretty, I mean, we saw it on the player cam there. I like that we got that reaction because he's so emotional in this series where it is so critical for Bro to win this if they want to go to playoffs. I mean, they are the stronger team. Like, yes, we know it's these two teams. We know Bro sometimes plays to the strength of their opponents, but you got to be able to beat Nongshim if you want to go to playoffs, right? And they are, I think, pretty clear favorites in this series. They were defeated by Live Sandbox as well, another series they could have won to push their tide into playoffs. And this team has upset giants like D+, but is struggling against Nongshim, and you hate to see it if you're a Bro fan.
And we saw in game number 1, right, that they get it, right? They understand how a lot of these compositions are supposed to work, how they're supposed to be played out. This one does take a fair bit of nuance. We did mention, I said it a bit jokingly, but that when it's a bro comp, it doesn't matter how difficult it is to play, it's a bro comp, right? And this does kind of fit into that theme of you do have those poke options, you do have like Umpty being able to call the shots, land the root callers, tell Morgan an effort to get in there and start the fights when they need to. But if they fall too far behind, it's going to be a problem. Now, it is only 400 gold, so it's not like end of the world or anything like that, but I am worried about how this is being played as, all right, this could work out here as the stun comes down, the chase is on, and there is just a few too many dashes here for the Cassante.
Feels great here for Dindin to get out, though. You're on almost 100% dead.
Oh, no, Sylvie. He's found an isolated Renekton, and he's going to be able to Q leap to get himself out of the way because he was a bit scared.
Yeah, to appreciate, though, the attempt there, as when your jungler isn't there, the Renekton is going to take a ton of damage from that Umbral Glaive Kazakhs. But look at these cold leads here. You know, naturally, a pretty significant lead for Dindin. Picked up that plate earlier. The Kazakhs getting ahead. And this is with Umpty having that successful play aggressively bottom side earlier on. Now, Hannah also down on CS. And, I mean, the Jace picked up the kill in that skirmish earlier, but hasn't been able to make an impact around the map just yet. And what Annie does, he absolutely doesn't. He doesn't offer any CC, only burst damage in these skirmishes, which can sometimes be enough to get you over the line. But I'm a little bit worried for Bro in this game state. Only 200 gold down, but this Fed Kazakhs is a big problem for the Ivern in the early game.
Yeah. So far, Umpty hasn't been punished too much for it. Comes down to the bottom lane, gives Hannah a bit of a trigger seed, and now they're going to move back. There is a dragon spawning in 3 minutes' time, but it was a pretty late take. Okay, that's a flash root caller to come in. Daisy's going to get involved as to the skies goes Karis, and Sylvie is burning with the rep up, but he is going to survive. Maybe that's what happens if you get that little bit of extra money, as we've got, yeah, just a little bit of a battle of the pets, and Tibbers is going to win out on that one, as Ivan is going to throw down this Rift Herald into the mid lane. Karis is pretty low, as Shelly will grab that charge. So they will look for this second last plate, and they will get it.
It was a little
Bro get a bit of an advantage.
A little bit bizarre what Sylvie was doing there, because he moved into the jungle, dropped a control ward, and then looked like maybe he was just trying to actually 1v1.
That was very cute from Umpty.
Very close. But yeah, Kazakh's going in there, trying to force that fight when the Jace is nearby. That's just so much damage. And even though you do a lot of damage as Kazakhs, you're a glass cannon. So yeah, fighting the Ivern isolated, yeah, absolutely. Trying to force that fight though 2v2, it's not really the angle you're looking for. And he does end up getting punished for it. It's not going to be the end of him, but a lot of control given to Bro, and of course that charge through.
I do feel like Bro's team fight is better.
Oh, absolutely, if they can get to it.
Yeah, and I don't mean that in like a ease of execution way, but I feel like the way Bro play behind their general and stuff like that, giving Morgan like his access to the backline and stuff, I can see it working in a Bro way. Nongshim, I mean, it's pretty comfortable, right? You throw down Tibbers, you throw down Magnet Storm, Jiwoo is relatively safe, and so things can dive forward. Dundun's isolating key targets and things like that, and you can cause a ruckus, and then Sylvie can come in and kill everyone when they're all isolated. Like, it does make some sense. We've seen this composition work, but Bro, like, I don't know, feels cohesive, feels like it will work in these 5v5s. But that might just be a feeling, and maybe I just won't see that happen. As Killer Instinct here towards the bottom side, as Jiwoo is going to hold on to the Featherstorm. Man, nerves of steel here from this young player.
See if Hannah do anything more with this. I mean, getting these backs is nice. Effort shows up here now, and plates still for 30 more seconds. Should be able to get some money out of that.
Yeah, taking a little bit of damage here from Morgan, but he's been largely holding down the Renekton comfortably in this lane.
I think the real breaking point for Nongshim, the time in which they're really going to feel comfortable taking tons of fights on the map, is going to be when Lord Dom's is done for Jiwoo, because that's when he can really do tons of damage in this game and confront a back better than what Bro is going to be able to offer. Bro needs to hit poke, right? And if they do, then it's going to be fine. But in terms of just, okay, we're fighting, it's happening, they have an 80 carry, Bro does not. You know, they have a assassin poke, you know, insane burst damage champion here, but longer damage isn't there in this composition for Bro. The Jace doesn't offer it either, or utility. So the late game, I think Bro can pull it off, but I think in terms of ease of execution, like Nongshim kind of win by default, I think, in terms of how it plays out.
That Shock Blast is almost at the level that it needs to be. It's a level 11 Jace. And Morgan is here towards his top side. So Nongshim, can they secure this dragon? The teleport going to come in right on top of Daisy as the Drake is going to be secure, but can they actually win the fight is the question, as Peter looking for the angle, but there's the Pulverize, and there's the Cull, the Meek! Oh, the Blade Call is fantastic though, as Jiwoo's trying to get himself out of there as Dundun. Oh, he's the hero that Nongshim needed! But I don't know whether he necessarily needed to die. But
that
still,
was a clean fight.
Yeah, Bro gonna find it, make it work.
As you say, I mean, they are the team that pulls off these skirmishes so well. In the late game, you know, we could talk about whether the poke lands or not, but in this case, it's just straight up a crocodile slicing through the entire team.
There's the consistent damage that you're asking for. There
exactly. I mean, it's going to work out in this case, but the second Shock Blast hits, Fiesta can't engage without sacrificing his life. And so ultimately, he decides not to. And they needed that stun. They needed that ability to turn the fight with his stun, or it's just not going to be a one-team fight when you're split up like this. And got caught flanking, I think, Annie there in a lot of ways. Really easy for Karis to just have Annie as the target when she's in these choke points trying to set up for flanks. You push her out, then you could just engage, and Bro, we're not wasting any time. That was such a decisive call from them.
It's really, really cool. And I actually think that, like, having a Kai'Sa into a Cassante as well, you can use, like, if you do get all outed and dragged out of the fight, oftentimes you can then Killer Instinct back to the rest of the fight with the rest of your team and leave Cassante by himself. So it means that the 80 carry isn't exactly an optimal target for the Cassante. Of course, there are other options there as well. I mean, you take Umpty out so he can't Trigger Seed everyone and things like that, nor can he get Smites. But now the Rift Turret going to be planted towards the top side. Effort does need to be a little bit careful here. Does still have Headbutt available. Peter is going to look for a stun. Morgan going to slice his way out. And we've got a trade of turrets, but there is Shirley up here.
Yeah, this is actually going to be pretty favorable for Bro. That's a lot of extra money to pick up here, and I don't think Nongshim can stop this.
Nope, there's so many extra units in this lane.
I mean, they're going further. Like, Dundun, you got to get out of here, man.
Does have Flash, so wasn't in too much danger. Sylvie is going to be able to finally fully upgrade his pet.
So the Nongshim composition here, I mean, you're starting to lose a lot of control over the map. That's when Jace is really going to thrive, when these turrets start going down, especially in mid, of course, where, you know, there's so much more space for now the Jace to actually further put poke and actually threaten champions like Annie and just all in them, blow them up, or even blow up a Rel. So this is actually a massive turn of events here. A decisive team fight win into tons of gold picked up here on the top side of the map is Bro really taking a lot of control. And the Jace, too, in these situations with the Ivern Brush makes it so difficult to actually predict where the Shock Blast is going to come from and try to position against it like you were talking about in the draft.
It's working. It's actually, and I said that because in theory it could happen, but we've seen a lot of these drafts come up with, and you can see the ideas behind them, but not a lot of them are actually executed on, right? Because it requires that extra layer. Bro are just one of these teams that try to play to those nuances more than a lot of others. I mean, they don't necessarily press their buttons better than a lot of our other teams, but they do understand how these comps work. And Effort is just going to get on in there. Of course, he's been a fantastic Alistar player in the past. Henna is also a fantastic R-button presser, as he is able to follow Sylvie over the wall. And this is one of the Kha'Zix problems that we've ran into in the past as well.
I honestly feel like Kha'Zix is just horrible into Kai'Sa. You watch this happen so many times here in the LCK, where Kai'Sa gets a Void Seeker off and then Bug goes splat. Like, it just happens that way. You find him, you kill him. And normally it's the Kha'Zix that threatens 80 carries, but with the nature of Kai'Sa's kit and her shield that she picks up when she goes in, she will just blow you up, bound by effort in this case. The Kha'Zix got ahead early, made a pretty large impact, but otherwise has been relatively invisible, whereas Umpty, you're not going to see it in the damage numbers at the end of the post-game graph, but he is doing a lot here around the map. Now has his second item, his Redemption, available, which is going to make Renekton more powerful in these fights as well.
I mean, if I had a vote, my vote would be for the tree. I reckon I'd be throwing it over to Umpty, because I agree with you. I think that he has actually navigated this Ivern game really beautifully. And remember, this was a R5 Kha'Zix pick to try and shut that down, because you can really play through it. We've seen Ivern's not work for that reason, as Peter not going to find value in this sweeper, as the Renekton had just left the vicinity. And I think it's now starting to come together here for Bro. I think they've weathered the early stages of this game. And with how the draft went, like, in a very confusing way, because the reason why we're confused about it is because the way Nongshim won in Game 2 and the way Bro won in Game 1, they haven't tried to revisit those.
Yeah.
Like, the winning strategy, they're like, oh, we've done that win, though, we're not allowed to. That's now been taken off the cards. You know, it's like that particular map in the game is now out of the map pool. We have to win on a different map now. Like, that's not how it works. You can pick the same winning comp, right?
And you can do it again. And this Mountain Drake is live, by the way. No one seems to care about it, as we're doing some epic bush meta up here. They stayed up here for a really long time trying to set a trap because
Daisy split pushing?
Yeah. They thought they were super far behind, and they are.
There it is. The Flash Tibbers is going to come down to Sylvie. I don't know whether you're going to be able to get in there. Oh, that Redemption placement, just fantastic as Peter goes for the Magnet Storm, but to the skies, says Karis, and they obliterate Fiesta. Now Dundun trying to make his way in. Tibbers will be smoked, and Effort just takes matters into his own hands. Chiwu, that's a decent flash, but Morgan flashes after him. He's slicing, and he's going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Xayah. Henna actually wastes his ult because of it. Sylvie collects himself another kill, but that is just onto the cow, and you're allowed to have your stake, but I don't think you're going to win this game.
No, it doesn't look likely at this point, Atlas. 3,000 gold now, 3,600 behind, and who cares about that Mountain Drake? You're just not gonna pay attention to that. Karis is like, yeah, maybe we should pay attention to that. Henna's like over here starting Baron. This is wild, man. The communication here, and the you can just feel how tense the comms are right now for Bro. Like, do we go for Baron? Do we go for that Dragon? It's super value. Nongshim, if they end up stacking up those Drakes against us, they already have two. Mountain Soul versus Jace. Not a happy thing to see on the Rift. This is the patience of Nongshim. They think it's paying off. Like, finally Karis comes up here, but he's got Redemption. As you mentioned, he has all of those shields from the Trigger Seed, and he just turns this into a win for Bro. They were definitely aware that something was going on up here on the top side, so the reaction is swift, and then Morgan is like, all right, no one's coming out of here. Drew has to awkwardly flash to the left side here, and will be taken out. So, very messy fight. It felt like Nongshim, they decided this was going to be their last chance. This is going to be their Hail Mary to bring this game back, but it backfires in a big way.
Isn't it cool seeing our veteran supports when Alistar becomes meta again? And like all of a sudden they get to be like, oh yes, I can utilize the 6,000 games of Alistar that I've had over my career. Effort definitely having a good time in this game, utilizing a skin that is not necessarily his, but on a team that he represented quite a few times. And a bit of a shout out there to his old teammate Wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. And Baron now, I feel like you have the damage to start it. You have pretty decent turn in this composition if Renekton is there. He's not there at the moment, so this is kind of the awkward conundrum that Bro find themselves in. You see that constantly Morgan is threatening, like, I'm going up, then Annie goes up, then he goes back to lane, he's like, I'm not actually going up. Instantly the ping comes down, they're like, oh, he's not going up, okay. Fiesta is going up. They want to fight this, and if Bro actually come in piecemeal like this, I mean, Nongshim absolutely can win fights even behind like this with the setup of the engage. We have the Rel, the Annie, we've been talking about it so much.
I'd be a little bit scared if I was the Annie wandering at this Renekton, but he has been relatively kept down this game. It's not the same experience for Morgan as it was in game number 1. A little bit more of the weak side Renekton. So he's going to be backing away, but with Annie, yeah, towards the bottom side, teleport at the ready. And that means that, yeah, Morgan needs to get the heck out of there so that he can feign moving towards the Baron. Otherwise, Nongshim, they kind of know that they might be able to start this.
We are really in the Bro zone right now in terms of, we're kind of sitting around, we're not being that proactive, we're not making any plays here. And
I like Bro zone way more than Bro and Brew.
Yeah, the Bro zone, I mean, it sounds a little bit cool. Bro and Brew's kind of like old hat, you know?
Yeah, I think Bro zone, though.
Bro zone.
Like, it reminds me of, like, Frozone from The Incredibles.
Yeah.
You know, like, where is my super suit?
The unknown secret sister team of MVP Bro zone.
Hey, there we go. Whoa.
Nobody knew about it except me, but now I've revealed it. It's been enough years. I think it was time.
Dade used to play on that team, didn't he?
Yeah. No, that's where you got to start, actually, secretly on MVP Bro zone.
MVP Bro zone, damn, that's so cool. This is why we brought you in, so that we could have like the ancient information that nobody else knows about Korean esports from 10 years ago.
Samsung Red? Nah. MVP Bro zone, though.
Yeah.
Was really,
yeah.
So, Nongshim here, not a ton of map control at the moment, but if Bro never start the objectives, do you really care? Maybe if you get hit by Shock Blast in the neutral, you kind of care, but if Bro never start the objectives, do you really care?
And this is the thing, like, you land that one Shock Blast, Sylvie has to go home, and you can get all of the vision control that you would like. Bro wouldn't like that, so they're not going to. And Sylvie is just going to get into his jungle and clear things out.
I mean, the ward placement here, all the wards that are over here for Nongshim, I mean, their eyes are laser focused on this Baron, and they actually get control. And Bro, you got to remember, like, how the game is won is winning these fights, winning these objectives, and the fact that Nongshim were able to just casually go over here and get full Baron control is a little bit disconcerting about how this is going to play out later on. And I feel like Bro are so nervous, to be honest with you, Atlas. You see how the pressure that Umpty was under when he did end up getting left on by the Kazakhs earlier on in the game, and some of the calls have been a bit frantic, like Henna starting Baron while they're trying to go over and do Drake, stuff like this. You know, I want to see Bro come together here.
Yeah.
I want to see a choke here, 4,000 gold up.
They do have a very large lead, but they also have this composition that is, it should be able to win out in late game team fights no matter how late this game goes against the Nongshim comp, is what I'm kind of feeling. So I don't think they necessarily need to force. They don't need to be super by the numbers, right? Like, we must make sure mid lane, like the minion wave is going to hit in a turret before we're even allowed to enter the river. This must be how it is done. This is the order of things in a Bro game.
Yeah, it is.
That seems to be what they've been doing, because there were like plants set up there, like
we will do things in the traditional Bro way.
I must grow veggie patch in mid lane before I can place any sort of veggie patch in the river. Not
Bro would
grow one in a river.
Bro and Umpty, you know, since the Janair days, never a dessert before dinner type
Oh,
of situation.
no.
Absolutely never, ever eat a cookie before you have
They
a full
never,
meal.
like, eat the meat part of the meal before, like, the potatoes and veggies, you know? Like, they eat in the veggies first, then they'll have the potato, slight upgrade in flavoursomeness, and then it's the main course.
And they were actually washing hands before Mom asked as well.
Oh, yeah, no. They would never need to be asked that. Nongshim has started the Baron, and now Sylvie loses all of his health bar.
Yeah, it was a really cool idea, though, to bait them in for a flank engage from Peter, but this might be the amount of the push that Bro needs to actually start this Baron.
Sylvie is going to be spotted on Daisy. I was going to say a ward, but no. There's a Magnet Storm onto Umpty. He's going to flash. He has the trigger seed to try and keep himself alive, and effort may not be as lucky. He's going to have to press his ultimate button as now the redemption is going to come through. Effort looking to try and make this some sort of re-engage, but the rest of the team is kind of just distracted by a dragon, and so therefore the cow will die.
They made a call.
The Baron may die too.
Yeah, they made a call here, and how quickly can they get to this Baron here? Without the Alistar, it's going to be tough. They know the Magnetstorm is on cooldown here, but bro, you have to be decisive. Coming in now, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, Umti's going to have to try and get some sort of smite, but it's not going to happen. So Baron is now secured for Nongshim. Morgan just trying to close the gap, but he's unable to. It's Jiwoo just free hitting into this front line, and without the Alistar, you just can't really do anything with his composition. Umti comes on over, he finds a root caller as Henna. He might be kept alive, but this is the team that just managed to get a Baron, chasing down the remnants of the pros that made the wrong call.
They made the wrong call, and I feel like the choke is happening, Atlas. Look at Umti on the player cam. He's feeling the pressure because this might be why you don't go to playoffs, because you got upset by Nongshim a second time this season. Sure, you can beat D plus Kia, but if you can't beat Nongshim, you're probably not going to playoffs, and they had such a lead. And yes, now you have that second Drake, but Nongshim, they were decisive. They identified people are missing, we're going to force a fight, and then we're going to do Baron. Nongshim are doing all the things that Bro with their lead were refusing to do, being decisive, starting objectives, and looking for aggressive plays. Like this one, looks kind of silly, like, oh yeah, he solos onto Umti, but they know they have the numbers advantage. Jace, where is he? Why isn't he popping out of the bush? Okay, they're doing Drake. Let's force this fight. Let's keep pushing this.
And why are they staying on the Drake when Effort's getting engaged on? He lasts for so long. He's all unbreakable will timer. He is able to keep them busy, and so you should just be booking it over there. Launch your Renekton in with a root caller, you know? Like,
exactly, and this is just an absolute choke. I have to say, Atlas, I feel like in so many ways.
Well, it's not over yet, but if they lose, 100%, this is the choke.
I mean,
this is the moment.
And I feel like we're starting to see them lose control here. It's not over yet, but you remember we talked about, okay, bro, this comp is hard. Can they play it? They were playing it, but you know, in terms of ease of execution, Nongshim, look at how happy the coaching staff is here. They know that they're doing what their comp is supposed to do, and bro, losing control, like, maybe they're not actually going to be able to finesse this like they were earlier.
Yeah, and they need 5 people in order to make the composition work, and we were complimenting Bro, saying that they kind of understood how to make it happen, and now Peter's going to come on over and execute Daisy. Peter's flank angles have actually just been fantastic in this game.
Yeah, he is having a great series, and now with Umbroglaive, look at all the vision that Nongshim have and that Bro do not have against Baron here. It's hard to flank, hard to set up for anything with this comp. This comp doesn't really flank that well anyways, you know, outside of the Renekton, of course, who could just be instantly blown up if they turn on him. So oppressive, and that's a good one.
Yeah, this is the poke that needs to land, right? And this can say goodnight to any sort of Nongshim push if they manage to land the poke. And it's why, like, I mean, Jiwoo in the last fight, absolutely fantastic, because it was Morgan just running at a full health entire team of Nongshim, and he was able to kite back and kill him. That shouldn't be the state of this game, right? It should be skill shots flying through and Jiwoo having to, like, play the keep away from absolutely everything and then hope that he can survive then in a team fight afterwards if Bro decide to engage. Sylvie, very similar case. Finding value on this Kha'Zix should become very difficult.
And Umti with Redemption here, and now Mikhail's as well. He actually is so relevant in team fights, more than the Kha'Zix, who either blows somebody up or that's it. Like, he doesn't do anything, he'll get ulted by Kai'Sa and die.
And his trigger seed as well, like right now with max rank, is really, really powerful.
Yeah, it's massive, and his redemptions have been fantastic. I feel like Bro should be able to do this, and it's going to be a few more opportunities. Of course, this next Drake spawning will be their 3rd mountain of the game if they can win that fight and secure it. They've been able to clear a lot of this vision out, so the Baron buff faded, some of that residual Umbroglaive value now taken away, and the game is not over by any means, but let's see a decisive game, please, Bro. Yeah. I mean, I don't care who wins, but I don't want to see Bro lose by the nature of just being too timid and falling back into their old habits.
Yeah, an honest engage where they go in and they lose because Nongshim outplays them. Yeah, we're okay with that, Bro. That's fine. But we'd like to see a little bit of an upgrade, especially like Nongshim 100% deserve to go to the playoffs over Bro in this series if they are able to overcome, because I do think that based on what we saw in the draft, what we've seen in the early stages of the game, this is a game that Bro set up for themselves pretty decently. But if Nongshim can withstand that and win regardless, will be very impressive. But look at this, like Sylvie taking all this damage. This is precisely why we think that Bro are in a pretty good spot in this game.
They got Daisy out here. This is going to be the moment. This is the angle.
Yeah. Soul Point available for both teams.
Love the vision check. They don't know, necessarily they do know now.
Fiesta standing on top of a ward. That is Soul Point going over to Nongshim, but now the fight is on. They get the knock up onto Dundun, who's now looking for the engage opportunity. Tip is going to go down incredibly low as Sylvie trying to find some relevance. Morgan just attacking Dundun as Jiwoo taking a fair bit of damage. Fiesta now on the flank angle, and all 5 members of Bro, they watch the Dragon get taken by Nongshim, and then they leave.
Yeah, the Fiesta flank angle, the Rel, they knew they were just too scared to actually commit forward. And Poke is only going to do so much. It isn't going to actually secure those objectives for you. And they weren't really able to hit any prio targets with it. So the flank of Peter, the Fiesta angle there, even though they see them, the fact that they're there means that Bro are just a little bit too timid to engage, and they don't pull the trigger now. This is not Soul, so it's still a playable game here, but giving over another Mountain Drake doesn't feel great as Nongshim now are only 1 away from getting that Mountain, which will really hurt your Poke so significantly. 1 Mountain Drake, gives some extra resistances, but the Soul and the Shield, that's very problematic.
No, it is just gigantic. Already the singular Ocean Drake doing a little bit of work there as well. As Headbutt Pulve onto Dundun, not a priority target, as Morgan taking a fair bit from Sylvie here. And Shock Blast, Dundun going to avoid it there as now Bro kind of walking into the relative unknown. A dangerous situation here as the face check comes through from Daisy.
This is such a pro game, Atlas. I mean,
oh, it is.
There's always that moment where they suddenly just overextend as Fiesta is unseen on the flank.
Permanently flanking. This guy is flanking at all times. He gets the flash. Bear Henna will go golden, and is now Umpty's just trying to keep everyone alive where he can. The redemption comes in, but the Kaiser is still dead, and I think they'll trade that for the Annie any day of the week, as there goes the Renekton as well. Effort trying to chase after this Cassante as Karis and Umpty are in, but they're going to get pulled back. Peter crashes down, and Umpty's running the wrong direction. Henna is mincemeat, and now Karis, I just don't think he's going to be able to get anything done. It's Jiwoo that's doing so much damage in these fights, and Nongshim, I think they have just done it.
I think they have. It's the tragedy of Bro. Do nothing until you are extremely decisive at the wrong moment at 33 minutes, walking straight into the Baron with no vision of the Annie, and that is probably going to be enough here. Nongshim pushing through, Dundun tanking the turrets here, Karis in no man's land, and I think this is the end.
Yeah, and Karis is probably going to kill Peter here. Peter's going to buy some time, but the Nexus is going to go down. Henna looks for one last kill, but that is going to be that, and Nongshim will upset Bro, the team that had one of the highest percentages for getting towards playoffs. They will find the victory. Move to 5 wins alongside Live Sandbox with a 2-1. They don't move up too much further when it comes to that game score. But minus 15 with that 5 in the first column, that's going to feel pretty good. Minus 14, sorry now.
You start to wonder about if the pressure against Nongshim is this high when you still have DRX, another opportunity, another team that's been struggling, and then Gen G. Can Bro actually overcome the jitters? Because this was a game I feel that Bro lost much more than Nongshim won, and it feels bad to say that, but Nongshim will test you. They are a strong team, they are an LCK team, and they are known for being decisive. That is what they are known for. They will go in hell or high water, they will actually force fights, they will be decisive with flanks like we saw there with the Annie, and I mean, they're so hyped because this is a huge hurdle they've left over now with a tough remaining schedule. And, I mean, the playoff dream is still alive. Those scrims that we've heard about, they're doing very well there. And it shows, right? And yeah, for Breon, it's just such a tragic one, but they're going to have to change as a team and get over this, I feel, at some point.
They need to get out of their own heads. Yeah. As Peter getting a bit aggressive here, and he had a fantastic day today.
He really
understandably completely elated, completely over the moon is the Nongshim support. And do you know what I want to talk about, Wolf? The fact that the 5 kills apiece, 5 wins apiece for absolutely everyone. It's still on the cards. It is on the cards, because with this, Nongshim have taken a victory over Bro. Now, all that has to happen is Bro gets a win against DRX. Right? So DRX loses to Bro. DRX then beats Kwandong Freaks. And Kwangdong Freaks needs to somehow manage to beat T1. And then we get all of these teams on 5 wins. Also, Nongshim needs to get a win against KT or D plus Kia. But, you know.
Well, I mean, they have 5 now.
Could be
they have 5.
Oh, they have 5. Never mind. So,
they
so
beat
Nongshim
Bro.
are done. They can just keep losing, and it's totally fine. The 5-win dream is still alive, regardless. And then Live Sandbox just loses to T1 and KT. The Kwangdong Freaks winning against T1. That's where the difficulty comes in. Unless Bro wins against DRX, and then I don't know. There is a way. There is a way.
There certainly is. This is a series that, you know, for Bro and Nongshim, you know, is so important. And I think while the nerves of Bro really cost them big, I think Nongshim rose to the occasion.
They did.
And I really think that this team continues to impress us towards the end of the season because they're playing for so much, but it just doesn't show in their gameplay. It's the same Nongshim I've been watching all season, just slightly improved right as that synergy's come through. And for some of the calls that we saw from Breon here, you know, it's same Bro, right? And it doesn't bode well, but it's not over till it's over, right? That DRX matchup feels very winnable. And if the 5 wins apiece thing happens, it has to occur, right? And they have to get that one.
It's never Brover. It is just, it isn't. It's just, even if they lose, even if they're knocked out of playoffs contention, it's never Brover. We know. We love this team regardless.
Fiesta
it's a bit heartbreaking.
Yeah, Fiesta buys so much time here in this fight as well with the stopwatch, and then Dundun is the one who comes over here and actually ends up making a really strong play, ending up trading the 80 carry for the Annie, and that's exactly the trade they're looking for, and it's just a very messy one here for the side of Bro. Not enough time to react, not enough time to get value out of that secondary support, the Ivern. When the fights happen like this, you don't get any poke in.
Yeah, and this was Bro that managed to get like a 4,000 gold lead, but then there was one fight and Nongshim had permanent map control, permanent vision control, absolutely everywhere, and Peter and Fiesta flanked Bro to death.
Yeah.
And they had nothing that they could do about it. We're going to have a listen here as Peter also manages to go into stopwatch here, so it takes a very long time for him to die. He does eventually go down, but that is going to be that.
Just no way for Cars to come home and defend. Just everything about that last call was so decisive by
happy Dundun is as well in the end there.
I think Dundun's had some ups and downs here in round 2, but trending upward a little bit when it matters most is we always talk about this, the wins you get at the beginning of the season sometimes make you feel safe, make you feel like you're going to be, I'm definitely more likely to go to playoffs. I have more wins, I've had better form, but your form on the day at the end of round 2 is what ultimately decides whether these teams go to playoffs or not.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, like, Nongshim Red Force had like, what, 2 wins coming out of the first round robin? And now they're sitting at 5. They've already done better.
You love to see it.
Absolutely incredible stuff here for Nongshim Red Force. And now it is time for us to throw it over to the space to see what they thought about the Game 3 victory.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work on that series as Nongshim just winning a series. Nice. They did it. And yeah, it took a while, you know, Bro giving us the absolute Giga Chad as much content as they physically could possibly give to their fans. So that happened as well.
I have 2 very conflicting emotions because I'm very happy for Nongshim because I love this team. Obviously, I think that it's a really wholesome story of them making the miracle run in Challengers, getting to 5 wins this time around after their spring was you know, not a disaster according to expectations, but just not that great. But at the same time, Breon, that was, and I know we talk a lot about the Giga Chads, but that's a heartbreaker. Like that was a position in which it felt like they had an iron grip on the game, and in one play, it's just gone.
Yeah, I mean, still, they were keep their mentality until they actually, the Nexus exploded. Like, I think the turn around, like making actually play around the Baron, you know, it was pretty good. Like, also they had secure some Drake on all the games to make sure that they still had the chance that they can actually always turn it around, and then they actually pull it out. That's not easy, but you know, Breon kind of make that easy happen.
True, but Nongshim were able to hold on for a very long time, and that's very nice as well. If you like spicy chilies, you would like this team as well. So let's take a look at the draft anyway for this third game. Anything that stood out to you guys?
So we actually had a discussion about this. I think that the drafting for Nongshim when you look at champion priority, as I don't think they have the right priority at all when you look at actual champion strength. But I do think this game is a prime example of why Nongshim have been winning so much more. I think the coaching staff who's been with this team like for such a long time has a really good idea of what these players' limitations are. And there's a lot. Like this team is not that great, right? Individually, you can see this when they play against some of our better opponents. Even here, there's a lot of back and forth that goes in it. But their comps always leave them with very clear win conditions. Should you give over Kai'Sa and Ivern? No, absolutely not. But when it comes to execution, I think the Nongshim comp is see champion, kill champion, front to back. And in the end, I think that is what helped them actually be able to come back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, from Nongshim, I think the key pick was like just Rel and Annie, and then you can actually just, there's a DPS that who can be behind, and with the Ziuzaya and the Sylvie Kha'Zix, like those two champions are like, it's just the main carry. But I think there's still actually the Peter, the where he actually positioning all the time, like trying to make a play. Like it was really, really fitted with his how he play, his play style with the champion. So it was great, as you said. Like I think the draft like is overall is not strong. If you draft like this against KT or DK next week, you're gone. You get booed. Yeah, because you're losing 25 minutes under.
It will.
But
it will.
But listen, he's against Brion.
Yeah, and for
step by step, you know, like just take it slow. They at least they get that one.
For Brion, it's the opposite. You have a god tier poke comp with Kai'Sa and Jace and Ivern and Alistair for disengage, and come mid game, just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, and you know, the casters were talking about how Bro have been struggling in that aspect, and we did see that unfortunately here again in game number 3. We can take a look at highlight number 1, which is actually 27 minutes into the game. So how did this even happen?
Alistair ends up going down, and 2 people that have teleport are just taking a dragon. That's it.
I mean, look how they're like so indecisive in this. Like they just don't know what to do. They just have no plan. They just walk into enemy. Just game's over. They just die. Like, it's just really sad to watch. It's like, it's really, really, really depressed. Like, how they're just like, oh, we're so panicked. Oh, Alistair got caught. Oh, they get Baron. Oh, let's, you know, at least stop the recall. Like, at least you need some plan, but it seems like they have nothing to do.
The big thing for me with plays like this is that you need to be able to recognize when a play is lost. And Brion, as our Nongshim, even we saw with some of the plays here, but Brion are, I think, probably the worst at it. It always feels like they commit, but like at the wrong time, and then everyone just dies when they don't need to. Because if it's just Baron, I think you can come back in this game. We saw Nongshim didn't execute it perfectly till the end.
Yeah, Nongshim, you know, as we were talking about, they were the ones that kind of took control of the situation. They're like, oh, you're going to go for the dragon. We're going to set a vision on the Baron, and you know, Bro did kind of like stumble into them, but Nongshim, credit to them for setting up a really nice play and for setting up position on that Baron and actually going for it and sending it. Let's get into the second fight we had on the next Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the team fight is already started. Like, it's just so well from the Fiesta. Just make sure it's engageable, and it's like from there, Kai'Sa was so pinched, and with the Dungeon Xante, where he actually middled the team fight, he was be able to just put so much damage until the end, and just it's just an easy win as soon as they get just ahead. And as you said, as we know, like it's a poke comp, you have to poke before you actually fight with 100% HP. So it was Nongshim favor.
Yeah, and for better or worse, Nongshim at the very least commit together. We've seen them do it like not in tandem or not synchronized or not in the right order, but they do all commit. And in games like this, where the pressure is mostly on the other team, given that Brion aren't the favorites, I think almost all of us predicted them as well, that can be the difference maker.
Well, yes, and that's definitely a question for the future about the playoffs, but we do have the POG ready to go. As someone on the side of Nongshim, it will be Fiesta who does pick it up for some of his great Annie engages.
I think there was, again, basically everyone on Nongshim. This is really a recurring trend for this team that you can go for. Fiesta has had some truly rough
reverse highlight.
I know performances on the Annie. There was a game where he was at such a tough time that he had to get subbed out. But in this game, really proactive with his flash engage, and a large part of why the backline, why Hannah didn't get to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, it's the thing. It's like I said, the main key on the champion from the draft is just Annie and Rel, because it's so easy to play in the team fight. You just press just 2 buttons and just good to go. And everyone just knows like when to go. Like he's the one that is gonna be leading the team fight, but he's gonna be one starting. And it's just after that, it's just so easy. Oh, he's starting the team fight. Let's go.
And there you go. 6 votes for Fiesta. Got a couple for the jungle. Got
a Dundun
one
vote.
for top. Yeah, bit base there. A couple of 80 carry votes, which, I mean, he scaled up and attacked. That did happen. So...
Yeah, Jiwoo's
That's
laning
good setup,
phase
yeah.
remains, you know, not necessarily the best. But his team fighting, I think, was good. Was able to pull back some feathers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you guys, this is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Dindin and Fiesta on the side of Nongshim Red Force, who just came out on top in a close series. Now you guys have joined the 5-win club. How do you feel, Dindin? Since this morning, to be honest, I woke up frequently and I got a nosebleed, and I was really worried about my condition today, but I'm really glad that we got the win. And Fiesta? Today was such an important match, and since my teammates played so well, I think I would like to contribute the win to my teammates. Just really glad, and I'm happy that we are a step closer to the playoffs. In game 1, you picked Ornn, and it was a regretful loss, but what kind of feedback was there before game 2, Dindin? There wasn't any specific feedback, but we went over what we did right. I think that's what we talked about. In game 2, you guys quickly took Renekton, and you played against Jax. And this summer, the Renekton and Jax head-to-head record is 12-10. So, what's your thoughts on the matchup? So, given that it's even, Renekton does get prio later. And so we saw Renekton in all 3 games today, and everyone just blind picked Renekton. So why is that? I feel like Renekton is one of the few champions that I play that I have over 50% win rate with, but Renekton as a champion is also a really good pick. And in game 2, the POG votes were split even between you two. And that's just how well you performed Fiesta in game 2 as well. So how good is the mid-top synergy currently? So we're going into our 4th year playing together. We should probably know each other pretty well by now on, but I feel like it's not really at 100%, where there's more stuff to actually try to match with each other. So and you, how do you feel about it, Fiesta? I thought we were really good for each other, but given that that's how Dindin's answer was, maybe I'll just agree with his opinion. I'm a little sad to hear that though. Dindin, any message for Fiesta? My excuse is in-game wise. We do have good synergy, but you know, living with each other for so long, I'm a little tired of seeing his face. And Fiesta, yeah, I agree with that part. I agree, Dindin. Only real close friends can say something like that. And OK Savings Bank, Brian had played Kaisa and Jace poke comp, so how did you manage to deal with that? And since I was pretty confident with my Annie plays today, and my coaching staff also told me that I'm pretty good at it, we mentioned maybe Peter, you have to engage really well. And we're able to follow up and play through with whatever we had in plan. So Fiesta played Annie in all 3 games, so we're wondering if you had prepared Annie ahead of time. And we were wondering how you ended up utilizing Lee Sin in game 1 and 2. Lee Sin and Annie comp has really good synergy, so we used to play them a lot in scrims. And Sylvie was pretty confident playing Lee Sin, and I feel like it went pretty well today. So in terms of the play, Annie was always hiding in unexpected places and then surprising the enemy. So I'm wondering, what was the plan to position? So in the last few games and matches, I would position myself as best as I can, but I had experiences just getting caught out pretty often, so I tried my best to hide well and not get caught. And Dindin in game 3, after you caught out Alistair, there was a moment where you guys were super decisive in front of the Baron fight. This is the replay. And so after the Baron, what was the shot call here? After Baron, we were trying to say, hey, maybe we can just back out, but Jiu wanted to do some damage outburst. And I think we ended up saying, wow, Jiu, you're so good. Just go. Keep going. Let's go. So even after this scene we saw in the coach's booth, they were just shouting Jiu's name. So what were you guys talking about? Dindin says, I was also shouting Jiu's name in Fiesta. Peter was screaming the entire time, so I was just trying to calm Peter down. I just kept telling him, please calm down, Peter. I was trying to, it was almost like calming down a baby. And it seems like the team has so much faith in Jiu. What are your thoughts, Dindin? Jiu's weakness is probably his laning phase, but after the laning phase, I feel like he's just such a dominant player. I feel like the rest of the team also believes the same way, so I feel that's why we have so much faith in Jiu. And Fiesta? Would you like to say anything to Jiu? Jiu, let's play out your laning phase a little better. And I know that you're a great player, so let's do this together. Fighting. And now you have D plus Kia and KT ahead of you. It won't be an easy match. But so what is your resolution for the playoffs? So the remaining matches we're up against very strong teams, so we'll definitely have to prepare well for those. I feel like we're doing really well as a team currently, so we'll keep it up and do well. Thank you. And Fiesta? I feel like whenever we scrim against stronger teams, we go pretty even. We don't actually fall back. So we'll make sure to enter next week thinking that we are able to beat D plus Kia and KT. And lastly, Dindin's dad is in the audience. If you'd like to say anything to your dad, Dindin. He's been coming every time since spring. And I'm really grateful that he's always here to support me. I love you. And Fiesta, would you like to say anything to the fans? We had only gotten one win in round 1, but since we were able to get a little bit more confidence and be able to get to this point due to all your support, and do well. So I hope that you guys continue to support us and we'll make sure to pay it back. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview with Dindin and Fiesta, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now as Nongshim one win in the first round, now 4 wins in the second round, and they sit at 5-11.
Really impressive turnaround from this team. I think that Nongshim are still not the front runner to make playoffs. It's actually Sandbox fans that get the biggest win out of this because of their opposition, right? They're facing D+ first and then KT Rollstar. And for OKM and Brion, because they lost here, just a win against DRX might not be enough. Is of course dependent on what will happen with Liv Sandbox, but given that Sandbox 2-0'd them and they're actually falling quite far behind in map score, might be the match that actually knocks them out of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Brion, it was really important for today. If they won against the Nongshim, would have been really, really good because the remaining match there's a DRX. The Nongshim, even like Liv Sandbox, their schedules are not that easy. It was great chances, but you know, what can they do? They got to do better. They got to do best until the season's over.
Yeah, and I'm not personally Team Snowball, but I do think that with this win from Nongshim, Liv Sandbox probably sitting at like 70-75% to make
they're
it.
Feeling good.
So
yeah,
that is pretty intense, as we might have Liv Sandbox in playoffs now. But guys, we do have lane mates during the break. Make sure to check out this cool piece of content with all the support players from the LCK. And of course, in our next matchup, we do have Genji up against DK. Should be a really fun match between our top teams here in the LCK, but that's going to do it for this first match. We'll see you after the break.
T1의 제우스와 캐리합니다. 단합대회라는 콘텐츠가 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
나중에 단합대회하면 우리 또 서포터들도 한번 모여야죠. 할 말 많잖아요, 서포터.
이번 달에 모인다고 들었는데 뭐 서포터분들 다들 재밌는 분들 뭐랑 많으셔서 재밌을 것 같아요.
불치로 땡겨! 노틸로 땡겨! 터져라.
아 잠깐만 다시 해. 아니잖아. 뭐야.
아, 엄격하시다.
아니, 막내야.
좋아요.
현서야, 너가 포타골드 2칸 혼자 먹는다고 게임 안 달라져.
단합대회 서포터 편 윤수빈입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 진행을 맡은 배혜주입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 저도 진행을 맡은 캡틴잭 강형호입니다. 반갑습니다.
아니 근데 오늘 서포 편인데 왜 캡틴잭님이 오신 거예요?
그러니까요.
제가 이제 또 바텀 듀오는 한 몸이잖아요. 그러니까 서포터가 얘기하는 얘기를 이제 원딜러가 듣고 원딜러 입장에서도 답변 드리기 위해서 나왔습니다.
아우 잘 오셨습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 이렇게 9분의 서포터분들과 함께하게 됐는데요. 오늘 디플러스 기아는 챌린저스 리그 출전으로 아쉽게도 불참을 좀 하게 됐습니다.
맞습니다.
네, 다음 기회에 또 함께할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 단합대회를 하면서 각 라인마다 모임장을 뽑고 있는데요. 서포 편도 모임장을 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 한 분씩 모임장을 추천해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그럼 뭐 한 명씩 다 들어봐야겠죠?
근데 막내가 누구죠?
그게 아니라 그냥 저희가 많이 모였으니까 궁금해서 막내가 혹시
막내 사람,
그러면
막내 사람?
여기 그러면 가장 막내고 그럼 가장 최연장자가
저기 선배님.
좋습니다. 자,
있구나.
이렇게 한번 들어봤으니까 그럼 먼저 막내의 의견부터 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 딜라이트 선수로
왜요?
뭐죠?
활발하고
그럼.
잘 이끌어줄 수
너무
있을 것 같아가지고
그럼 딜라이트 선수는요?
저 이제 리엔즈 선수
이유는 뭘까요?
매력이 철철 넘치기 때문에
맞지.
자, 그러면 이제 이 모임의 최연장자인 베릴 선수의 의견 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑았어요.
이유요?
성격이 되게 유쾌해 보이고 LCK 데뷔 연도가 제가 알기로 제일 빨라요.
선배.
그래서 뽑았습니다.
와,
베테랑이다.
네.
저는 딜라이트 선수라 해서
딜라이트 선수 두 표?
인기 폭발?
제가 무서워하는 재혁이 형을 닮았기 때문에 좀 무섭거든요. 근데
조금 닮았다.
저도 전 파트너가 룰러 선수였잖아요. 딜라이트 선수가 너무 정감이 가서 쌌네.
네, 딜라이트 선수 3표 현재.
저는 베리 선수를 뽑았습니다. 카일 선수.
저는 피터 선수.
마지막으로 안될 선수는요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑도록하겠습니다.
왜요? 이유가 뭐예요?
리엔즈 선수가 성격이 엄청 밝으시더라고요. 유쾌하시고. 그래서 저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑겠습니다.
그럼 지금 딜라이트 선수 3표, 리엔즈 선수 3표로 공동 1위거든요.
캐스팅 보트 해야 되는 거 아니에요?
그러니까요.
그러면은 저희가 그냥 거수로 한번 진행을 해볼까요?
그럴까요? 두 분 눈 감아주시겠어요? 딜라이트 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 손 들어주세요.
카이 선수.
어머나.
말해버렸네.
자, 좋아요.
네.
그리고 리엔즈 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 손 들어주세요.
압도적인 표 차이로 당선이 되셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
그러면 이제 모임장이 된 기념으로 한마디.
정말 하고 싶었는데 뽑아주셔서 감사하고요. 나중에 서포터 10명이랑 노래를
나 노래 좋아하잖아요.
할 수 있다면
네.
할 수 있어요. 오늘 하고.
9명, 딱 9명만.
오늘
오늘
할 수
하고
있어요.
가시면 되잖아요.
방송이니까요. 예, 방송이니까요. 예, 방송은.
아직 단합이 좀 부족한
네,
것 같아서
아직 안
이따가
친해져가지고.
좀 단합대회 끝날 때쯤에 한 번 더 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 이제 이번 시간은 서로의 마음을 알 수 있는 몸풀기 퀴즈 코너입니다. 선수분들에게 저희가 스케치북을 하나씩 이렇게 다 나눠 드렸는데요. 저희가 드리는 질문을 듣고 생각나시는 답을 써주시면 되겠습니다. 그럼 첫 번째 질문 바로 드리겠습니다. 서포터 근본 챔피언은 뭘까요?
못 맞추면 서포터 아니다, 진짜로.
자, 그럼 공개해주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋, 짜잔! 쓰레쉬!
근데 잠깐만요. 여기 한 명 이단이 있어요.
유미는 굉장히 멀티 능력이 뛰어나야 되는 게 유미 하면서 이제 뭐 다른 게임도 하고 먹고 유튜브도 보고 약간 그럴 수도 있다는 제가 그런 생각이 아니고 그럴 수 있다. 근데 확실히 깨어있네요.
그러네요. 아니 근데 유미가 근본까지인가라는 생각이 들긴 하는데
옛날 사람들 마인드는 이제 쓰레쉬인데 저같이 이제 MZ 세대는
카이
선수는 제일 MZ시잖아요. 왜 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요?
옛날부터 LCK에서 많이 나오던 서퍼 챔피언이 딱 쓰레쉬여서 그냥
대회에 많이 나왔으니까.
그럼 또 안딜 선수도 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요.
저는 이 쓰레쉬가 서폿의 모든 능력치를 볼 수 있는 챔프라고 생각하고 있어요.
그럼 옛날 사람으로서 어떻게 생각하세요?
잠깐만 옛날 사람.
아, 옛날 사람.
옛날 사람이 여기. 네.
제 기준에는 일단 근본은 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언은 근본이 없어요.
이거 개발자에게 한마디 해야 될 것 같은데.
캡틴이 원딜러시니까 그러면 제리를 하셨어요. 유미랑 하실래요, 쓰레쉬랑? 그런 거 아니고 그런 거죠.
아니.
반론의 여지 있습니다.
네.
제리 못하십니다.
이게 은퇴 이후에 나온 챔피언이라.
아직도 11호 하시는 걸로 알고 있어요.
혹시 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언 다 못하시는 거 아니에요?
자야까지는 다룰 수 있어요. 자야까지는.
빨리 다음 문제로 넘어가지 않으면 유혈 사태가 일어날 것 같아가지고 네, 두 번째 문제 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 게임 내 서포터의 서열은?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 중에.
네. 다 써주셨으면 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 들어주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 4등, 4등, 2등, 3등,
3등,
1등.
1등,
4,
4등.
5, 5.
와, 4랑 5가 대체로 많네요?
선수를 제가 그냥 인게임 안에서 게임 들어갔을 때 저는 탑이 헬만 잘 타면 된다 생각하거든요.
라스칼 선수가 5등.
그건 아니에요. 네, 제가 말했죠. 선수 이름 빼고.
라스칼 선수
네,
빼고.
선수 이름 빼고 이제.
선수 이름 빼고.
탑은 솔직히 헬만 잘 타면 저는 된다 생각하고. 저 그래서 서폿은 4등으로 했습니다.
그리고 또 4위를 써주신 분 한번 의견 들어볼게요.
저는 이제 상체 위에다 더 넣고 이제 원딜은 그냥 딸깍딸깍 하면 된다 생각해서 원딜이
원딜은 깔짝깔짝 하면 된다.
개추요. 개추요.
근데 이거 원딜을 걸었어. 참을 수 없는데, 이거.
이제 3등을 써주신 안딜 선수는요?
딜라이트 선수 의견을 좀 반영해서 탑은 일단 5등이고 저도 4등은 이제 좀 딸깍이지 않나.
아니 이거 바텀 듀오끼리 서로 안아주고 감싸줘야 되는데 서로 혐오감이 차 있어.
그렇네요.
반면에 또 에포트 선수는 1등이라고 써주셨거든요.
그렇네요.
저는 다 1등 쓸 줄 알았는데 다 낮게 쓰셨네요.
이 사람 뭐야?
아니.
이거 브리온 먹으셨다. 제가 브리온 먹으셨다. 이제 세상의 중심은 뭐 저라고 생각합니다, 저는.
자신의 애구가 아주 확실하신데.
뭐 사실 밖에서는 우리가 4등, 5등이라고 얘기할 수 있지만 서포터 단합대회니만큼 이런 의견 나올 수 있죠?
네, 그렇죠.
브리온 먹어버렸어, 브리온.
좋아요.
피터 선수는 위에 1등 누구라고 생각하시는 거예요?
저는 1등은 정글이라고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 이제 정글이 이제 좀 종합을 해주고 정글 서포트 제일 중요하다 생각하고 탑은 역시 5등. 걔네는 알아서 해라.
알아서 해라.
제일 안 중요한 것 같습니다.
든든 안 중요하다.
그렇군요. 자, 그럼 다음 질문 한번 또 드려볼게요. 서포터라면 피지컬 대 뇌지컬. 어떤 게 더 중요할까요? 정답 볼까요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
짜잔!
피지컬, 뇌지컬.
뇌지컬. 오!
적은 거부터 물어볼까요? 네, 피지컬 고르신 이제 파일 선수부터.
솔직히 서포터들도 피지컬이 좀 많이 필요한 챔프들이 좀 많이 나오는 것 같아서.
그러면 혹시 유미를 플레이할 때 피지컬이 필요한가요?
이거
아니 질문. 질문.
유미 큐 맞추기 힘든데 요즘.
근본 유미입니다.
오케이. 큐 맞추기 좀 어렵지. 예.
자, 피터 선수 얘기 들어볼게요.
결국 뇌지컬을 바탕으로 피지컬이 나오는 거라 생각해가지고
피겨 파커.
그래가지고 뇌지컬을
오, 좋아요.
근데 저는 캐리어 선수가 뇌지컬을 써주신 게 조금 의외라고 생각했어요.
저는 서폿이 할 수 있는 게 이제 라인전이랑 한타랑 운영이라 생각하는데 그 세 개 다 이제 구도만 잘 파악하고 내만 잘 좋으면은 잘 짤 수 있다 생각해서 뇌지컬을 적었습니다.
뇌만 좋으면.
뇌가 나 부족함.
나도 많이 부족한가 보다. 네, 이번 코너는 팬 여러분들의 사랑을 듬뿍 받고 있는 고민 상담소 시간입니다. LCK 팬분들의 사연을 저희가 사전에 좀 받아봤는데요. 바로 오늘 이 사연들을 읽고 해결해보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
맞습니다. 벌써 고민 상담소가 3번째 시간인데요. 저희가 뭐 들어오는 질문이나 사연이 라인별로 좀 성격이 다르거든요. 근데 이번에는 서포 편이잖아요. 억울하다, 서운하다 이런 사연들이 참 많았는데 이모티콘도 막 다 울고 있었다고 그러더라고요.
네, 어떤 사연들이 들어왔을지 벌써부터 굉장히 궁금해지는데요. 첫 번째 고민 캐리어 선수가 좀 읽어주실까요?
이러지도 못하고 저러지도 못하고 님의 고민입니다. 라인전을 하기 위해 미니언을 같이 쳐주면 미니언의 손끝 하나도 건들지 말라고 화내는 원딜도 있고 미니언을 안 치고 견제만 하면 왜 안 도와주냐고 화내는 원딜도 있어서 어떻게 해야 할지 정말 모르겠습니다. 거기다 가끔 원딜이 필요 없다고 다른 곳 가라고 하면 갈 곳을 잃어 촬영한 신세가 되기도 하는데요. 저는 도대체 어떻게 해야 하는 걸까요?
듣기만 해도 진짜 마음이 찢어지는 것 같아요.
그러니까요. 서포터가 아니 미니언 막타 쳐도 된다 안 된다? 여러분들 손으로 한번 표시해 주실 수 있을까요?
막타요?
막타 쳐도 된다?
막타가 아니라 그러면
미니언을
화내지 마세요.
하는 게 아니라
화내지 마요.
하는 게 아니라
나 잘못 말할 수 있잖아요.
잘못
잘못 말해서
그것 때문에.
미니언을 같이 쳐줘도
같이
된다.
쳐도 된다. 서포터가 미니언을 같이 쳐도 된다 안 된다. 하나 둘 셋.
됩니다. 동그라미.
다 된다.
다 된다.
그치, 근데 여기 다 서포터니까 잠깐만. 된다, 안 된다?
된다. 이거는 그냥 게임하는 사람 입장으로서 무조건 된다.
쳐서 그냥 라인 빨리 밀어줬으면 좋겠다.
당연하죠. 근데 이제
막 땡기려고 했는데 계속 막.
라인 막.
이제 쳐주는 것도 당연히 이제 실력이 좀 갈리긴 해요.
아니 근데 솔직히 말하면은 부실골에서는 그러면은 이렇게 말할게. 그러면은 그 일반 유저분들 사이에서는 딜기 차이 잘 안 돼가지고 내가 이렇게 탁 쳐서 모아볼 수도 있잖아요.
배해지
아니요.
근데 이런 거 아마 서포터분들이 되게 팁 잘 주실 수 있을 것 같은데요.
그러니까 그 딜기 차이 참 어렵더라고요.
어떻게 해결할 수 있을까요?
피가 많은 이제 미니언을 좀 번갈아가면서 쳐주는 게 근데 너무 번갈아서 치면 근데 또 이상해지니까 나 좀 약간 계단식으로 그러니까 피가 좀 계단식으로 되게끔 하는 게 이제 또 그러니까 낮은 티어 분들한테는 편하지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
좋은데요?
근데 왜 저희를 보면서 얘기하시는?
그럼 카메라
기분 탓이겠죠?
네.
오케이.
계단식으로 피를 만들어봐라. 이거 좋은 꿀팁인 것 같아요.
근데 또 미니언 말고 와드 막타. 이 서포터가 쳐도 되는가에 대한 논란도 있거든요. 이것도 한번 OX로 표시를 해주시면.
얘기해서. 아닙니다.
죄송한데 자세 좀 똑바로 해주세요.
잘 오므리고 있겠습니다.
자, OX 같이 해주세요, 캡틴장님. 하나, 둘, 셋.
X가 꽤 많아요.
MZ.
동그라미가 몇 명이야? 그러면 저는 그냥 원딜 입장에서 서포터한테 그냥 질문을 할게요. 그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS로 왜 몰아주세요?
이거 두 분이 오해했으니까. 저희 X.
오해의 여지가 있어요. 저희는 이해합니다.
그러니까 그렇게 해석을 할 수 있는 거죠.
근데 왜 이렇게 화내네요? 여기 단합대 반갑습니다.
대답을 그러니까 궁금해서 한번 대답을 듣고 싶습니다.
서포터들이 돈이 필요할 때도 있고 그리고 요즘 렌즈 쿨이 짧아져가지고 원딜이 기다릴 시간이 없긴 해요 요즘. 그래서
또 O를 선택해 주셨던?
제 행동이 1초라도 늦어지면은 그거는 손해니까. 핑 한번 찍고 1초 안에 안 왔다 바로.
야하.
1초. 네.
그러면 서포터 모임장님께서 한번 서포터들의 의견을 한번 정리를 해주시죠.
이게 CS를 빨리 주는 게 이게 막 몇십 원 때문에 한 라인을 더 한다던가 막 이렇게 꼬일 때도 있어가지고 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 사람신한테 다 몰아주는 편인데.
그러면 저희 서포터에서는 일단 와드는 몰아주는 게 낫다.
저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
모임장님이 결론.
우리는 그렇게 생각합니다.
우리는 좋아.
우리는
이게
그렇게
바로
생각합니다.
단합이죠.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
좋습니다. 별이 선수 어떻게 괜찮을까요?
저는 근데 좀 반론이 그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가 전 있어요.
그것도 괜찮은.
아, 왜냐면 보통 핑크를 막타를 결국 누가 먹냐가 상황이 결국 유리한 상황이거든요. 그래서 이제 원딜이 안 먹는 게 좀 좋다.
아, 스타일이 다르다. 어쩔 수 없다.
오케이. 그러면 우리 뭐 상황에 맞게 대처하는 걸로
네.
정리해 보겠습니다.
그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS는 왜 몰아주세요?
그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가 좀
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
저는 뭐 티오가 안 오르는 건 포지션이 문제가 아니라
그 얘기를 꺼내면 안 돼!
그리고 무시당하는 것도 이제 서포트라서 아니라 실력이
역시.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
아예 아무튼 있어봐. 우리 좀 하게.
아니 두 분이서 같이 하신다고 하시길래.
승원아 들려? 잘 들려요. 물티슈 필요하면 내 거 써. 이거 줄게 여기. 네. 춥지 않아? 괜찮아요. 괜찮아? 건우 막내 생겨서 기분이 너무 좋아 보여. 근데 건우의 막내 건우보다 3살 어리다는 게 말이 안 되는데 난. 승훈이가 여기 나이 제일 많아 보인다니까.
아니 그건 아니야 성훈아.
그건 아니긴 해. 그건 아니야?
적어도 너랑 비슷한 약간
그게 그거잖아. 승훈아 1대1 할래?
하죠.
일단은 맛보기를 리신 미러 가보자. 어? 닦일 뻔했네. 오케이 좋은데 한 번 더 하자. 오케이 이즈리얼 할까 리시리 할까? 야쏘? 야쏘? 야쏘 하자고? 네. 좋은데. 죽어야겠지. 1스택 3스택 4스택. 오 너무 세다. 4분 남았다. 문 높이고? 오케이. 문도 근본 스킨으로 간다. 어디 갔어? 스킨 겹치네. 빛의 압박감. 여기. 오. 개고수인데. 안녕하세요. 잘 가세요. 잘 가세요. 이거 풀어놨어? 잘 가, 성아. 두 번 봐준 게 이렇게 된다고? 내 풀을 끝까지 아끼네, 이거. 보시원까지 보고. 건우가 말이 많다. 2분 남았다, 2분. 건우 닦였어? 갈까?
자, 얘들아, 우리 이번 뱀비 끝나면 초반 설계랑 이런 거 좀 꼼꼼하게 하고 들어가자, 알았지?
야, 지면 불려가서 이기면 돼. 상관없어. 아니야, 그냥 칼퇴하자. 뭐하러 그래? 막말로 져도 돼. 나 칼퇴하고 싶어. 풀업 결승이 더 중요하지.
여기 있다, 세주 발견. 나 미드 뒤에서 나올 수 있고.
나 미드 왔어. 봐도 돼 이거.
얘 노플이야. 보자.
얘가 진짜고?
나이스.
천천히 탈게. 뒤에 탈. 야, 천천히.
레넥 키치 좋아. 야, 안 해봐줘.
야, 앞에. 불러 높을. 야, 앞에 잡았어. 앞에.
그런데. 나이스.
나 미드 한번 봐줄 수 있고.
얘 더블 릭사서 안 될 듯?
이거 한번 볼게. 노플.
밑에 밀게.
나이스.
기나. 그건 뭐야?
나이스.
알리부터 보자.
야, 그한테. 앞라인부터.
그런데. 다시 시작. 앞에. 바로.
나이스.
이득 많이 봤다. 나이스.
한번 다음 라인 한번 더 밀어도 되는데. 내가 한번 봐줄게. 썩히 봐도 되나 봐?
봐도 될 것 같은데? 막아볼래, 형? 막아볼래? 막았다.
Q 3초. 네, 끝. 뒤졌다,
나이스.
얘네 물 수 있다.
물면 볼게.
야, 끝.
괜찮아.
남 초식해.
이거 앞에 딜 갖고 와. 봐줘.
야, 큰 상태 높을.
야, 다 잡았어.
앞에 높아.
앞에 피해. 내가 잡으러 갈게.
앞에 피해. 나 게임 끝낼게.
나 이거 루브랑 집 끊을게.
너 좋은 거 같은데?
잡았어. 와, 이게 줘.
끝났어.
끝났냐?
끝났어. 시원하다, 한타.
와우, 나이스. 가자.
나이스 1등! 나이스 1등이다! 가보자!
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack them tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all, eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feeling like a fire on the inside. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Come on. Coming alive. Yeah. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. As far as I'm concerned, dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combative people will try to test your patience. Stretching through the days, catch me living, I don't hesitate. Either way, if you hear the name, you will know it. Crickets and creatures will come in the night. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting and running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my controlling my fate. I'll never fade. Oh. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh. I'm just controlling my. It's not the same, so it's time to rise. Forever I live. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Come on. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm just controlling my fate. I grind, I rise, I thrive. I'm coming alive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas once again, joined by Wolf for the final match of this week before we get into the very last one of the summer season. Absolutely incredible how quickly time has flown, and it's also incredible how quickly we're going to head towards the standings to have a look at the stakes for this match, which are, Wolf, massive.
Yeah, so right now for Gen G, you want to win every single match that you have left 2-0, and also hope that KT stumble a little bit so you can potentially get first place, not in your control. But if you drop even a series, it seems very unlikely to get that first place spot. For D+, right now fighting with Hanwha Life Esports, every win does matter. If they take this one 2-0, they'll still be one game behind Hanwha Life Esports, but the two teams will match up against each other next week. So much on the line here in terms of first place for Gen G, third place, which is the first round equivalent of first place where you get to pick your opponent.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, DK, even if they manage to win just a single game, it will help them in that match against Hanwha Life Esports because, like you say, every single point of game score does matter. And Gen G, they're not even really racing for first place. They're desperately trying to keep up, and they are a little bit behind of KT. And after their loss against the aforementioned team, it is going to be very difficult for them. However, this is one of the big matchups that really will tell us where both of these teams are sitting, and even if the standings stay the same, you know, if DK stay in fourth place, if Gen G stays in second, it will tell us a lot about what could potentially happen if these two teams happen to match up in the playoffs as well, because we know when it comes to best of fives between these squads, it generally goes the distance.
It certainly does. Now, Acorn, Gorilla, and Kana have tested positive for COVID-19, so the rest of the team tested negative, fortunately. So they are going to be in the arena here, but everyone else will be playing online, meaning the coaching staff will also be communicating from the team facility as well.
Yep.
And yeah, Peanut, Nut God, roaming the map versus 1,200 points for POG for Canyon. Canyon is likely to get player of the split. He will have done it for his third time. If he does, only will be one behind BDD, who has 4 in total.
Yeah, it's actually absolutely insane. Canyon's ability to get POG points, even when his team's fourth, right? Often you see it won by a team that is generally pretty dominant. You know, BDD's Gen G lineups in the regular seasons and springs of the past have certainly been reminders of that. So, absolutely amazing stuff here for Canyon. He can also break his own record, potentially, of 1,600 POG points, but he's going to have to grab at least one here today. But first, we're going to welcome out Gen G to LoL Park.
Gen G playing a very clean set of League of Legends games. You know, I mean, this team has been, I feel like, not getting the praise it deserves for being incredibly consistent. And I think Delight has really stepped it up this season. I mean, he was really good last season as well when they did take the championship, but I feel like his impact has been felt even more this season around here in summer. And yes, they had that little stumble against KT, but otherwise, this team has really been quite clean. And let's see how quickly they can recover from that loss. And like you mentioned, every single 2-0 is their race to catch up to KT Rolster.
Yeah, exactly. And D+ on the other side of things, a team that has come off quite a few victories in a row, but against a struggling T1, against Bro, against Kwangdong Freaks, they haven't really been tested. This is going to be a fantastic measuring stick to see whether they are back up to the form that maybe the Scrimbucks have been telling us throughout this season.
Yeah. We have seen so many players play online. Deft himself has also done it. That I would not expect this to affect today's results at all.
Yeah.
I'd say if you're thinking about it that way, probably just change your approach, because here in Korea, there is the man himself, Kana. We play on like 4 ping at worst. So
yeah.
I just telling you guys, I wouldn't read into it too much. Just hope that Kana remains well. Doesn't feel like he's sick, just is tested positive. So he's just going to be playing from the house. As Doran versus Kana will be our key player matchup here. Kana having some incredible lane stats actually in round 2. Look at his gold difference and CS difference at 14. You could see that his early game has been fantastic, but then he's turning that gold into high damage. He's actually the highest DPS top laner.
Yeah, damage per gold being this ridiculous whilst also having CS stats this high is kind of crazy, because it shows that he gets a lot done with a lot. And, you know, oftentimes you get really high damage per gold numbers when you're not necessarily earning that much gold.
Yeah.
Canna, the opposite situation here. This is, of course, round 2 stats, and we'll see whether he can continue that form as we move further forward, because it's been a really long time since DK has been able to take a series off of Gen G in the regular season. Gen G kind of just having their number. Peanut being able to thwart even the largest of leads that Canyon has been able to get over the top of him. And honestly, it's a lot to do with the fact that DK get in their own heads when they're up against tough opposition.
Indeed, and Chovy also doing a little bit of a reboot here. Like
there we go.
And going into this series, we know that these teams play each other close. They very often will go to 3 in these regular season matchups, and these have always been 2 of our top 4 teams pretty consistently. Even at, D+'s worst, they're a 4th place team in the LCK, right? And that's saying a lot about the strength of this team and how quickly they can adapt to patches. We know that D+ in series like this often do throw curveballs. It's the last game that they will play on 13-13, the last game anyone will play on it here in the LCK. So if they had something prepared, you bet they're going to play it tonight.
And I think they were pretty excited to head towards this patch anyway. They were kind of getting sick of 13-12, and then they were forced to play on it for an extra couple of weeks. So I think probably champing at the bit to try and get some of these new ones out there. I was unenthused by a few of their 13-12 drafts with the prevalence of extra LeBlanc picks that didn't necessarily work out very well for them. And we'll see whether they do have something different planned. I think it does help them that this Aphelios meta that we were in with like Aphelios Kaisers running around is kind of over, because it does extend the champion pool if that Kaiser does get banned away towards the bottom side, and some crazier picks can come through. You can utilize the extended champion pool of a player like Deft who's been around for a very long time. We'll see whether that's going to work out. And Gen G, this is going to be that big test, to see whether they have turned around their form since the loss to KT, which was pretty brutal, to be honest.
It was.
I don't think any of us were expecting a 2-0.
Yeah, that's the thing about Gen G's current form is the last thing we saw was a KT roster absolutely crushing them in a very one-sided affair, not even close at all, and everyone started raising red flags saying, well, is Doran back playing weak? Where's the shot calling? Chovy was invisible, but I'd say take that one series with a large grain of salt with how dominant KT has been. And I personally, despite that loss, would still massively favor Gen G going to this series.
I would agree, and I think that that has a lot to do with the historical matchup as well. They've just tended to have D+'s number. But Kaiser going to be banned away, the Rel taken off the board as well, and I think that doing a lot of the Canyon homework is what's going to make things difficult against D+ at this point in time. You can see already 2 flex bans, mainly towards Canyon.
Yeah, very wise. I mean, just keep D+'s options a little bit less tricky, as we've talked about how their drafting has been phenomenal, especially against Gen G. So I do like this. Tristana taken away. So with Kaiser removed here, still going for that Tristana ban. I do not hope to see a LeBlanc here for Gen G if it's left open. But it is Chovy, one of the best LeBlancs, and arguably probably right now the best LeBlanc in the LCK.
Well, Annie is going to be the priority ban here from D+.
Annie's back.
Yeah, she is. She took a little bit of a hiatus, and then everyone was like, oh wait, 10 damage isn't actually that much. I guess we can just play her all the time, so it's fine. And so she's going to be banned away. We saw it was Fiesta playing her 3 games in a row in our previous series. Just not going to have that Annie in the mid lane this time. Gen G, what is going to be the first pick? Renekton comes to mind, but LeBlanc is going to be there as well. And so Chovy going to fall into that trap just a little. See whether they do have a plan, as of course we have seen it work, and when it does work, it looks very oppressive. But so does this.
Yeah, the Rumble here is strong into both the Jax and the Renekton. They banned the Sejuani as well. They just want to minimize Doran's impact in this game, potentially. So it may just be Jace Maokai that comes through instead, which, as you say, is interesting. And
I'm not a huge fan of that approach.
I think it's okay into LeBlanc, because the ability to lock her down is quite high with the Maokai, or at least to zone her quite significantly, and then you have your own poke you can offer back to the Shiv poke of the LeBlanc. But the assumption is that the Maokai is going to come with this, as Gen G will absolutely take it away if you do not lock it in now. And this is a common red side rotation, Jace Maokai. It's so common that usually you lock the Maokai first. It's pretty obvious, but they're going to keep that flex open here with a Nautilus pick. Let's see if Peanut wants to deny. He's going to say no. Vi's open, Poppy's open.
I think the Nautilus pick is really curious to me, just because I feel like you could have even locked in Jace Rumble and then taken either Sejuani or the Maokai immediately afterwards. The response from Gen G going to be a little bit of a 1-3-1 flavor added in here. I actually really like this when you have a LeBlanc, to be able to give yourself some added side lane pressure elsewhere as well, so that you don't just have people going into that side lane and killing the LeBlanc and then there's nothing else taken. If you've got a Jax there as well, he'll take in a turret if left alone.
The 1-3-1, no matter what it's going to be, is so incredibly strong for Gen G now with this composition. And the Rumble is going to get locked in here regardless, but it looks like D+, just no interest in the Maokai, or perhaps they're going to flex it to support later on in the draft. Keep that option open. And Zeri, no surprise, going to be taken away here. The other AD carry picks we could see, the Aphelios, obviously. The Xayah is the one that you would pick here in 4, so I think that one's definitely going to get off the table. And I don't think Gen G need a strong side bottom champion here. Often they've relied on depths, Draven, for example, in comps like this. But I think with how much side lane power you have, you really just want a scaling AD carry. And I think that probably Aphelios will get the job done, to be honest. I know he's a little bit weaker on this patch and people aren't prioritizing him, but I think if I'm Gen, that's probably where I'm looking.
I think I'd like to see a Cogmore, but maybe
for
that's
Deft,
just
yeah,
a
I can
Europe
see that.
thing. I don't know.
The Varus, interestingly.
Yeah, Varus is actually kind of fine here. This is something that Def does like to go back to. He's got a lot of games on. Probably going to be that lethality variety that I don't like as much, but has been picked up a lot. And when you've got a Rumble, I actually really like having the mixture of Rumble's massive amount of magic damage that he does add, sort of demands a lot of attention in the itemization, and then you throw some lethality next to it as Sivir Alistair to come through from Pays and Delight. Oh man, that was not what I was expecting, and this is going to mean that Deft has to be a little bit careful when he presses his W if Sivir does have her spell shield available.
So they have insane 1-3-1, and now with Sivir's wave clear, I mean, they basically have 3 lanes that could push really hard from an even or ahead game state in the late game. The scaling is going to be there as well, and spell shield pretty fantastic into the poke if you can, of course, expand it. Okay, Kellen's back.
Kellen is back.
It's Heimer time. So the lane push, I think, obviously very drastically going to favor D+ here. The early lane prio for this team is so strong right now for D+. Their early game should go swimmingly, but later on, Gen G are just going to keep scaling. And it's not to say that Varus Jace can't scale. Rumble also, with his ultimate getting his cooldown reduced and all the items he's going to come through, will also scale very well. But it just seems like Gen G have a lot of ways to push D+ around the map. And this, by the way, this is how you draft LeBlanc. You have side lane pressure, you play him slow, and then you don't just say, well, I'll have a little bit of poke, and that's what we're going to do. No, you have to play the macro. Gen G know this, and that's why I think that this draft does make sense, even though I'm not the biggest LeBlanc fan right now. But D+ do outpoke them because they have the Jace and the Varus and the Heimerdinger set up here in this draft. So, you know, if they can actually get to those setups with the Heimerdinger on Dragon, on Baron, that's going to be obviously advantage D+, but can you get those advantages into the 1-3-1 with the Sivir is the tough question to answer.
This is the really difficult thing because this is Gen G picking 100% a finesse composition. Like if you're ever 5v5ing with this composition into what D+ have, you're playing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. And Sivir is a great team fighter, but she also is a great escape artist because you press on the hunt and then you run away. That can certainly work. Chovy and Doran in side lanes is what we're going to be looking forward to here from Gen G, or finding picks. If you find picks, then you can fight because you're fighting with a man advantage, and that could certainly work. You can take away one of those points in the phalanx. Really, really cool stuff here from both teams. Let's jump into game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game in our final series of the week. Only one more week of regular season remains. Means 2 more matches for every team in the LCK. And Gen G, a victory here keeps them in the running for that first place against KT. D+ keeps them in the running for 3rd place against Humble Life Esports. Both of these teams, 1 game score behind the person ahead of them, or team ahead of them. It's multiple people. I'm a bit silly, but
teams are people too, Atlas.
Teams are lots of people too.
Teams are one singular person, actually.
That means they really are on the same page. But I do think that, like, coming out of this, which draft are you kind of favoring? Like, which team are you favoring?
If it was, like, tool assisted and it was played perfectly, and like, both of these comps are extremely hard, by the way, difficulty extreme. I would actually go with Gen G, because I think the side lanes will always force D+ to struggle to set up for poke and struggle to set up for objectives, because if you're like, all right, let me get into position, get my Heimer in position, okay, my Varus is set, the Jace is there, Rumble's ready on the flank, maybe set up some equalizer. If you're like, all right, let me set this up, you lost a turret in all of that time. You know, you might be losing an inner, you might be losing an inhibitor, for example, when we get to the late game. So I think the potential of this side lane is just so incredibly strong here. Kana's like, I get counter-struck as Rumble, and it's kind of rare.
Yeah, it wasn't really a fun time, as Delight is just going to say, get out of here, Mr. Heimerdinger, and Kellen's going to say no. Skin, absolutely adorable. I am a huge fan. Like, normally I'm like, if you're not taking Alien Invasion Heimerdinger, then you're doing it wrong, but this one, like, I love the hair. The hair animation, big fan.
Pretty clean. Look at the wobble.
Yeah. Little Super Soaker turret guy. Look at his little legs.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm glad to see Heimer back. Shoutouts to Barrel, the old Heimer guy on Dom1 Gaming in the day.
Kyle as well. Used to play a mean Heimer back in the day also.
Yeah.
Jun, known for his Heimer. Not known in the LCK anymore so much. A little bit unfortunate, but Arndil has been doing an okay job. Peanut, his Vi has been doing a lot of winning. All of the champions been doing a lot of winning also, as Canyon is going to do a lot of winning in the Smite fight, as Doran is going to be crispy. Canna is he's getting heated up, as Doran not going to find the W and will have to just leap strike away, knows that he's not winning any trades.
Yeah, Kana,
damage.
He was struggling a little bit into this Jax in the first few levels, but now that he's at level 3, we'll be able to do a little bit more here. Doesn't look incredibly comfortable on the Rumble here thus far in the early game, though, which can be a little bit concerning, of course. Now, Peanut is up here. Doran fails the proxy.
Yeah, that is a flash from Canna to follow Doran, who is also flashing away. Morgan did this literally in the last game, and Peanut is here, but he's not going to be able to help you if you're at 10 health.
Yeah, now Kana's going to hold the wave over here. Really annoying. That's why he wanted the proxy, so that he could actually keep this wave to bounce, so he can actually go back to the midway point. But because he fails this, he will trade flashes, but at the end of the day, the wave is not where he wants it. Rumble going to feel amazing with how this exchange went. That's why he tried to hard force it there. It's not like Doran is actually just tripped over his shoelaces there, but ultimately unable to do so.
Yeah, picking up turret aggro there was really unfortunate. So Canyon now getting to work here on the enemy Raptor camp. Peanut is going to make his way around though. Smites are available. See who's going to be able to take it. It's once again Canyon, who just really has his eye on the numbers when it comes to these popcorn chickens. And Canna now moving out to a full wave ahead as far as farm, but you can see there are a lot of minions making their way over, so it looks like Doran should be able to get a couple of them. Counter-Strike going to come in as Chovy's moved up to the top lane. Canna in a bit of trouble here, and the chains connect, and he will die. That is first blood going over to Doran. Gen G put out the fire perfectly.
Yeah, that was a really strong effort, right? Look at Chovy dropping a wave for that, by the way. Chovy dropping a wave to help Doran.
Insane.
I've seen everything now.
Yeah.
And I mean, that ends up being massive here for the Jax, who's now accelerated. We'll be able to pick up some MR here already early on in the matchup, and Kana has to TP back over. We'll be able to deny this back, but pretty massive. And Kana just, again, looking a little bit uncomfortable on this pick thus far.
He looked really good on it the first time he picked it, I believe.
Yeah.
Has had, like, ups and downs in the matchup. Of course, what we need to say is if you didn't take Gathering Storm and Ignite, then you've just done it straight up wrong and you don't know what you're doing. And he hasn't necessarily done that. But DK, they're going to be able to get to work on this dragon.
Look at the turret value.
Yeah, look at all of these Super Soakers, man. Yeah, taking this thing down. Oh, well, they fall over now, but they're very, very cute. I like the setup. The concave, absolutely fantastic there. As we're going to check this out one more time.
Yeah, Kana walking forward here, puts his flamethrower out when the Counter-Strike comes. He steps back here and then is caught by the chains. Counter-Strike into chain, into death. Doran making it look easy here with Chovy's help. Chovy drops a wave for that, but it stays even in CS because he's Chovy. And I don't think it was the whole wave either, but, you know.
Yeah, manages to get the shove, and that's what mid-control gives you as Peanut is just fighting Canyon. And this is what top control gives you as well, because now Canna is too busy dealing with these minions that Doran has full control over to try and help out with this Nautilus.
I mean, Chovy also just crushing Showmaker in mid as well, having another opportunity to come up here and roam as well, and they're just putting all of the money into this Jax, who committed to picking up a Hex Drinker early, but into the Rumble, it feels fantastic to actually have this item online this early because it gives you the defensive stats you need as well as some of those offensive stats that you're going to want when you want to put the pressure on with this Vi pick that is nearing level 6. And if this Rumble is just forced out of the game, it's a different approach to countering it than the Nocturne we've seen picked so often here in the LCK to just blind it. It's just taken away its ability to exist is the more forceful, but in this case for Gen G, successful way.
And we'll see whether Gen G can now aid their bottom lane, which has been having a very rough time into the Heimerdinger Varus, which would just generally mean that you'll get some lane control. Kellen going to be moving on over from the side, as Delight does have access to the combo here, but not actually going to go in. It's once again, man, this Canyon guy really likes popcorn chickens. Comes over and steals them away from Peanut. It hasn't cost Peanut anything, because Peanut has been farming pretty quickly himself.
Here's that level 6 I was talking about for Peanut as well, and the Rumble wave is pushing out a little bit. Doran's trying to like sell this really hard. Oh, he equalizes.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, from Kana gives himself a little bit of breathing room.
He's just like, I'm not gonna mess around with this. Just gonna toss my ult down.
And Showmaker playing very defensively here in this mid lane as well. So far, things going fantastically for Gen G. Hasn't really netted too much outside of the first blood gold. So sitting at about 200 gold, the lead, and a lot of it for D+ being this bottom side pushing forward. 48 to 75 CS. And if there is anything that, you know, Deft has been good at in the past few years, it's just crushing lane in the early game.
The strong side Deft is the one that's the scariest, right? Whether it's the Draven I was talking about earlier in the draft, the Lucian that was super popular into the Zeri meta is okay.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption coming in. Canyon's going to come on over. He flashes in. The Ignite is ticking. Delight not going to die though, and Canyon underneath the turret will just be mown down. Gen G managed to find it, and Delight limps away.
Why this gave me the biggest George of the Jungle vibes. Like, watch out for that tree.
Oh man,
it's going so well, and Canyon's like, woo!
Yeah,
I'm swinging in. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but nice attempt here from D+. I mean, everything about it, minus the missed dredge line there, was really clean, and the timing was good. Like, just unfortunately, the execution leaving a little bit to be desired there, unfortunately for Canyon. But huge win here on the bottom lane for Gen G. We'll be able to shore up some of that gold, but a plate goes over nonetheless. So you don't feel too bad about this, you know, if you're D+, but you wanted to feel really good about it.
Yeah.
As look at the poke coming through here. Stun goes onto the Alistar, Root's there, and then he flashes and Canyon's like, oof.
I already pressed the Q. I guess I'm dead. And Peanut going to be able to grab the cease and desist. And it's a turret dive that didn't really work there at all, and it does mean now that Gen G retain a monopoly on killing champions in this game. They are now going to look to transition that towards a Herald, and I think that is also going to belong to them. No real response here from D+, as Doran's getting distracted by this ripple.
Yeah, it looks at the animation, you know, he's doing it. He's just like, who want to hit that skull? But must focus Herald.
Yeah,
but what about that scuttle? Must focus Herald.
It wasn't really the vibe that I was getting. And even though FaZe is behind, he's Sivir. And what will happen at some point in this game is that he will move into the mid lane and he will start just hitting minions forever.
As you and Papa like to say, he's going to be hoovering.
Yes.
And he will be doing a lot of that, and so will Chovy with the Static Shiv, and so will Jax in the top lane. As you can see here, going to proxy to make sure that Kana can't freeze the lane or anything like that. And the early game that D Plus had, you know, potentially with this Rumble, fell on its face. The mid game, or the mid lane, didn't go well for Jace. Showmaker didn't get any advantage there. The bottom lane, somewhat neutralized by that failed dive. Still Deft being the strong point here for D Plus in this early game. Makes less than 1,000 gold the lead here for Gen G, but the early game should have been, I think, on paper, much better here than it is for D Plus.
Well, they are still going to be able to possibly get 2 dragons here. Let's see whether Gen G have any response. Peanut in the area, Chovy over here as well. Static Shiv in hand, but just a singular Static Shiv, not exactly the most damage, as Canyon happy to tank by the looks of things, but Pays and Delight is walking on in. The Nautilus starting to burn as Distortion flies down. The Sivir takes the dragon somehow, and the Equalizer joins this pit. Pays and Delight gonna have to flash to get themselves out, and Delight unfortunately does not have one of those. There's the best Drake in the game. You love to see it, but D+, once again, losing out on these trades, and an equalization of dragons is not something that they could really have afforded.
Yeah, Chovy having double buff here is also really nice in the lane, as here comes Doran.
Yep, Deft's gonna have to flash, but there's the Counter-Strike flash to come through as well, and that is a very, very dead Varus. Doran might also be dead, but he does have Leap Strike available. No flash is going to be in as he gets the magic damage shield, and Canna look to burn him down. There we go, in goes Chovy. Kellen, phenomenal grenade is going to land as Peanut tells Canna to cease and or desist. No scrap shield going to be available as Kellen almost just kills Chovy in the Heimerdinger versus LeBlanc matchup. And Kellen, can you find it? There are the cogs, the grenade, there it is!
One more
Kellen
auto.
just the greatest Heimerdinger ever? I don't know, but that was a pretty good play.
Well, you know, it was a good play from Kellen, but at the end of the day, it's a Heimerdinger picking up gold, which is more useful than a lot of supports that get gold, but still your support getting the gold, and it's not really going to the relevant parties here, as this was definitely a win for Gen G at the end of the day. Chovy grabbing an additional assist there, and Peanut 2 kills here on this Vi, going to be high value. And man, it is Gen G just ruling this early game. Yes, a bit of an overextension there, you could say. Peanut didn't have to go for that kill there, didn't actually have to hard force. They could have taken their advantage and run with it and just been like, all right, that's okay. They also got a teleport out of the Rumble, which is another successful thing. Yes, LeBlanc also teleported, but feels better to get that Rumble. As a little bit of a awkward moment here for Canyon missing the hook, and you know, the Chronicler rule of Canyon seems to be in play thus far here. It's not the POG performance at this moment in time, as yes, Pays will have to flash, but well worth getting the Drake at the end of the day here for Gen G. And then we'll just jump straight into this one where Deft is greeting down here, flashes, but the timing of the flash Counter-Strike is perfect. They get the teleport. And at this point, if Doran survives, you feel nice about it. He's probably not getting out, but you're like, well, we got Deft. He has Hex Trigger, though, and that is the call going on TP. And all of the shenanigans that we just watched do ensue. Chovy gets rooted up, and this is the power of Heimerdinger, man. If you have these turrets set, it is hard for this composition to work for Gen G. Imagine if they have these set up on, for example, a Baron.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Well, we're going to see more fighting here towards the bottom side as Canna is overheating and just trying to get these big old autos in. Once again, Canyon finds himself in trouble, but he's going to be able to flash away. And now, Showmaker gets that Duskblade. He's looking for more kills as Canna is just walking him down. He will pick up the double before he dies to Pays as Canyon finds himself a little hook onto Chovy there, and now it's Deft looking to try and grab a few of these ones. Showmaker coming round as well, and Peanut and Pays, they are going to be able to get away. Deft not biting off more than he can chew, and the mid laner is here in the mid lane, the Heimerdinger. Shock Blast and Piercing Arrow are going to be sidestepped. The listing easily in a particular direction strategy.
The winner of this exchange, I think in this case, is slight advantage D plus Kia, but at the end of the day, once again, the gold going to the proper carries now on the side of Gen G, and if they actually win this fight completely, then you feel even better about it, because obviously you're going to have a Sivir who's picking up some additional gold. Is Doran, you know, this Hex Trigger purchase for him actually is really getting a ton of value so far in this game. Akana knows that he's not going to be able to get out here and just decides, okay, I'm going to burn down this Alistair before I die. Will be a kill for Pays, though.
I just love that he keeps walking.
Yeah.
He's like, I have accepted my fate. As if those Chains of Corruption had have landed, by the way, I think they all die. But unfortunately, it does not come in. So now, somewhat of an equalization. And in a game with a champion that has an equalizer, that sort of makes some sense, I guess. As Canna now underneath the turret, up against Chovy.
And look at the gold here for Pays, though. You know, the one strong point was Deft, and yes, he was able to get that kill onto Chovy, but the Sivir has picked up all of this money from all of these fights in the early game, and now is actually ahead. Slightly, but all of those advantages, you had all of that CS lead, all of the plate gold that the Deft was trying to get, that one dive backfiring, and then all these fights mean suddenly Sivir, very relevant. Jax, very relevant. Uh-oh, LeBlanc?
Yeah.
Kind of a problem in this game.
Absolutely. And the problem for D+ is that they needed to retain some level of control, some level of advantage, so that they can ask Gen G to play the game their way. Because if Gen G plays the game the way that they want to, I don't think the D+ has any sort of answer, as they just casually take this outer turret in the mid lane. Delight almost loses his entire health bar. But Gen G now looking to head on over and grab this Drake as Canna. He's in a lot of trouble. Cease and desist does come down. Doesn't even get the flame spitter out. Does finally use it here as he doesn't have a stopwatch, so he is just well and truly dead. Canyon moving over towards the Drake, and now D+ are going to be able to take a turret of their own. Doran is here, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend the 3 people moving on over, as Canyon does have a lot of health, but he doesn't have a lot of friends in this area. He's just blast cone to his demise. Kellen standing on a ward here as well, as Deft and Showmaker moving in, but the poke duo need a front line.
And Doran has teleport. He's actually going to be able to back here and pick up an item before this fight as well. I just don't think this is exactly the kind of scenario D+ is looking to fight into right now with no setup, with no Heimerdinger. Now, if Peanut just solos this, maybe they actually will be able to force their way in. There's that Jax TP, picks up Merc Treads.
Yeah, there's another TP coming in as well, as Canna is going to turn up. He very almost has his equalizer done, as Canyon has bought some shoes, and a W-empowered Q could come in, but it's not going to be enough to actually grab themselves this dragon as Doran looks for the turn. There's the equalizer. He immediately flashes to get out of the way of it, and there's the piercing arrow. Drake is going to be secured here, the second one for Gen G. That is a decent little pick-off, and the more D+ can get these poke champions fed, the better they're going to feel.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty big win for them. Obviously losing the Drake, but picking up a lot of money, as well as getting that mid-turret and getting the additional charge there onto the inner. These are some very successful moments here as Canyon ends up getting caught here, isolated alone, trying to set up for potentially a kill onto Peanut, I guess, or maybe he was hoping to find Alistair, but he's just completely alone while the rest of the team is pushing mid. And this is the one part about Bible, right, in terms of the shot calling that we've spoken about a lot. Sometimes when it's Kellen, the shot calling isn't as crisp here as, yeah, this ends up being Doran buying a lot of space, let's say, will help them secure the dragon, but ultimately Deft picks up an extra kill here, and you feel pretty good about the amount of money you got out of this play as D+.
Yeah, but the Drake, we will always go back to map control with compositions like this, and having that Drake will get yourself to a point where either it takes D+ a long time to be able to get to the soul point so that they can push you around the map a little bit more, or D+ have an avenue to get there themselves. And out of combat movement speed for a 1-3-1 composition, I don't think we really need to introduce just how powerful that can be.
Yeah, it will become known as the game goes on. You guys will see it with your eyeballs.
Yeah.
We don't need to say it with our lips.
Unless that can be stopped by D+. If you equalize the amount of Cloud Drakes that both teams have, then no one has a Cloud Drake advantage, because all have a Cloud Drake advantage.
That's
Isn't it beautiful?
Well said, you know?
Thanks, man.
You're such a wordsmith.
Well, when it comes to Cloud Drakes, I like to think I know what I'm talking about.
I would say you are the Cloud Drake expert, so...
I prefer enthusiast.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm not going to claim expert status.
Sorry, I'm just not, I myself, you know, I'm not as well versed in Cloud Soul, so I didn't know the proper term.
I learned at the School of Azael. He taught me the ways many moons ago. Showmaker will find a little bit of a shock blast onto Peanut, who kind of laughs it off, to be honest. He's feeling pretty good at this point in time. Looking at Chovy, though, he does have the Night Harvester completed, looking towards that Lich Bane as the next one, as Pays does have his finger on the trigger finger when it comes to the trigger button.
Yeah.
When it comes to the spell shields.
I really like the Sivir in this comp. We've seen the Sivir actually hovered a ton in the LCK, and we've of course seen it in other regions, but this is the first time we're actually seeing it this season, if I'm not mistaken. And it's really so good into these types of poke compositions because of the spell shield, but it also just gives you wave clear for days. And we're not quite at that point yet, but you can obviously see the 1-3-1 in effect, but you give it 5 more minutes here, Pays picks up an additional item, and then this Jax is out of control, can't be matched anywhere, and then you suddenly have to bring like 4 people to kill Doran, and then Sivir's like knocking on your front door, but wait, there's a LeBlanc killing turrets too? It's just not fair, and D+ won't be able to use their Heimerdinger setup if they can't get to the objective first because they're catching waves, and that's the power of this composition of why it's so good into what D+ are doing, because their comp needs setup, and if your minions are, say, denying it, then it's just really hard to play this one out as D+. I mean, it's not that big of a gold lead, but the map control, like you were talking about a moment ago, is really the crux of this.
Yeah, and you can see Chovy just electrocuting minions before they even make it to the other minions. And Doran here is unanswerable. Like if Kana walks up to the Jax, he's just going to run him down. So needs the safety of a turret, and means that Doran can continue having that added pressure. And then when D+ want to get that set up for this composition that it so sorely wants, just not going to be able to find those avenues in order to do so. And so Gen G, really, hats off to how they've been able to play this out so far, and let's see whether they can continue to make it work. Because if they start grouping for 5v5s, that's when you know things are a little bit rough. As Kana going to try and get out of this one. The Equalizer doing a little bit of work. He does not have a stopwatch once again, as Showmaker is going to be able to get the kill onto Doran. So a 1-for-1 in the end, and 1 assist going over. So an even trade, I guess you could say, but this is the problem.
Yeah, exactly. You group somewhere to kill someone or try to, and you lose something somewhere else. It comes at such a heavy cost, and if you were as D+ ahead on Drakes, or you were threatening Soul, for example, remember both of the Drake takes for Gen G, they lost the fight but got them, and it was so close as well. I'm going to have to hold my thoughts on this.
Yeah, Hayes is going to Spell Shield. It'll wear off, so he will get knocked up here as Canyon moves on in, wants to find it. There's the Dredge line, and Showmaker going to not even get an assist, so as the Shock Blast doesn't land.
That should be the Drake going over to D+ here, or maybe they've got their eyes on Baron, because you only get a few of these moments, right, where you actually group kill somebody as D+, and you're like, okay, now I don't care about your side laning. I killed somebody. We have the numbers advantage. You guys can push all you want. We're going to get this objective. Picks like this with this Nautilus are absolutely the way you're going to be able to then set up for objective takes without a team fight. Who cares about side laning when you're here first? You got that aggressive push.
Oh, and they've got 4 champions that do a lot of damage to Baron as well. I mean, even the Heimerdinger with his Rylai's built up. That's going to be Soul Point going over to Gen G, but we'll see whether D+ can get themselves a semblance of map control with this. As Blast Cone not even going to be opted into here by Canyon, who is looking to kill Doran instead. And so there it is. Third Drake to go over here as D+, before they go out, they are going to take themselves this outer turret.
Let's see if they can get anything else with this against what is such insane Sivir wave clear, and obviously the double Shiv. Because even though Baron is so important here for D+, it's going to give them a lot of map control for a while here. They don't get to use it for anything because it's going to wear off before the next Drake, and they had to trade that Baron for the Drake itself. And look at this, the minions just disappear. And so
if they are buffed, it does take him a little bit longer than usual.
True.
But yeah, like, the problem is that they have the double. And so if you've got Chovy and Pays, then the waves won't last.
Exactly, and now that you've grouped up to deal with that one clear, like they weren't empowered because he was there and he was able to do it. Now they're pushing bottom, and look at Doran on top side, tossing another wave into the nether here, so denying money here from D+ during their own Baron buff. Just, this is a great game between two teams who absolutely know what they want to do with their compositions, but you know, I said maybe if it's tool-assisted, I give the edge to Gen G 100% of the time, 100 out of 100 times. But even without tool-assisted, it's Gen G-assisted, right? Like, they're piloting this, and they are playing it well.
And Doran here just waiting for someone to turn up and take this money. Turns out no one really wants it. And Peanut going to steal away this Raptor camp. Fresh off a reset now is D+, and we'll see whether they can actually start getting some advantages with the last minute and a half of this Baron.
Doran.
Okay, Kana. Gonna look to get underneath this turret once again. Just had to do a bit of a stopwatch check, but I didn't really have time because he was dead.
So the Scryer's Bloom, Doran saw it was used, so he knew Kana had a false sense of security. He pinged question mark, then Kana shows, and he's like, oh, okay, he checked with Scryer's. He thinks there's nobody here, and he can go up and take this wave. Preps the counter-strike and goes in. Kana has no flash, so he can't outplay it, and then the Peanut ult follow-up is super easy. Gen G getting a huge win on the top side.
Yeah, and now you can see Deft actually kind of alone as he moves into the mid lane, but they do manage to take at least this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. Kellen just trying to shadow, making sure Deft is as safe as possible. They're now looking for a bit of a reset, but you can see that D+ are feeling well and truly on the back foot, because that wasn't them pushing through to try and get an inhib turret or anything like that with this play, trying to group up and brute force. They feel under pressure, and understandably so. given how this one has gone.
Yeah.
So 2.5 minutes on the next Dragon fight. This one's going to be one that D+ do not want to give up. And all the extra movement speed, like for a 1-3-1 comp, like Cloud Drake is almost unironically just one of the best souls.
Oh no, absolutely. No, it's actually insane here for this composition, especially when you consider the fact that you already have Sivir. She's gonna run really fast. Everybody's gonna run really fast. You can close that gap so quickly, and if the turrets aren't set up, which how can they be if you're constantly catching waves? It's really hard. And what D+ have to do to get Prio on a Drake basically is 5-man group to try to annihilate a Jax, for example, or LeBlanc, two very slippery and difficult to kill champions. But if you group as 5, kill the one who's on the bottom, then go down to get onto the Drake and set up, then you could do it, right? But you only have these limited windows to do that, and it's very predictable. They have done it already once this game. It was, of course, in the Genji jungle where they got that pick with Canyon. That's what they need.
Oh,
Kellen.
dear. Kellen is just going to flash, so not going to cease and desist. And so, therefore, Kellen will survive. Still, having the flash on the Heimerdinger is going to be valuable, if not, you know, it's not the most valuable.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely not a pick that relies on it very much. Unless it's Beryl, who's doing some crazy flash grenade play or something like that. But this is looking pretty unfortunate here for the side of D+ here. It's not like they're playing a bad game here in the later parts, just their composition was really going to struggle if it can't get there. So I will say probably in the next 30 seconds or so, we're going to have to see D+ group towards the bottom part of the map, try to push out that wave and get some sort of prio on the Drake. Otherwise, Genji kind of just get it by default. And trying to catch LeBlanc, as anyone who's played against this champion in sides with Shiv knows, is so annoying. You're not going to catch her.
Yeah.
She's getting shadowed here, and Genji's moving towards the bottom side of the map. That's another turret down, and D+ aren't getting wins anywhere.
And if you're not able to actually defend your inner turret in the bottom lane, then it's going to be nigh impossible to deny this soul. 30 seconds on the clock, and D+ going to have to move out as a full unit if they want to be able to get there. And in the meantime, Jax will be in a side lane, and he will be, well, or he'll be going home. But he might be back in a side lane.
He could be, and that's the thing. When you don't know where Jax is, it's so terrifying, because can you actually afford to send Kana down? What if he just kills the inhibitor, you know?
Well, now Chovy dashing on over. They do find a depth charge, but they don't find the Chains of Corruption. Teleport comes in from the Jax, looking for that team fight angle, but this is kind of what D+ want, as Chovy goes down very, very low. And if they are moving away, especially if they're separated, this is where the poke comp can shine.
Oh man, Deft is having such a fantastic Forest game. He's just pushing that LeBlanc away, now doing a ton of damage here, and Genji have to come to D+. This is how they want to play this.
Yep, Equalizer is still available as Deft is going to go golden. There's the Equalizer as Canyon's going to be able to secure the Drake. Canna goes golden finally here, as well as their health bars are so low, the ricochets are tearing them apart. And Deft not able to find the ultimate. And Dora now chasing after them. Deft and Showmaker, the last two standing. And I don't know whether this was necessarily worth it, because 5 seconds and the Baron will spawn. Pays kind of just a monster.
He is so big right now. Deft looking for a potential steal.
Oh god, he's just dead.
Nope, yep, he's dead. He wanted to maybe steal. He was like, maybe they won't check. They check those. It's Genji. They're going to check. But, I mean, it's desperation. Showmaker?
I mean, Showmaker will kill all of them if he gets a Shock Blast in there. Yeah, he kills the Jax. And now Delight is on top of this brush. They have to get out of here. This is a quadra kill, unless you escape. Okay, Shock Blast is going to miss, and therefore Showmaker's going to have to waste a bit of time onto Delight here. So unable to get anything more than the Jax. But they keep the Baron from going down, and I guess they keep their hopes alive.
They saw the Varus angle, but they did not see the Jace, as this fight here for D+, unfortunately, gets a little bit too split up here as you secure the Drake, but you lose the fight, and the Ricochet is just crazy bouncing through this choke point with all those low health bars. But then, low health bars over here. We skip the Deft part, and we go straight to the Shock Blast here. Showmaker doesn't know who's in there, but he is going to get who he can, and will be able to deny the Baron. So very successful. He did what Deft was unable to do, but tried to do moments before. Game still in Genji's control right now, though. Is stopped Baron, and a single Drake going over to D+ isn't going to break the back here, but small advantages gained here in terms of additional kill going over to Showmaker. Deft, you know, winning that, or denying that Cloud Soul means that he could do more things in this game. He will have more space to work with, and his poke has been so successful thus far. This is not, if Varus gets POG, it's not because of the Boom Boom, it's just because Deft is playing it so well.
He is, but look at that. This is what we were talking about. Like, FaZe just auto attacks and they're clumped up. And these ricochets, it's not something the D+ have been focusing on. They need to give FaZe a bit of respect in this game. As Peanut looking for that flank angle, he will find it. Canna could be out of position. Deft is as well though, and he's going to get taken down. There's the chains that are going to connect. Kellen going to go down as well, and Gen G, they found their angle. The dredge line to try and get Canyon to safety. And Gen G now have a pretty clean way of heading towards the Baron this time around, as Canyon, he's going to stop the vision of the ward, but he knew it was there, and so Gen G will just kill him. Not sure about that.
Just trying to get some additional vision around here, but he's not having his best game tonight, Atlas. It's not the POG performance we've seen 12 times from him this season. And Peanut's just going to make sure nobody comes over here to look for a cheeky steal. Showmaker's like, all right, well, I don't know where they are. I'm just going to play safe. And, well...
Yep, there is cease and desist. And, man, this comp with the snowball is looking just glorious. The Baron going to be taken here, and Gen G, just a few I's to dot and some T's to cross. And they are going to be saying goodnight to this game. They have played this composition just gorgeous.
I know. It's just, this is the kind of game where you watch this draft and I know Luke Sandbox is like, ooh, Closer's like, that's the LeBlanc angle. I'm like, no, not for you. Actually, this is Gen G, KTG plus level only. And maybe Hanwha, but at their best only. Because when you see why this composition works so beautifully in these types of moments where you have so much map control, you have really strong team fighting, but you also have poke to a certain extent, right? With these shivs, it's like you've got everything, but only if you do it perfectly right, and only if you do it extremely well from the early stages of the game too. Yeah. And it's beautiful to see, but you can see why LeBlanc is so highly prioritized in moments like this.
Yep, and now Gen G, they are going to catch Canyon out of position once again. He's relatively tanky as Deft. He's going to do a lot of damage, but it's just not going to be enough. Equalizer does come down. Doran is burning. Canna is going to be taken down, though, and both of the poke champions are left alive, but the rest of the team is just destroyed. And Shock Blast is flying through. There's a max range Vault Breaker. Cease and Desist is going to say nope to Showmaker. He's just in the sky forever. The Vi and Alistair combo has looked just glorious in this game. And Gen G, I think they're just done. I think they're looking to move on to game number 2. And Peanut, he's flashing forward. Deft is going to flash towards the fountain. Chains of Corruption are going to land, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And there it goes. Game number 1 goes to Gen G.
And I do feel, Atlas, if there's a few moments in this game where if something different happens, like for example when the dive happened bottom side, Canyon dies instead of actually getting a kill there and getting some additional plate gold, and Deft gets further ahead. Some of those critical moments where Canyon came up a little bit empty here really hurt, because the Deft angle was there. Like, he was so ahead, he had so much control of that lane, but one small mistake and then he didn't have the lead he had anymore, and the Jace, of course, didn't have the ability to side lane like a LeBlanc, and just some really small margins of which this game was decided. But Jenny knew exactly what they wanted to do with this comp, and they played it basically perfectly. And I love games like this because also the D+ comp was very good and had a clear win condition. And it is absolutely going to be, I think, a fantastic best of 3 here that we're in for. I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
I'm just hoping that D+ can actually get back on the right foot. We know that sometimes game number 2s aren't necessarily as close as game number 1s. If they are able to turn it around, though, it will show a lot of growth for this squad. But ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game number 1, and we'll dive into game number 2.
오케이 잭스. 이거 얘 한번 갔다. 야 한번 더 때릴게. 때리자. 바로 뻥. 바로 한번 조심. 나 조직에서 쏘아 가죠. 큐 탈게 이거. 야 이거 다이브 할 생각하자. 공 4초. 럼블. 인가 먼저. 터부터 보자. 한타 빼고 타워 먼저. 잭스 조심. 야 제이스 초식에 있어. 나 쿵캉 들거든 이거 전멸 쿵캉. 야 제이스한테 쿵 꽂아야 돼. 아 집태. 볼 거야. 연계. 나 큐풀 되고 르블랑 공 있어? 나 공 있어. 내가 큐풀로 바르스 맞춰줄게. 바르스 풀 찼음. 오케이 여기까지. 오케이 바르스 풀. 손대자. 나이스. 나이스. 승훈아 들려?
잘 들려요.
물티지 필요하면 내 거 써. 이거 줄게 여기. 네. 춥지 않아?
괜찮아요.
괜찮아? 건우 막내 생겨서 기분이 너무 좋아 보여. 근데 건우의 막내 건우보다 3살 어리다는 게 말이 안 되는데 난. 승훈이가 여기 나이 제일 많아 보인다니까.
아 그건 아니야 성훈아.
그건 아니긴 해. 그건 아니야?
적어도 너랑 비슷한 약간.
그게 그거잖아. 승훈아 1대1 할래?
하죠.
일단은 맛보기를 리신 미러 가보자. 어? 닦일 뻔했네. 오케이 좋은데 한 번 더 하자. 오케이 이즈리얼 할까 리시리 할까? 야쏘 하자고? 네. 좋은데. 죽어야겠지. 1스택 3스택 4스택. 오
너무 세다.
4분 남았다.
문 높이고?
오케이. 문도 근본 스킨으로 간다. 어디 갔어? 스킨 겹치네. 미친 압박감. 여기.
오. 개고수인데.
안녕하세요. 잘 가세요. 이거 풀을 안 써? 잘 가, 성아. 두 번 봐준 게 이렇게 된다고? 내 풀을 끝까지 아끼네, 이거. 보시론까지 보고. 건우가 말이 많다. 2분 남았다, 2분. 건우 닦였어? 갈까?
얘들아 우리 이번 뱀비 끝나면 초반 설계랑 이런 거 좀 꼼꼼하게 하고 들어가자. 알았지?
야, 지면 불려가서 이기면 돼. 상관없어. 아니야, 그냥 칼퇴하자. 뭐하러 그래? 막말로 져도 돼. 나 칼퇴하고 싶어. 프로 결승이 더 중요하지. 여기 있다, 세주 발견. 나 미드 뒤에서 나올 수 있고. 나 미드 왔어. 봐도 돼 이거. 얘 노플이야. 보자. 얘가 됐다고? 나이스. 천천히 탈게. 뒤에 탈. 야 천천히. 레넥 키 주자. 야 안 해봐줘. 야 앞에. 야 앞에 잡았어. 앞에. 야 그다음에. 나이스. 나 미드 한번 봐줄 수 있고. 얘 더블 릭사서 안 될 듯? 이거 한번 볼게. 노플. 밑에 밀게. 기나. 그건 뭐야? 나이스. 알리부터 보자. 야 그한테 앞라인부터. 그한테 다시 시작. 앞에. 바로. 나이스. 이득 많이 봤다. 나이스. 한번 다음 라인 한번 더 밀어도 되는데. 좋았다. 내가 한번 봐줄게. 썩히 봐도 돼, 알아? 봐도 될 것 같은데? 막아볼래, 형? 막아볼래? 막았다. q 3초. 끝. 지렸다, 알아. 나이스. 얘네 물 수 있다. 물면 볼게. 야, 끝. 괜찮아. 남 초식해. 이거 앞에 딜각 좋아. 봐줘. 야, 큰 상태 높을. 야, 다 잡았어. 앞에 높여. 앞에 피해. 내가 잡으러 갈게. 앞에 피해. 나 게임 끝낼게. 나 이거 르브랑 집 끊을게. 너 좋은 거 같은데? 잡았어. 와, 이게 줘. 끝났어. 끝났냐? 끝났어. 시원하다, 한타. 와우! 나이스! 가자! 나이스 1등! 나이스! 1등이다! 가보자!
Walk through the fire.
welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Gen.G up against DK, and that one was really feisty, very back and forth in the early game, but then eventually Gen.G kind of rolled over them. I'm Valdez with Huni and Chronicler still. What do you guys think about that first game?
It was really fun. Very different from our first series, which was a lot slower paced. Tons of skirmishes. I think it got a bit messy at times as well, which is inevitable when both teams have drafts that I think really lend themselves to see person, kill person in side lane. I think the side laning wasn't the cleanest of either team. Both Kana and Doran copped quite a few deaths just being by themselves. But when it comes to the fights and the skirmishes remained very close up until deep into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the game was like really spicy as you mentioned it. Like, it was like, oh, you there? Punch. You there? Kick it. You know, it was like pretty fun to watch. And the most important thing is like still, even though there was a lot of fight between, like in the middle, like Gen.G was still able to get the Dragon stacked up, and DK had a poke comp, but no matter what, they could just go the drag soul point and get the pressure down, and then they could just get the team fight down, and that was the key.
Well, we had a very interesting draft here. You talked about the poke comp already, but the Sivir also coming out, and the casters highlighting that it felt like both of these compositions pretty difficult to play out. What did you guys think about this?
So Gen.G has a 1-for-1 composition where you're trying to use the Sivir as wave clear, hard to engage on, particularly with Alistar. And then you have LeBlanc and Jax in the side. But with the Rumble, you don't really get to go in super hard, I think, on the Jax until like much later in the game. And also kind of depends on how the early matchup plays out. And then for D+, I actually really liked their draft, except the fact that Canyon was sitting on the Nautilus. Good Canyon on Nautilus has not historically been that great. And I think that the Heimer, even though I like the idea, it didn't really offer enough. And I think after the continuous nerf to really warrant being picked in a situation where you could have also just picked a carry jungler for Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, D+ Kia, like as I said, they brought out the poke comp, but no matter what, from the Gen.G side, if they want a team fight, they can just easily team fight. As soon as the Peanut just get the GA, just Vi, just press the R button. It's the same thing also Alistar with the Sivir pressing R. Especially also Sivir. This has been 10 years, the Sivir and Rumble has been, these champions been released for 10 years. Rumble get countered by Sivir R, you know? You press R, you press R. Just run away. Easy.
Yeah, just run away from the fire. Don't step in the fire.
Spell shield it for yourself.
Spell shield it. Have a good day. Make everybody on your team faster. It feels pretty good. We did have a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting early on, as we did talk about, and kind of going both ways, at least early on, kept it pretty even.
We again see the difference in supports and junglers playing Nautilus. Grizzly was already a recipient of this, but even see it here a little bit as Canyon not really able to have the early impacts. And we really wanted to kind of try and embody the chaos that was this game, where everyone just kept going down, and then it was a constant back and forth trades, teleports coming in, which meant that the pace of the game was really accelerated, and the Lethality champions in particular, I think, should have been able to kind of try and leverage their really strong mid game, because they were sitting on Manamune and Duskblade very early on.
Yeah, it's like a TP into fight and fight and fight and fight. And even here, like Peanut just taking down by just Heimer turret, just buying just an auto one. It's like the game is like so incredible, like not calculated based on just, oh, you there, let's fight. Even this fight, like Gen.G were still like really ahead. They still had an edge on it, but it doesn't matter. Gen.G wanted to fight, and they still like lost the 4v5. Being ends up, they lost the 4v5.
Yeah, by the end of it, when we get to the end of the whole clip, because it takes a while, right? Paige is able to get one kill, and then Chovy is trying to also follow, but Deft is also on his way, so it really ends up being just all over the place. Everyone's accelerated, and neither team has a really big grip on the mid game as we head into the later stages, which means that one single mistake, wrong place, wrong time, which we thought was the Pace pick when he got picked, ironically, on Sivir in the ruler spot. Just thought that was funny, because we've seen that a million times.
It has happened a million times, and it was pretty interesting because we got to a point where Gen.G, you know, they pressed their buttons, right? They had all this engaged, and DK were out of position one time, and that's kind of what led to this game ending, as Gen.G were able to take this and then the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Baron point. Like, usually if the game was, when the game is messy, it's just like whoever get the Baron, and it's like whoever kill like this most, just usually get the Nexus. And that's how the Gen.G's closed the game down. Like, it's already 30-minute plus with the Baron. Just they can easily siege with their team comp. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's really the highlight for me, is that Pace got caught at like 22 minutes, so the Baron didn't end up leading to too much. And Deft, unfortunately, got picked up very late, right? It was 31, 32 minutes. I also want to pay attention to something that the casters also mentioned, that we have observed collectively, which is that it's normal to have a higher KDA in a win than a loss, but I think it is really telling how big the gap truly is when it comes to Canyon specifically, because I do think we have to, the rest of D+ also plays for Canyon. I just think that Canyon as a jungler works best when he is a carry and his lane's playing for him. That has always been the way that D+ has functioned, that Damwon has functioned, and how they won Worlds. And I think that trying to have Canyon play for his lanes on things that are more supportive just doesn't seem to really work out. I think his Nautilus was not really impressive. We've seen it with things like his Maokai as well.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty noticeable, especially how high the KDA is when they win. Generally, it's Canyon carry.
That's on average.
Yeah, on average. We do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up here on the side of Gen G. It will be the Nut himself.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just one death. It was like from our one highlight. Just that's it. I mean, he had a perfect game, basically. Like, even that one, like, he just had a kill. Like, it was a great counter jungle timing. And it's just like, after this, I think just the jungle was be able to just dominate it from Peanut's side.
Poor Kana. Did not have the best game. And understandably, right, is dealing with COVID at the moment. We saw his cam. And you're also Rumble, so if Vi shows up in your side lane, you just kind of die. And I think Peanut, when Gen G looks good, it's when Peanut gets to set the early pace and actually offensively push forward. Because if he doesn't, then we can see some problems. I don't even mind everyone actually getting a vote. That's cute. I like that.
Everyone got a vote. Turns out that media just going for 3 different people that weren't the POG. Kind of an interesting coincidence. Guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, astronauts. And yes, very quizzical votes to come through there, but most of us are aligned as the jungle, very important in this particular matchup. Always has been between both Peanut and Canyon. But D+ going to move over to the blue side, and hopefully this changes up how this draft is going to look. I think the bans as well should be changing a fair bit. We've seen a lot of Vi bans, even though she was nerfed on this patch. She is still very strong. And a few seconds on an ultimate, I don't think really changes the game, especially when teams have been so slow.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance that D+ here on blue side just fish for Kai'Sa first pick and see what else they can, get. Obviously, if Gen G ban the Kai'Sa, which they may, they have not yet, then, you have a lot more options. Like the Nico, I think you have to kind of perma-ban against D+. They're just so good at it, both Showmaker and Canyon. So that one's just not really negotiable. Red side Sejuani with paired with either the Jax, the Renekton, or even the Yone is problematic, so I like this ban. Tristana also first pickable, and the alternative here is to try to ban something like a Renekton as Gen G in this final spot and try to trade, and be like, oh, okay, well, you got the Kai'Sa, we'll take the LeBlanc. It's awkward here for D+. I like this Vi ban because it's just so strong. Peanut's so good at it.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that the Vi is a great adaptation. The Kai'Sa going to be taken away, and it does mean that Rel is left up and available. Another thing that is a little bit more supportive in the jungle, so something that we'd probably prefer to see Kellen play if D+ do elect to first pick it. But we'll see. It is the LeBlanc that comes through.
All right, so let's see if D+ can build a composition that makes sense with this pick, because remember, last time it was all about insane 1-3-1, and the comp was perfect for the LeBlanc. And of course, it's Chovy. He's not going to disappoint you on the pick, but I'm not going to like it until the draft tells me to, and they take the Jax away.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to get the Poppy here as well for Peanut.
Really like the Poppy for making team fights just feel a little bit awkward. Certainly will be the case. D+, can they round out their top side, or are they looking for a bottom lane? Xayah Rakan, a possibility, I guess. But if you're going to play this LeBlanc, I didn't mind the Sivir idea. This is also fantastic, so the Rel flexibility going to be coming through here.
Yeah, I think given the champion pool of Deft and what he's shown us so far this season, you could just save the 80 carry for the latter part of the draft, and you could even go like Rel Nautilus here, keep that flexible. Obviously, weren't inspired by.
Yeah, I don't want to
Canyons.
see Nautilus in the jungle.
Yeah. We weren't inspired by it, but that's something you could do if you want to keep the options open. Cassante into the Jax, an interesting choice. That is not going to give you any side lane at all. This is going to give you very little. So already a weaker LeBlanc draft here, in my mind, for what D+ have put together.
I don't mind the Renekton though, because from around level 4, 3 or 4 or 5, around there, like Renekton is very strong even into the Jax. So you can find some angles as Chovy is going to lock in the Azir. Genji, they be team fighting, and of course Poppy Azir, best friends.
Yeah, and Azir is also just so good at saying no to Rel and Renekton engage, just saying, maybe maybe you guys are going to ban the Alistar. We don't really want that. We've got Emperor's Divide, and it's going to be a more powerful version as Rakan is gone, unsurprisingly, with Rel being flexed these days. Strong pick to take away. And right now for Genji, like, you're a little bit concerned if you're D+ about just any sort of scaling AD carry for Pei. Zeri, a big potential problem here in this draft. Aphelios, Xayah, these are all extremely strong picks here for Pei's with the team fighting comp they've put together.
No, exactly. And Xayah isn't going to have a Rakan if it is going to be locked away, but it is still going to be a strong pick, even without just targeted CC. So the Heimerdinger actually getting a respect ban here as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute. Makes me feel like Genji aren't actually going to go for a Varus lock in here, which they theoretically could.
I think Pei is playing Zeri if it's up. It's just so easy to lock it in here. You've got skirmishing power early.
I would agree.
You have the side lane to keep the Zeri relevant even if she doesn't have a moment and get ahead early. I think D+ should ban it. They will. And so maybe it's just Xayah or Aphelios here, whichever you'd like. Aphelios has some added resistances. This is what you were talking about. Don't like this pick as much.
Yeah, it was feels like the next one, if you're going down the tier list, with all the nerfs to the Aphelios, I don't think that one's necessarily up there. Yeah, Viper could play it, but that's a don't try this at home type situation.
Sure.
It comes with a disclaimer. As Deft is going to be hovering the Ezreal for the moment. It's been one of his favorites in the past, poke v poke, although Varus does do it from a little bit further away. Bit of an archery off though, as this is one of Deft's historically better champions, but not one that's been winning very much here in the LCK. As you can see, 6 wins out of the 18 picks, only a third of the time picking up the W.
Do it. Do Nidalee. Just play it.
Oh, the Lilia. I am down with that as well.
Okay, pretty good setup here for D+, because Ash Arrow into Nidalee Spear plus the synergy you have with Renekton was where I was going with that, but the Lilia is going to be able to set up some sleeps. The Arrow can work together with that as well as the Magnet Storm. So you Magnet Storm, Lilia comes in, hits a big W or big Q, and then puts everybody to sleep. Very strong here, but again, all of these follow-ups to the Arrow are going to be difficult to pilot because of this Azir pick and the Poppy, of course, that also will stop that follow-up engage. So at least Cannon has the opportunity to use that bowling ball to set up his sleeps and add some additional damage into this composition.
I wouldn't mind if we saw some of the lethal tempo variety of this Varus.
Yeah, honestly.
This is a time where you can, as Score is going to bow to the audience instead of bowing to Acorn, who is not actually here. He's, of course, back at home with COVID.
I really like what you're saying, though, about that Varus, because I think that the one part of the draft I don't really like for Genji that much is the Varus, but if it's at least not lethality, then, you could front to back with it a little bit more with the Azir composition.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if we were heading down the more on-hit route, like Static Shiv, Rage Blades, and stuff like that. Mainly because Rage Blades is a really fun item to me, and it gives me the good brain chemical when I see that one picked up. Canyon and Canna, though, are going to be the story of this early stage of the game. We'll see whether D+ Kia can play through that top side and get some advantages. Genji, though, it's all about team fights, and man, this composition will do it well. And if they can do just 2 opposing comp styles in the one series, be very, very impressed with this this team. Let's jump onto the Rift and see what's going to happen for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Hoping and praying that we can get another one for the 6-game day. Because I think this one deserves to go the distance. I want to see D+ actually up their game just a little bit here. We saw Kana have a bit of a rough one, but we know that Renekton is well and truly his most comfortable champion. And he's been a player that is, once he gets his hands on stuff that he's very comfortable on, he turns into a much different player.
Sure. There's a lot of players like that.
Crown, for example.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
I feel like Peanut is not one of those players. You know,
No.
he is.
I think the
very
weirder
good
the
at
better
everything.
for him. Him
Yeah.
and Spirit were the same, where it's like, if we can play Lulu jungle, then we're psyched. You know, we're having a great time. But if we're just going to play the normal things, boring.
He's like, I will reach into the depths of my brain and be like, oh yeah, Skarner's good here.
Yeah, exactly. I think Zillion jungle is
Yeah, he's like,
that's the
actually,
way.
this is pretty smart. Let's go for this. They all won't see it coming. Doran, I think, is definitely similar to Kana in certain metas. Very much okay, this is in my wheelhouse. I'm going to play it very well, or otherwise I might struggle. Jax is in his wheelhouse, so not feeling too different with him. Obviously playing the same champ back to back here. Yep. See the Hail of Blades for Ivarus, which leads us to believe it will just be lethality.
Yeah, so not going to be going for anything a little bit more fun. But maybe that's just like, this is just the way that people play the Varus these days, as Deft kind of losing out on this trade for the moment, but he's got the lethal tempo, so in extended trades he's going to be feeling a little bit better. Both of these AD carries eating through their potions though, as the minion wave getting thinned out on the D+ side. They will hit level 2 first, and that does mean that that slight advantage will belong to them. Canyon standing on a ward as Peanut is making his way in, and if Canyon's jungle goes awry once again, as it is not. It's Canyon that's able to lock it down. His smites, man, even though he had a really rough game, his smites was still good. And chasing down champions is something that Lilia does very, very well.
Yeah,
not going to elect to do so here.
Not going to feel great for Peanut, but, you know.
Yeah, a bit of a hand on the back of the neck, as we can see.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one, but it just goes straight to Krugs. Jax does have a lot of prio. It's not yet the time where Renekton starts to do a lot of good things. Can obviously outrange. We talked about this earlier, where you can kind of queue and chip away.
Out of a cannon.
Yeah.
Value for Canna.
He's got his Fury prepped, so.
Ooh, maybe that's his name. Cannon Nah. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like the abbreviation. Ooh, figured it out. Ash doesn't win very much.
Yeah, especially when Taeyun is playing it.
Yeah, and they've been priority picking it quite a lot. So obviously something might have been going right outside of what's happened on stage. And Ash has been something that Deft has played for an exceedingly long time. Of course, she was the tutorial champion at the very beginning of League of Legends. And so that means that he's had access to it for many, many years. And Doran,
he was playing it. He was like, "Yeah, you know what? I think I will keep up with this game." He's like, he's playing a tutorial. He's like, "This Ash champion's pretty fun. I guess I'll play League of Legends." I guess Ash convinced Deft to be a professional player.
Unless it
Butterfly
was
effect.
Tristana. It could have been Tristana because she was also there.
She's not in this game, Atlas.
She's not.
I'm just gonna assume it was Ash.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Ash as well. I think you're right.
The famous quote from Deft from Worlds when he finally won Worlds, you know, Unbreakable Spirit. It's all Ash.
Yep.
It's looking good, man. I'm feeling pretty good about the draft of D+ suddenly. I was not feeling so great about it before, but you know, it's better. Canyon's gonna eep his way over here a little bit of a roundabout way.
Yeah, and Doran's Counter-Strike is now on cooldown. The Ruthless Predator going to come in. The Leap Strike actually going to be used as Watch Out Eep does come in. But Doran doesn't even have to flash as he moves back towards his turret. Kind of with a little bit of control here, but you can see the CS margins not really giving anything away, and damn, Peanut is good at Poppy. He's just played a lot of this champion.
He played a ton of Poppy when Genji were at their most dominant, right? And when Poppy was super meta.
Yeah,
and
true.
He was just so fantastic at it. Vi as well. When Vi was at the peak of her popular, where she wasn't getting banned every game, but still super viable. He was playing that a lot, and Genji was winning all the time. So stats are insane on these champs for him. He's just so good at these picks, which have been so recently so important. And he's already got his Bomby Cinder picked up here, and now he's going to be spending some time on the top part of the map. As down here, it's Alistair and Darrell, so the observers, you just never know what's going to happen. Keeping us zoomed in.
Yeah, keeping us guessing a little bit here is, Kellen and Deft just farming out these waves. The volley helping out there, as you could see. And D+ do gather themselves a slight advantage when it comes to this laning phase. Largely to do with Canyon getting a few more camps up against the Poppy. Something that can be expected. And okay, we'll just have to see where the first port of call is going to be. As Dominus has been popped. Canna is just like, get out of my lane. I am done with you. And honestly, both of the teleports are now down. So Canna here, look, Cannon, no. See? See what I'm saying? He's trying to do
he's
it.
like, nah, you can't.
Yeah, it's gonna get a lot of attention from all of these caster minions. And Doran, are you gonna be? I think he's gonna be able to get it because they're pretty tanky. So
yeah, maybe. We'll never know.
Oh. Can yes, can no. Can. Oh, nah. That feels bad. That feels bad. Oh, it's just the last little auto attack there.
Yeah, the last one. All right, now level 6 here for Doran. Kana has no ult. I don't think Doran's going to try to make a play for this, though.
Yep, and you can see the power of just one little gank towards this top side, and it really has skewed things back in favor of Canna. Of course, first back timings is when Renekton will generally get a little bit stronger, but it's also with the fact that the lane state was then dictated by him that things are really working out. Level 5s here for our bottom lanes.
It's just crazy. Renekton is such a weird champion, but incredibly strong. When he hits level 6, he's just like, oh, I hit level 6. Now half of your health is gone.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. And I'm just going to run at you, and there's nothing you can do. And that's also pretty relevant here for Doran, unfortunately, as he will have to chug through health potions here. He's getting chipped down on. Another cannon denied, potentially?
Can yes, can no? Not sure. Well, red buff is going to be traded for the Drake here, as it obviously wasn't too much of an issue losing early Drakes in game number 1 for Gen G, as Canna does manage to clip Doran with the Q there to even out this particular trade. Doran may need to look for some sort of back timing, though, as Canyon's moving up towards this top side. And yeah, Doran is just getting out of here. Sweeper is going to spot out this ward as Canyon continues to plague the top lane.
Yeah, Doran feels like he can hold his ground here, does have flash, so...
I mean, Counter-Strike is one heck of an ability.
It's pretty crazy, and it's just a blasting wand and a ruby crystal that Canyon has, so I don't think he's going to try to force this. It's over here.
Yeah, Showmaker going to land the chains onto Peanut, who does take a fair bit of damage. Not going to be taking away the popcorn chickens and defending the popcorn chickens. Something that D+ need to do. It feels like Canyon is fueled by them these days.
I really didn't notice until just now, but it's also Shiv Ash for Deft, which is interesting. We haven't really seen this variant just yet, as...
So it's like Shiv into the Trinity Force.
Yeah, I think it's just for the additional wave clear. Similar idea to the Sivir, but just a worse version of it in this case.
Yeah, just a different version, right?
Yeah,
doesn't synergize that well.
I don't really like it.
Oh, can't that? Yeah, we had to go back for the zoom.
It's weird when there's all these Ashe builds that have come around, right, that we're not a huge fan of. Like especially me, I really hated the Andres Ashe that was going around for a while.
Oh, yeah, the Imperial Mandate Ashe.
Yeah, like, it just makes you wonder, maybe she just, when you have to, like, really think about how to justify your items and you're going for these weird items, maybe you should just play something else, you know? When Ashe was support, I'm like, okay, like, you can have someone next to her who does damage and she's relevant. But now you're kind of a utility pick in this draft, and... It's Shiv LeBlanc, so does this comp actually hurt people? I'm not a big fan of it.
We'll just have to see, because if it is going to be like Shiv, Ashe, and then Infinity Edge, which does work out very well with Ashe, you know, you can utilize that a little bit.
Yeah.
Build into a little bit more heavy crit instead of the on-hit variety that I guess you're theoretically utilizing as the Trinity Forge version.
I mean, you could build Shiv on anything, Atlas, you know? As long as you put your mind to it and the
Well, no, I think as long as you request it from Boris and give him the right money.
Yeah, you put your mind to it and have the requested gold, then you can build Shiv on anyone. Does it make sense? No? Is it going to kill minions?
Look,
yes?
I don't mind any sort of follow-ups, but I'm inspired. I'm absolutely inspired.
I like to build Shiv on champions that can proc it easily, and who don't have great wave clear and who really desperately need it and become broken with it, like LeBlanc.
I like building
Sivir.
it on champions that can auto-attack, generally. Canna is going to have to probably dice his way out. I don't know whether he activated it, though, as there's the flash. Oh, the headbutt flash pole from Delight. Take your POG. His first blood goes over to Doran. That is a disaster for D+.
And the race between Delight and Lehens for #1 on support is just so intense, man.
Yeah.
Who's actually going to get that support All-Pro? It is hard to say. Both of these players are so good and at very different things, I would say, but roaming and getting kills for a Jax so that he can get extremely ahead early and start making a side lane powerful. That's the kind of roam I like to see.
Well, Canyon is just running at Doran here, spinning around. There's the lilting lullaby as Peanut just going to say goodbye. So we're going to trade ultimates here between the junglers, and Canyon's not going to miss a beat and move back towards the river here.
Doran is like, well, whatever, man. I still got my flash. I didn't freak out. I got a plate. I got an additional plate.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Yeah.
Speaking of chilling, Showmaker having a good time, and of course he was the one that really had the first game with massive success on the Shiv LeBlanc. She has of course changed a little bit here and isn't quite as oppressive as she used to be. But he has also had some struggles, even back when she was really, really powerful. As Peanut has just found Showmaker, who will just take a lot of damage. Still, Canyon going to come on over, try and deter them from doing anything. Bowling ball going to connect onto Chovy.
It's wild how Peanut always, like every time he shows up, it's like, wow, look what he did there. Like he actually made a huge impact at that exact moment. It's,
Okay, well, Kellen's going to Magnet Storm, try to crash down, going to be smashed out of it, and now Pei's going to look for the kill. Kellen's out of buttons, but he's not out of health.
He's all right. Flashless. He's got Hex Flash, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. Khan doesn't look too happy about it, but Khan is like really close to his camera, so...
He really is.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you really know whether he's being expressive through his forehead.
This is obviously a really nice bait here from Doran. Khan's like, oh, I have ult, and I could actually all-in you after you use your Counter-Strike like that. But Delight's flash timing here, so clean. And over here, Deft, where are you running?
Well, not sure. He's going to flash into the wall and die. Death Chamber bound, I believe is what it is, as Showmaker is now looking for Doran, who will flash this time. There's the flash forward, finds the chains, and Doran is just going to die. Canna going to grab that kill. Great counter here towards the top side. Would have been better if Deft hadn't have died bottom lane.
Yeah.
Still, you can need that in that top matchup.
So while this is happening, we're also going to see plates in mid, plates bot, and Drake, though, for Gen G. So it was not a free pick there on the top side. It wasn't Doran overextending, for example, for no reason. They're actually kind of pulling D+ around the map here with this play. So ultimately, at the end of the day, while it does feel nice that Renekton picks up a kill here, it's Renekton, and it's Vizier getting money.
Oh, was aimed at the Sand Soldier there as well. Yeah. Kind of cute. Chovy not going to panic.
Nope.
Doesn't even need to be a member of Blue Sandbox. Nope. Chovy really wants this plate, by the way.
He grabs 175, as does Pays in mid, so Carrie's getting money. Renekton getting money topside, but...
Well, Canner's just going to walk at Peanut here, and then realize that there's a cow. Hex Flash from Delight, and Canner just going to get pushed back. Does have a Q, but I have a feeling he doesn't have the rest of his health bar. Kellen going to move in way too late. That is just a dead Canner.
And they just... On the top side, Canyon's like, well, I'll get Krugs. They didn't actually dive, Dorn, or commit. Canyon has ult, but they don't actually make a cross map happen here, so they're just losing so much money across the map. Gen G getting these carries fed, getting so much money picked up. I mean, a plate for Nazir, okay. A plate and a kill, not okay. You know, this is starting to be really problematic here. 350 for Azir, 350 for Varus on plates alone.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption going to connect onto Canyon here as well, as Deft is going to have to move back. Doesn't have his, okay, Showmaker has also found some chains, but Peanut has now found Showmaker. Not going to get stunned with the heroic charge, as we're waiting for our distortion to come back up, is Showmaker. And so was Peanut. Going to find it as Steph's presence does come down, as Showmaker goes back to his distortion. Chovy's going to burn down, and Kellen will lock up the kill. Peanut needs to flash, but Showmaker jukes again, and Pace comes over and shoots him in the back of the head. That is going to be the end of the LeBlanc. She played it very well, and now Deft is going to move on down. I think Kellen is also dead, so despite the fancy footwork, despite the cool plays, D+ lose out on the trade.
And they got the hands to make the plays, but the macro, the rotation's much better for Gen G. Forgot about that Hextech portal, as it was Pays who ends up picking up the kill. It's 2 for the Varus, but it could have been anybody coming from the base. You know, you're so close making this play out there, going back to distortion. that someone's going to show up. I mean, it felt cool for a moment, and then it was like, oh, he's actually really in trouble. And Peanut's steadfast presence, the timing on that was so beautiful that he just says no to Showmaker, and it's all just to deny Chovy's back. That's what it's all for. But, I mean, we're talking about a Hextech Soul in this game. Gen G are up 2 Drakes right now, and unfortunately, this was probably not the play. He will ultimately be able to get back to his distortion here and tries to put the pressure onto Chovy, but suddenly, from the portal, out comes Avaris.
Yeah, he just hops on over as Empress Divide and Showmaker is just dead. Chovy immediately gets his revenge. The Poppy and Azir combo just working perfectly here for Gen G. They'll take themselves the first turret as well.
They're making the LeBlanc look totally useless after making it look extremely broken in the previous game.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, you kind of need a comp for that, where it all works out and you have enough power in the side where then if they collapse on the LeBlanc, you get power somewhere else. But this Renekton is getting some damage on the top side. They are going to be able to take out this mid turret with the Herald, so that's pretty significant gold. Going over to Deft here, and it looks like Kana, with the lead that he has, will also be able to get this turret, so it's not all for nothing here, but, you know, struggling a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's feeling like things are working out for Gen G, especially given the fact that we have a Hextech Soul, and Gen G have 2 Drakes already. That next Drake is going to be spawning in just over a minute and a half, and I think that that is where D+, are going to have to try and make this composition that they've put together team fight. Canyon has been farming so much this game, still wanting to complete that Demonic Embrace, but does have 6 stacks on his Rod of Ages. And he will be strong, but it's just about whether or not D+ can get themselves all on the same page and find that confidence to get a team fight that is going to work.
It's crazy how much money Pays has that he's able to pick up his second item here with like half of the tier stacks required. That's just how ahead he is.
Yeah.
Should have bought that tier earlier, I guess.
Also, he's gone Ghostblade this time. We saw Duskblade picked up by Deft in the previous game, but I really do like the added movement speed that you do get.
It's so good for follow-up, and especially when like you get a Keeper's Verdict and you can just run forward. You're like, oh, okay, the front line's gone. I'm just going to run in and destroy the carries. Feels really nice. As this is the Showmaker attempt to make the play on Chovy Part 2. And Peanut shows up. And like I was saying, it's wild how Peanut is always where the action is. Like, he's never not there. He is so good at knowing exactly where the pressure is going to be applied. And he's always making waves every time he shows. He never just go, oh, okay, like, I'm here, like, whatever. He's like, oh, I will kill half that guy's health bar at worst case scenario.
And it's working out very nicely here for Gen G. 15 seconds on this one. Let's see whether Deft can land himself an arrow, whether the follow-up is going to come through, because the pick potential for this composition, I think, is a little step up in comparison to what Gen G had in the last game. So that might be how they're going to have to look at starting off these fights. Avoiding the poke, certainly going to be a good thing as well. As the Drake going to get started here by Gen G. Doran on that flank angle. Kellen coming in as well, as there's the teleport from Canna. Decent Fury bar, as Doran will get stunned up. Something that Jaxes don't often do, as he gets the stun with the counter-strike. Showmaker looking to close in from the side, as Doran just taking a Hex Gate, moving his way over. There's the ulti from Peanut. And Canyon waiting for his opportunity, but that is Soul Point locked down for Gen G, but can they win the team fight is the question. There it is. They dive on forward. Canna looking for a little bit more. Chovy's pretty low. In fact, everyone on Gen G is so low. The flash comes in. There's the Magnus Storm as Kellen finally comes back. And that is a huge engage for D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovy, he's going to find it. He just wipes the floor with them. Chovy not even going to go down to Deft as it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not going to get it. Make it a triple. And it's a disaster. They get the Drake, and then in the end, they win the fight.
What did Chovy do to Showmaker? What did he do? Why is Showmaker trying to kill him every time and costing himself the game? Why is he chasing him down? Oh, and look, this fight actually is defined by that Canyon sleep, right? Rel's knocked out of the fight, takes her a really long time to come through here. Arrow comes in, double sleep set up here. Chovy can't do damage, but guess what? Before he slept, he puts that soldier over the wall. He gets out here, Doran gets run down by Showmaker, can't actually engage. Canyon is going to walk away, and then Kellen comes back through here. They get the stun, but just be happy with this win here. Chovy has ult. Imagine if Chovy ulted in that team fight. He didn't, by the way, because he got over the wall like a god. And then he's like, are they going to try it? They better not.
Oh, man. Just knows, picks his window. And somehow...
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he gets the last hit too on the Sand Soldier.
잡았다. 나이스!
Oh, man.
아, 진짜 다행이다.
That is...
Thank God, basically, is what he said. What a relief.
Yeah, no, and pretty much that has decided that Gen G have a huge advantage. Instead of D+ being able to get around the map and utilize the fact that they had people left alive, as Keeper's Verdict is going to get cancelled there by Peanut. Decides he doesn't want to use it, as now everyone is just diving towards Showmaker, who will land some chains. Some bowling balls going to connect. There is the follow-up CC as well, but the two-man pulverize is kind of massive here from Delight, who does have the Unbreakable Will. Rel not going to be able to dive out of there as Deft trying to get autos through, but he just cannot do it. It's too much damage in the area, and so Gen G stand their ground and grab the kills.
Doran
now trying to get away from Doran here. Doesn't get the Counter-Strike stun, but still doesn't feel like he wants to go toe-to-toe. Cannon will turn now. Gets himself the Conqueror. And Counter-Strike and being able to click on a Hex Gate. Kind of broken.
Yeah, I don't think that if Kana went in there, he was going to have a good time. So, unlike that, Doran identifies, okay, I can Hex Tech Gate my way out of here. And you can tell Doran's confident now in the 1v1, starting to take some of these aggressive calls. It's funny how Peanut is kind of like, actually, I don't want to ult these players. I want them to stay here. I want to kill them, as Chovy will escape again in live. And then this fight here is a really nice turn by Delight into the Rel. And there's just way too much damage here. Fantastic game from Pace here on this Lethality Varus. As, yeah, I mean, nothing happening here ultimately at the end of the day.
Nope, not going to be able to get on top of the Azir. There is still, like, barely anything in this game, by the way, guys. It is about 1.5k. The difference, there's 2 turrets apiece, but the big story is this next dragon.
Yeah.
Gen G have so much control. They can also just give it up if they'd like to. Get position on the Baron. D+'s task is going to be a very arduous one. And finding some sort of lead is going to be very, very important moving forward, because you can see all of this vision that D+ has around this Baron area is mainly just defensive, because they have to have control of the Baron if they're going to stand any chance of being able to even honestly fight in a minute's time.
And I just don't know. I don't know if they're ever going to be able to start that objective with the build that Deft is going for here. Is Trinity Force is coming out now. Like, he's just purchased it so late. And the damage just isn't that high here in this composition to try to rush down a Baron. So even if Gen G were grouped for Dragon, you can't necessarily even say, oh, rush over here and trade for Baron. With not a complete lack of vision for Gen G, it's just not a play that is possible, unfortunately, anymore. And let's see what this last fight is going to look like here, because this is probably the fight to decide the game. And my money's right now on Gen G based on their control so far. Doran has teleport, so he can come in here at any moment in time.
Yep, not to mention the way that they've looked as well, as Pays taking a bit of poke damage. He is definitely a priority target here. Does have to cleanse. That could actually be very meaningful, as Lilting Lullaby not going to be pulled just yet. Canyon holding onto that trigger, wants to be able to get more people sleepy.
Yeah, I mean, doing a little bit of poke damage himself with that Demonic Embrace too every time he's able to apply it. As
it's actually a fair bit of control now being built up by D+. Peanut inside the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Doran has to kind of walk his way over to a flank here. Did already teleport in. Kana gonna have teleport advantage, won't be too impactful just now. Peanut's waiting for that ult opportunity. Turn this into a 5v4, 5v3.
Yeah, Deft is also just going to take down this Sundisk in the mid lane. We'll be able to move this minion wave all the way forward. Canyon, can you actually get the smite to work out? As he flashes, he does find the sleep onto the Varus in the back line. And now, Canyon dancing around the fight. The Unbreakable Will comes through yet again, but they're keeping them at arm's length. More Qs are landing, but here is time for the re-engage. Canna moving back towards the Dragon, and they will be able to deny the soul. The flash forward from Peanut, the arrow in response, and he's going to go down. That is the Dragon taking the Poppy down as well, as once again Gen G are limping away. This time, another test for D+, and another kill for Canyon. Doran getting taken down solo, a double for Deft, and they wipe the floor with them this time.
Oh, making it interesting, Atlas, and now they've got a gold lead, and that's going to be Baron. You deny the soul, you get a full wipe, you get Baron. That is a huge lead now as the gold swings to D+'s favor. And it was all off of just an engage coming through there from Canyon. They push the minions through, and then they decide, okay, we're going to go in. We're going to start to force this. Kana is here for the cleanup. And this time, critically, when Chovy's caught by this flash sleep, he puts the soldier on the ground and dashes forward. Doesn't go over the wall this time where he knows Kellen is waiting. And Delight has to take the brunt of this damage before they can look for a turn. And there's just no angle because the positioning here of Deft and Showmaker is so perfect. When Canyon's in front, Kana takes all of that damage so that the turn isn't clean, and then re-engage from Kellen means it's going to be kills they pick up here as Deft is ready to flash the wall to make the play on the chase.
Oh my goodness, the bowling ball as well, meaning that it is just a matter of time before they all go down. Deft gives them his own thumbs up.
I loved how Kana just juggled the aggro on that.
Buff jungle is just not strong enough, I don't think.
Too weak.
I mean, do you think, like, it is actually so true though, isn't it? Like the Canyon, like, KDA, like in wins versus losses, like he's either a POG or he's Nautilus doing nothing. Like, you know,
he was like, he's either in this game he's probably gonna end up like 2-0-9 or something like that, maybe even more. But the last game he was like 0-5-5 or something like that, and
he was 0-6 at the end.
Yeah, he's with Rod of Ages. He was just briefly 3 levels ahead.
Paze almost explodes as D+. This is a 26-minute Baron. It looks a lot better than their previous one as Chovy is splitting on the top side. They're going to lose an inhibitor, though.
Yeah.
As Kellen is just blocking this one out. Bowling balls flying left, right, and center.
They might lose more than an inhibitor here. If Kana collapses in, I mean, Kellen's got the angle. They really need to be careful. They need Chovy's help.
Yeah, if they can get a couple of kills, then I mean, that could just be the end of the game here for D+.
Chovy is trying to do as 1 what D+ are doing as 5, and that would be a really nice trade here for Gen G, but without him, I think, like I said, D+ could try to push for more. They're not committing, though, and Chovy is going to just actually delete another wave on that inhibitor turret. So, ends up being not too bad. The arrow will miss. A little bit too slow.
Just going to sail by majestically, representing Deft's former teammate in Beryl, which is kind of cute, utilizing his skin. Deft used to be a Project Ash guy.
Yeah.
So did I, but I actually think that the DRX skin is super awesome. Shoutouts to Beryl there. Very good at making skins that people want.
I mean, 2 minutes before this Drake, Gen G can definitely weather the storm here and deal with that bottom wave, but it is not going to be easy to get Prio back here. And luckily for Gen G, they are on Soul Point, of course, so even if they give this next Hextech Drake, it's not going to be Soul. As yeah, Canyon is
3.3k.
He is massive, and he does a ton of damage with this Demonic Embrace.
He has the most gold on the map. As Showmaker's diving forward, Chovy is going to get chained up. It does get over the wall to avoid that. Holds onto his flash there as well. Piercing Arrow doing a fair bit of work in response. But Delight walking pretty slowly here. And the mobility of D+ is very powerful. But they're ushering a minion wave, and they are pushing the rest of Gen G into their own jungle. Doran does now not have the Counter-Strike available as the stun comes in. There's the arrow follow-up, and that is Doran down to his stopwatch, and then down. Ooh, does have the Counter-Strike then available, and 2 auto attackers aren't going to be able to kill him, but they will kill this inner turret and extend that gold lead ever further. 5,000 plus. It's going to be the lead here now.
It's basically a 5-man group as well towards the top side here for D+, so there's no way for Chovy to try to look for a teleport, even though he has wards there, and punish them for their transgressions there on the top side. Go, oh, okay, I could get behind you in Emperor's Divide. Doesn't really have that angle, not enough control, not enough vision here. It would have just been burst down himself if he tried for it. Speaking of burst, his damage build here is pretty loaded, so even an Emperor's Divide in a team fight can be decisive, but he's unfortunately been slept now twice at the beginning of these fights. The first one, obviously, he made a crazy outplay and it didn't matter, but the second time wasn't able to make the impact that he did in the first. And so, yeah, going once again down to that bottom lane, this is probably going to be just inhibitor down here. And Gen G, I mean, D+ should be able to get back in time to contest this.
What is happening over here? They want to get Hextech Soul. Kellen is sort of wandering around, but it is Canyon here as well. Sleep going to be available. The arrow is not. As there's the flash pulverize, headbutt, and Canyon is now a million years away. He did have to utilize the flash, and now Showmaker is just looking for even more. Canyon going to be in the area. It's going to need to be Oh,
They're going to look for the teleport to end.
For Soul. The Nexus for Soul trade. Let's see whether it's going to work here as Canyon is going to look for a bit of a sleep. He's going to go golden as well. And now Doran. Can he stay alive? Can he keep this one up and available? The flash does come through. He does kill the Renekton, and now Delight is trying to save this. The Hextech Soul is now upon
Minions
them, but
gone.
can they stay alive? Okay, there are super minions just traveling all the way through this space. Peanut's moving in, and they're going to have to try and kill someone pretty quickly. Delight having a fantastic game as they now turn it. That is Showmaker finding the kill onto the Varus, and Ash is now looking for it. Chovy kills his former teammate in Deft, and Genji, they've held on. And they have the Soul.
They have the Soul, and I think the Soul is absolutely worth the cost here of those the structures lost in base. One Nexus turret for Hextech Soul. As long as that Nexus still stands, you feel pretty good about it. I think the crisis management here for Genji is so fantastic. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. I think if Kellen and Canyon had actually just been a little bit more patient and safe, putting wards over the wall here, maybe they could have delayed the Drake and still been able to get something out of this, but then they decide, okay, we're gonna go for the base instead. Teleport comes through, and I love how quickly Chovy realizes if we don't kill this Lilia instantly, then we're not gonna be able to back. So he forced out his stopwatch, and then they just barely have enough time to go home. They also hold the Drake aggro as well to make sure they get the Hextech. Crisis management, insanely good there for Gen G, as, of course, in this moment, Deft does a ton of damage. We'll be able to take out the Alistar, and Showmaker trades one back. If he doesn't trade that back, they might just lose the game off of this attempt, but now Hextech Soul makes it very difficult for D+ to win, but they're still in it.
They are still in it. They still have a slight gold advantage, but it really does not feel like it at all, because there's a Hextech Soul. That means that the amount of power that Genji has is amplified massively. And D+ was actually relying on movement speed a lot. It's how Lilia kind of plays things out, and she will be very, very fast in this game. But being slowed down and having this Hextech Soul be so frustrating.
Lots of stopwatches here for D+. They know this is going to be a really critical fight.
Yeah, Pays possibly going to get lilted. I don't know whether that is actually the verb, but DK,
they got the sleep, but he just walks it
them
off
a little bit as Showmaker does do a lot of damage here to Doran, who's not going to be in this fight. Canna does have the Dominus running as the Baron is going to reset as well. Kellen looking for that flank angle. Let's see whether all this practice in getting these engage timings to work is actually going to come to fruition. As D+, they're going to grab onto the aggro as Genji look to try and peel away. Kellen
just waiting
clear
for
out
that
this
angle.
ward. Yeah, he's going to crash down over the wall, and man, Delight has just been so good this game.
It's crazy. This is basically a 4v5 this whole time because of this super minion wave that's coming through. So Doran has to stay mid. He does have teleport, of course, but that's a very, very scary prospect here to try to force a fight as Genji without your Jax. And even with those slows, it's not ultimately going to matter, as Canyon's ult is coming back pretty quickly. He's level 16 with that Rod of Ages, and that's part of why you build this on Lilia. You want to get that cooldown reduced as quickly as possible. And I mean, at this point, another sleep attempt onto Pays might be what wins you the game. Last time they slept him, but there wasn't follow-up. This time could be different.
Yeah, Canyon moves on over, does hit a cheeky Q onto the Baron. He's level 17 right now, 2 levels above Peanut at this point in time, same level as Chovy. As Canyon's just continuing to keep this Q stacked by hitting Baron over and over again. But Genji now have got their items once again. They've restocked.
Doran, you know, he has teleport. I'd love to see him push bot. You know, they're going to push mid here instead at first. Use that Jax as a win condition here in this composition. Genji is, you know, it certainly can. Yeah. And obviously he needs to be with the team at the point in which the fight occurs, but while we're just posturing here, certainly could be getting more done elsewhere. Looks like he might actually start up the Baron. Genji using the Sundisk turret for Prio, and this is risky what Genji are doing here, trying to play with fire a little bit, but now you've got this Kana flank angle. Kellen, always a threat.
Yeah, Peanut in this brush, and Hawkshot, extreme value as it passes over every member of Genji. Canyon standing on a ward here, and there is so much vision in this area for Genji. Delight has really pulled out his entire backpack in this area.
This is just, I mean, the nerves are definitely kicking in here.
Ow.
Yeah, big damage. Remember, Genji need to win 2-0 every single series to be within 1 win of KT and hope the KT lose. So losing this game, even if they win the series, actually impacts them quite significantly. So maybe some of those nerves showing through here a little bit, as Doran actually goes back, buys No Magic Mantle, and is going to now look for a potential flank here. Elder in 75, and D+ have successfully stopped Gen G from taking Baron here for so long.
Well, we're going to see whether we can find a little pick, but the Lilia just immediately explodes the Renekton as well. Gen G were just waiting for it. I don't know what the plan was for D+, but it wasn't a good one.
It was not good. It was not successful. That is 100% the case, and now Gen G just kind of pushing to end.
Yeah. I don't know what was really happening as Showmaker is going to be able to escape. Man, that was about exactly what he needed to do to avoid death in that scenario, as this static Shiv is really frustrating. I think Gen G are going to realize that back off to the Baron is going to be the way of it, as the Jack's taking a bit of damage, but they're not going to be able to slow him down.
Oh, this timing is pretty thin here, but I think Gen G have enough damage to actually take this one out and then still get to Elder in time. It's up in 30 here as D+ are just kind of grouping around Elder right now, saying, well, this is definitely the more important objective of the two. That inhibitor in mid has respawned, so Doran could just hold this wave. They're not going to be able to threaten anything. And Canyon, this is just so bizarre. It's almost like he clicked on the mini-map and walked the wrong way around the pit here. I know that's not what actually happened, but you're not going to be able to set up a major sleep there and win that fight alone. And he just didn't really have anybody with him either way, so that death just suddenly going to cost them almost everything. Baron buff now for Gen G here, but we're starting up the Elder.
Yeah, and they're looking for Exodia, as I don't know about that one, Doran. He is going to at least have a blast going to keep him relatively safe. The Showmaker dives forward. Okay, Chains of Corruption are going to connect. He goes golden to avoid the potential death there, as now he looks to try and get himself out. There's a knock-up onto Cannon, but he goes golden as well. Canyon gets into the backline as now Pays is getting taken down very, very low, and he is taken out of the fight. Def now trying to kite it as the autos are flying through. They get back after this Poppy ultimate. But Canyon is now dead. The smite advantage now belongs to Gen G, and Exodia is on the table here for the squad. It looks like first place is still within reach for Gen G.
Really important control ward there in the pit. They can see what's going on.
Oh, bit of a position swap there from Kellen and Delight, as it kind of was, at least a little bit, as Delight did take Kellen's position as support for Gen G. As now Chovy taking a little bit of damage. Deft, it's a good flash to come out there, but is it going to be enough, as he doesn't quite have enough damage, and he's going to get taken out. Chovy swoops in like the eagle he is, no longer a pigeon, definitely an eagle, and Doran is going to be able to help Peanut grab the kill onto the Crocodile. The Elder will then go down, and D+ have had their backs broken in this series.
Deft was alive. He was trying to do so much here. He knows that Pays is dead, and they have the better damage, but he's eventually engaged on and is taken out, as this positioning here for D+ is super greedy, but they just don't have any control. They have to force their way through. Great stopwatch timing for Showmaker, but he's now out of the fight. And look at Peanut's angle here too, blocking Kellen from getting in for the engage. Pays will ultimately be taken out, but he buys so much time. Canyon is not actually getting any value in this team fight. And then Deft is like, all right, well, we got Pays, so maybe we could do something here. Then the position swap happens and all this weirdness. But Deft is ultimately engaged on here while he's trying to push forward. And, you know, he's trying to do damage here. He's being a little bit greedy. And then look at this Peanut coming in. That's the Renekton gone. They're pushing to end here as the smite will come through, and Deft alone can't get it done on Ashe. Maybe a different AD carry, it could have happened, but not tonight.
No, not this time around. As you can see in live, inhibitor turret going to go down. Gen G returning the favor as they have screamed ahead. Even their wallets are heavy enough to get this one done. As Exodia circling them, they've got the best soul in the game. And even me, as a Cloud Soul enthusiast, do have to admit that Hextech Soul is pretty broken.
And, you know, the other soul called Elder is pretty busted as well, you know?
Yeah, that one's not bad. The Baron situation that they had for a little while is also pretty good.
Yeah, it's not elemental, but I'd classify Elder buff as a soul-like buff, and it's going to help them end the game, as they have now this Jax pushing in mid. The 4-man is strong here bottom side, and D+ need to buy a whole minute of time, and I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. Second inhibitor is going to go. D+ not wanting to engage for another 45 seconds if they can avoid it, and I don't know whether they can clear out minions fast enough. Yes, they have double static Shiv, but I don't know whether it is going to be enough. Showmaker is doing a pretty good job of getting rid of these minions, as Arrow is going to connect onto the Azir. Definitely a priority target. Half the health bar of this Nexus turret is going to go down. Next wave to come in. They don't have Baron, as there is the ulti, but there's not actually that much distance to go, as Deft is going to go golden and then just explodes. Great piercing arrow going to come down, as now Kellen on his fountain. Okay, we do have Delight going extraordinarily low, and in fact, all of Gen G are very low, but it doesn't seem to matter. This Nexus turret is going to go down. Delight, Kellen, sorry, the last man standing. Is that a pentakill? It is a pentakill for FaZe, of course it is, at the end of this game, and Gen G will pick up the 2-0.
Absolutely phenomenal turnaround after what seemed like a doomed game. After that one big team fight where Deft is able to pick up several kills there after the turret. Canyon had such a strong early and mid game, and honestly the beginning of the late game as well, but ultimately isn't able to make that big impact in the fights that matter. The decisive ones were those made by Gen G. The calls were crisp. Peanut once again making a huge impact all game long. Chovy surviving so many of those critical moments, and FaZe doing serious damage on this lethality Varus that we weren't even necessarily sure if it was going to work out. Didn't like it in the draft that much, but he made it worth it.
Yeah, and like when you're sort of third fiddle, right, as the lethality Varus, if you're not like priority targets 1 or 2, then you do get so much more value. And with the fact that Doran needed to be paid so much respect, Chovy was doing so much damage, he did just get to sit back and take these pot shots towards the end of the game, was really able to capitalize. Snowballs pretty well, does the Varus, also with on-kill passive attack speed. And Chovy having a phenomenal game. I need to throw out a PSA to any media voters. Yes, FaZe got a pentakill. It does not mean he was the player of the game. Do not rob Chovy of this one, please.
And Chovy's play on that.
It might also be Peanut who played exceptionally well, but I think Chovy underneath that outer turret in bottom lane, that was the game-winning play.
That play was absolutely insane. It was kind of like jaw-dropping of the play that we saw from Chovy there with no health.
And Delight is like, I don't know, it's between Chovy and Delight, I guess, because Delight's Alistair needs a shout-out. He played back-to-back games extraordinarily well.
He's just so good at it, and it's been a champion throughout most of Delight's career that's been very irrelevant. I wouldn't even say weak or not that strong, but just not played at all, except in a weird Samira Rel type situation, like 1 out of 100 pro games or more. And you know, this was one of those moments where you're like, oh, okay, we got this, we're crushing this. And then Chovy said, And then he's like, oh, you guys are going to think about it for a minute? He's like, well, I thought about it too. And then he just goes, you're dead. Yeah. That's what I think about it. Oh, God, that one's one for the Chovy highlight reels for all time.
Absolutely. And the fact that he walks away from it, even if he had died, it was still a mega play.
This one wasn't, his biggest, but I loved how the aggro was juggled here by D+ actually in this moment. Showmaker putting the pressure on, Kana absorbing Doran's pressure here. Kellen's constantly threatening over the wall, and they zoom in on the Drake. Peanut can't make the steal happen. Nice try. And then the follow-up here from Kellen is good, because I think D+, despite having a really rocky early game, they also played a fantastic second game of League of Legends here, too.
Oh, they
Gen G
did.
had to earn it.
And like this fight, this is where I thought it was kind of all done and dusted. We were heading towards a game number 3, right? Because they were able to get the Baron, they were able to take 2 inhibitors, but then they threw the Hail Mary at trading Hextech Soul for Nexus and weren't able to kill the Nexus because Doran's defense was just that little bit too strong.
This moment here as well, just Ash really struggling to do anything, and Chovy just gets on top of him. And, one thing that you could always say about Gen G is when they are feeling like they can win a fight, they will execute so perfectly. Even if sometimes they're a little bit timid, even if sometimes they opt out of fights, when they think they can win it, you better trust that they will, because they were just so crisp. Deft, I feel like he had a good game with the cards he was dealt. He had a pretty good series overall, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
It wasn't. Missed a few too many arrows in this particular game. Canyon this time around was definitely better, but they just look a little bit out of sorts when they're facing off against Gen G, is kind of what it feels like to me. Yeah, D+ kind of getting in their own heads. Congratulations there to FaZe as he picks up his pentakill.
Yeah, beautiful moment for him.
Nexus goes down.
I feel like the shot calling issue that we've talked about for D+, it definitely shows up. Yeah, Chovy, he did the big numbers.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Deft did as much as he did. Not surprised that Showmaker did that much damage. But Chovy definitely getting the work done on his Azir.
Yeah. D Plus is going to have to go back to the drawing board, I think, a little bit here because the race for third is still on, but HLE now having a pretty significant advantage.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit out of their hands at this point in time. But let's throw it over to the space to see what they had to say about this quicker series than we thought.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on the day. Yeah, we didn't expect Game 2, actually, to go into the hands of Gen G, but inevitably, once you get Hextech Soul and the Elder, you just find a way to press your buttons and win. So they did get across the line. What did you guys think about Game number 2?
Like game number 1, there was a lot going on, a lot of back and forth, and the unfortunate conclusion is that the mid to late game issues for D+ really again coming to the forefront. And I don't think that Bible really solved them, but I do think that we very clearly see why they attempted to put in Bible, because this team is so good at generating mid-game and early leads, and then just having like 2 people die randomly. Like, this has happened so many times. And sometimes I don't think you can single out any player. Like, happened to Showmaker, happens to Deft, happens to Canyon, happens to Kana. And until they fix it, they are just not going to be a top-tier contender because they're so good until they're not.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it, I think they have to be really delicate. Like, at least like they have to put a little depth to like just try to make a minimalize. But also, I think it's like the problem is like they're overplaying. Is like it's just consistently happening that it actually just hurt the game. Like, hurts actually the win and loses and decide the game that they can easily stop. Like, because like they got small win. Like, it's not even a small win. They got big win, but they want bigger wins, and that was a really bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a team that I think kind of, you know, they go one step too far and then they get punished. Like, they can do it against some of the weaker teams in the league, but when you're going up against Gen G, and it's always really fun between these two teams, but I feel like part of the reason why it's fun is because DK will sometimes get leads even against this really strong team, and then all of a sudden it's like they take one step too far. But let's take a look at the first highlight. We did have a lot. We didn't even do the draft. Okay, let's do the draft here. What do you guys think about the draft?
The priority on the LeBlanc remains kind of a hot topic. Didn't really have the setup, as the cost mentioned as well, that was available in game number 1, and I do think that really hurt. Loved the late game or the late draft Lilia pick for obvious reasons. We want to see Canyon on the carry. This is a pick that also I think does really well. We saw him build up an immense lead over Poppy because you can outpace her and kind of kite away from her, right? As long as you have passive stacks, Poppy doesn't really get to punish you the way she does with a lot of other junglers. So I think the draft from D+ was completely fine. I do think that like late game you run into some issues because even though Deft has great DPS, as we saw, actually staying alive, still very tough.
Yeah, I mean, as he said, Gen G comes like the Azir, like the value of the later game. It's just way too strong. Like, just Ashe gets just deleted in 1 second, not even in 1 second. But the thing is, like, that's why it was like even more important for DK to just like hold their lead in the middle game. Like when actually Canyon put solo damage like 6,000 into a single team fight, that was a crazy. You know, like the draft. It's all good. Like, everything is good to go. They just have to be not making mistake from the middle game and just make a clean game. That's their job.
Pretty much, yeah. And there was another thing we wanted to talk about here, the new build for the Lilia that we have been seeing. We mentioned this a couple times on the cast, but take a look at the total damage block numbers. Also, his max shield was up towards 400 towards the end of the game. This is just what you do, build a lot of health on Lilia and overheal.
And some of this will be minion damage, but we did actually see that he was able to just tank Qs from pace consistently throughout the game, which ended up being really big for why they won some of the mid-game fights. I think Canyon really mastered the art of team fighting as well in the Lilia, but then he also, you know, got caught with Kana, which cost him a lot, and can't really have those moments as well.
Sometimes it doesn't matter what build you go if the execution isn't there, but just a cool thing, we're seeing a lot more Lilia because of this. As this is the first Drake fight we had in the game. Now, this is 18 minutes in. What did you guys think about this? A lot of Lilia value, obviously, but then also ending with the crazy Chovy moments.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, they have a Jax, Azir, like, there's so many factors that they're not strong yet. But actually, from DK, they have Renekton, Lilia, LeBlanc, like, even Ashe and Rel, like, it's so strong. Like, that's based on their draft. Like, they actually have a really, really great team fight. And what happened after?
Yeah, it's fine. We'll get to see it when we'll get to see when the POG hits.
Surely, yeah.
Yeah, I think we will. And it's really telling if D+ win that the way that they did, pull back, set up, because you can get a tempo reset in, then set up vision around the Baron. Like you can maybe sneak away an early Baron, right? They actually have pretty decent damage if everyone is on top of it with the Lilia. But they didn't do that. They went for the play, and it backfired. We spared all of you.
Yeah, they went for the play. Chovy picked up a triple kill, and we fought over the next dragon, which happened at 24 minutes. And this time, even with Kenny doing an insane amount of damage and things starting off really well for DK, you know, eventually Genji got across the line, but
yeah, I mean,
another crazy fight.
This is what I mentioned, like he just solo just 1v9 the team fight, and just like Genji's like also we can easily see they're a little bit indecisiveness because like they're kind of getting chunked from just the Lilia, and it's like they can't go like that flash over the wall and make sure like they can't exceed. Like the game is actually it's over. Like after here, they get Baron, they get Drake, like they just kill everyone.
That should have been it, right? Like that was redemption for the previous Azir play. They actually are able to win the fight. Death rushes over the wall. From that point on, surely you win, right? You bring us to a game 3, give you the opportunity to finally beat D+ after like 2.5 years, or Genji rather, D+ beating them because they haven't.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, you know, this is the power of Soul Point as well, because even after this one, yes, like, DK got the one Drake, they got the one Hex Tech, but eventually we got to the last fight here that we have for the highlight, and it starts off with a couple of picks and a base race, and Genji got the Hex Tech Soul.
So really big here is that Callan immediately gets taken down, so a lot of the front line is already gone, and the tragedy for D+ is that they go for the TP to try and end.
Yeah, but I think the Genji just like response are just exactly like what they wanted, like just outside pressing B, and it's like make sure Chovy's playing really aggressive. And meanwhile, I think Doran pulled it really well. Like, already here 1v2 and they killed Renekton previously, and just Delight just be holding their death just while they're just cleaning up the behind, and just Chovy came in the wall.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first loss that Kana, or one of the first losses that Kana's had on Renekton all split. I think that having him play when he's clearly like underperforming today, which makes sense because he's sick at home, is also something that I got to question. I think that Gen G really is a team that has shown that if you don't bring your A game, you're not going to beat. And if you know, Kana's maybe in a better shape, then maybe they win that 2v1 and they actually are able to kill the Nexus and bring us to game number 3.
Yeah, where's Thanatos? Who are these players? I think this was the perfect opportunity to give him a shot, at least, you know, even though we do think that Kana certainly deserves the spot at the moment. He's very sick, so I don't know. Definitely a questionable choice. But either way, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up, as Chovy on the Azir will pick it up, 1,038 DPM.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I was kind of looking to maybe get a rise out of some people joke about voting for pace, but it was very obvious. I think in this game, who should be taking, because Chovy, in terms of team fighting, in terms of DPS and highlight plays, he did all 3. Like he did the DPS, he found the big shuffle, like you're looking for from an Azir, as we're about to witness here.
Yeah, I mean, exactly like even before happening, I was calling for a Phoenix Azir zone. Like if you guys know, like this is zone that like when Azir is there, it's really dangerous, especially when turret is up.
It was a triple kill. I mean, they gave Chovy so much gold, and he started 2-tapping carries. Like everybody. LeBlanc, Ashe, obviously very squishy.
He went Ludens,
killing people.
like he went full damage. He was not. This was no crown Azir. Really went all out. Really made the most out of his power. I thought it was fun that Pace picked up a. I respect. No, I think the peanut vote is definitely.
I
legit.
really.
No. We're not gonna
chair
blame them
kick
for
W.
this.
It was the chair. It was,
If it was,
it's not Max, right?
It's fine. No, it's Wolf.
It's
But
definitely not
again,
Max.
if it was a pace vote, we meme it. I think this is a based vote. I think we let them have it.
we still had to zoom in on the chair, but you know.
We do.
10 out of 11. It happens to the best of us. Guys, we are ready for the interview. Let's throw it over to the deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Peanut and Chovy on the side of Genji, who just secured their 15th win. So you guys were able to continue your winning streak and secure your 15th victory. How do you feel? After losing against KT, I'm just really relieved that we're able to pick up another winning streak. And I feel like I'm more focused on doing well on the playoffs. And Chovy, I feel like our last match was a little shaky and our opponent today wasn't an easy one, but I'm really glad that we got our victory. And Genji has been on a 10-match winning streak against D plus Kia since 2022 spring. So what makes you guys so strong against D plus Kia? Maybe we were just quite lucky. I feel like we just go into Fiesta and we just try to pull out on top. And I feel like we're able to just try to stay a step up ahead of them and keep a good trend. And in Game 1, DK picked early game champions that the Genji players might have struggled to lane against. So how did you guys manage to deal with their comp? Since it's tough to deal with them in the laning phase, the early game, I think the Jax was able to sort of pull through and we were able to scale towards late game. And a lot of the picks were just late game champions, so as long as we stalled, we were able to kind of pull off a win. And Peanut, you seem to always pop out of unexpected places. Many rate you highly for positioning, so how do you do it? Is it from your seasoned knowledge of vision awareness, or is it just that you're big-brained? I don't think it's about having a big brain. I think it's maybe due to my experience. Maybe my decision-making skills in-game is good. What about you? Can I ask you if you think Peanut has a big brain? I didn't think about it, but now that you mention it, maybe he is the one, the Peanut, the one and only Peanut with a sexy brain. And in Game 2, you guys were on the brink of losing a team fight. But Chovy, your Azir pulled a super play, so let's take a look at the highlight here. And despite you having such low health, were you able to know that you'd win from this? In the end, LeBlanc was just going to keep pressuring us, so if I didn't go in, I knew that we were just going to end up dying. So whether we exhaust our skills, spells, I figured that we have to get some sort of value. That's why I went in. And then we heard you say, this game is hard. And it seemed like you guys also got aced afterwards and DK tried backdooring. Did you guys feel threatened at all? After the Drake fight, we got the Baron stolen, and I feel like we kind of gave them the chance to turn things around, so I think that's why it was so challenging. Chovy, you finally earned 10 kills today, and it's been a while since you got so many kills, so how do you feel about it? Today's match was quite tough, and I didn't really keep track of how many kills I got, but since playing something like Azir, the champion was just so strong and I was able to get a lot of kills from it. And your youngest member, Paze, got another pentakill again, and he reached 500 kills in the LCK already. So how does it feel witnessing your youngest brother grow up so fast? I feel like he's just going up so fast. I feel like he's just getting further and further away from us. And Chovy, how do you feel? Yeah, Paze was able to get a lot of kills, but you know, given that I was playing something like Azir where I got more kills today, I'll let him know next time that I will be the one who takes more kills. And now you guys only have 2 matches left in the regular season against Hanwha Life Esports and OK Savings Bank Brion. So can you tell us your resolution?
가기 전에 마지막 2경기라서 플레이오프랑 또
We have 2 matches left. It's definitely related to the playoffs. We're absolutely going to keep trying our best and keep it up. And Chovy, this is our 2 matches left in the regular season. These matches are so close to the playoffs that I believe that these are just as important, so we'll make sure to finish strong. And it sounds like there's a sudden downpour in the weather forecast, and despite that, there are so many fans who came out to see you guys. So any message for the fans? Despite the rain, I know that you guys all came to visit us and support us, and due to your support, we were able to turn Game 2 around and secure a victory, so thank you. And Chovy, I hope that you have a safe way back home, and thank you so much again for supporting us as always. And this will be the end of the interview with Peanut and Chovy, and back to the space.
Thank you, the dear, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now. The Gen.G, they actually get across the line. They take the 2-0, so they're still only 1 game behind KT. Very important, as also DK not quite able to get the win tonight, so they do fall 1 match behind Hanwha Life Esports.
Does mean that the showdown of next week is extremely important. DK basically needs to 2-0, hope that Hanwha Life lose at least a game, ideally the series against Gen.G, and then have the opportunity to try and equalize the score on the Saturday showdown.
Oh, Chovy, all right. Still, I think the match it's for HLE. They got tough week, but compared to the other, the D+ gear, they also got the tough. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, guys. Well, if we could get the schedule up on the screen, that would be fantastic. But it looks like we might not be able to. But and yeah, I don't know. We can't see it, so
we can't see anything. But
yeah,
we're all good though.
Yeah, you know, it was a great day of games.
Hey, you're going to cast CL tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Actually, some great matches. DRX versus Hanwha. That's 2nd versus 3rd, I think. Should be good.
Yeah, should be really great, but we are done today, guys. Definitely tune in for Challengers on Mondays and Tuesdays, as always. Will be a lot of fun. And for me and for Chronicler and for Huni, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have a good week.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls